Chapter 745. The sun was extinguished, and the stars dimmed as well. If this was a universe that abided by the laws of physics, Danny would think that the planet beneath her was speeding away from the original star system. However, the truth was that although the light of the day had dimmed, the stars and even the constellations formed by the stars were still the same as before. If there was a layer of dark clouds in the sky that blocked the starlight, that was not right either. Danny was currently at an altitude of 45,000 meters, and the air was so thin that normal people could not breathe. How could there be a layer of clouds? Looking up at the sky, the half-moon and stars were like the eyes of a housewife who had lost all hope in life. They were dim and lifeless, with a hint of self-abandonment and despair. Slash boom, 45,000 meters above, the starlight was dim. Looking down, the thick purplish-black clouds were rolling violently. Streaks of dark red lightning were like swimming dragons, shuttling and jumping between the clouds. It's just as Prime Minister Turtle said. The land of long summer has been sealed by the gods. Danny mumbled. The first time she crossed the land of long summer, she had asked Blackie to increase the altitude in an attempt to cross from above. This was because the land of long summer was shrouded in a layer of high-energy radiation magic clouds. To normal people, those high-energy magic factors were like the most terrifying curse. Even extraordinaires could only resist it to a certain extent, but not be immune to it. It was even more impossible for them to absorb the magic factors with explosive attributes for their own use. That time, Blackie climbed to 8,000 meters, but not only did it not cross the curse layer, it also found that the magic factor concentration was higher at that height. At that time, Blackie could continue to climb, but the Dragon Queen and Bearistan with their normal bodies could not withstand the thin air and low pressure at high altitudes. In fact, the physical fitness of normal human demigods was not much better than that of normal knights. If they flew too high, they would also suffer from hypoxia and low-pressure symptoms. They would also die after a long time. However, the current Danny was not normal. Firstly, her physical strength had reached the limit of a human. Secondly, she had learned the Song of Wind. As long as she was not sealed in a confined space, she would not suffer from hypoxia. Nature's wind would bring her enough oxygen. Of course, she was not immune to low-pressure symptoms. She could only rely on her strong physical body to withstand it. The supervolcano in Yellowstone National Park was the largest and most dangerous volcano in the world. Its crater spanned 40 kilometers by 60 kilometers. It was said that the power of its eruption was equivalent to 200 million Hiroshima atomic bombs. Not to mention the entire human race, the entire Earth would be finished. However, compared to the 14 fire peaks of Valeglia, the Yellowstone volcano was like a little brother among little brothers. The 14 fire peaks formed a circle of volcanoes with a total span of at least 300 kilometers, 100 kilometers. How many nuclear bombs were there? Moreover, Yellowstone volcano was just an ordinary volcano, and the magma it spewed out after eruption only contained high temperature. However, the magma and ash of the Valeglia volcano contained high-energy magic factors. To put it bluntly, it was a mana radiation. An ordinary Yellowstone volcano could destroy the Earth. The 14 fire peaks had blown up the land bridge in the land of long summer, but Astapor, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away, was still thriving. Not to mention a nuclear winter. Not even a cloud of radiation had drifted over. Chernobyl was only equivalent to 400 atomic bombs, and its radioactive cloud covered 1/3 of the Earth. Under normal circumstances, the radioactive cloud after the explosion of the 14 fire peaks was enough to cover the entire Song of Ice and Fire world with a thick layer of cotton. However, the truth was that other than the tsunami caused by the collapse of the continent, the area around the land of long summer was not affected by the volcanic eruption at all. However, the truth was that from 200 meters to 40,000 meters in the sky, the density of the curse factors in the land of long summer increased rapidly with the increase in altitude. At an altitude of 200 meters, ordinary people would quickly pass through the land of long summer without being affected by the curse. However, at 40,000 meters, the dense high-energy magic factors actually formed a thick layer of solid clouds. That's right, the surging clouds under Big Black's body were all magic factors. The rich magic factors rubbed against each other, producing endless lightning chains. The lightning chains that could not be seen clearly formed a dense lightning net. In other words, the explosion of the 14 fire peaks of Valeglia did not release the power to destroy the world. But this power was firmly locked in the sky above the 500-kilometer wide and 1,500-kilometer long continent in the land of long summer. The gods set up a seal in the land of long summer, and all the magic radiation was sealed in the land of long summer, and all the disasters were borne by the survivors of Valeglia. Even if 4 million years passed, as long as the world of the Song of Ice and Fire world was not destroyed, the land of long summer would still be a cursed land, let alone 400 years. If the seal is broken, the high-energy magic factor clouds will explode, and the whole world will be finished. Danny was shocked. The magic radiation cloud below was so horrible that she and Big Black did not dare to directly break into it. If they did, they would be dead. The hundreds of megalosaurus in Valeglia were a lesson to them. With complicated feelings, Danny rowed Big Black back to the surface of the Bay of Sorrows. Little Green, Little White, and the 3 pterosaurs were already waiting there. "How was it, Your Majesty? What did you see?" Garth asked. Unlike the first time when she entered the land of long summer, Danny's strength was not only greatly improved, but also her means were much better. Back then, when she communicated with Old Ba, she had to hover over the megalosaurus and shout. Now, with the Faith Communication Divine spell she learned from Sheep Egg, she could communicate with White Knight freely within a range of 10 kilometers. "I saw a Super Big Ivan who stopped time after exploding. Don't ask who Super Big Ivan is. Let's go in." Danny called out and led Little White and Little Green into the cursed land that was shrouded in a thin layer of purple mist. When she entered the cursed land back then, Danny only subconsciously felt that the air was dirty, but now she could accurately sense the fluctuations of every magic factor. The long night had no effect on Orlos. It was as if there were 10,000 searchlights buried under the southern sea. Even the thick clouds in the sky were dyed a scorching dark red. It was like a blood clot. The sea breeze brought the burning smell of sulfur and hot white steam to the city by the shore. When the megalosaurus appeared in the sky above Orlos, the residents in the ruins cried out in shock. Danny ignored them and flew directly to the Holy Church, where she received the great wizard's inheritance. The 50-meter-tall tower was slanted 30 degrees to the sea, facing the city. A golden statue of Balerion was engraved on one side of the tower, reflecting a dazzling golden light. At this moment, a bright star rose up from the top of the majestic black tower, emitting a dazzling blue light in the dark Orlos. It was a gigantic magic crystal ball with a diameter of 2 meters. Vast amounts of energy gathered within it. At the same time, the crystal ball's surface flashed rhythmically as it released a large amount of energy into the void. This energy suppressed all glass candles in the world and caused all communication devices to fail. It also suppressed the smaller magic crystal towers on Dragonstone Island to shut down. They lost their function as communication centers. "Sheep Egg, get out here." Blackie's roar was as loud as thunder, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. All of Orlos seemed to tremble slightly under his angry roar. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! The gods under the sea seemed to be enraged. The seawater, which had been dyed dark red by the underground fire, created huge waves that were dozens of meters tall. The scorching hot water vapor roared as it rushed towards the megalosaurus in the sky. However, Danny only waved her hand, and the rushing air silently dissipated. The waves below became even more violent. "Sheep Egg, you coward, come out and fight me one-on-one." Blackie flew around the black tower while loudly taunting. Blasphemy! Blasphemy! Finally, 8 white-cloaked old shamans appeared beside the magic crystal ball at the top of the tower. Jenny wasn't there. All the cursing came from the old shamans. Danny was somewhat disappointed. She told Blackie to curse Sheep Egg mainly to provoke Jenny. She didn't expect Sheep Egg to foolishly jump out even if he wanted to. He couldn't because he was sealed. After feeling disappointed, Danny began to worry again. Jenny didn't return to Orlos, nor did she die in the flood. Then where was she? The answer was self-evident. Jenny was still in Marine, in the Dragon Worm tunnel outside Marine City, staring at her with resentment, cursing her, and secretly poking at her vile character. She might be planning an even more vicious plot. For a moment, Danny hesitated. Go to the Great Wall to investigate the deviant ghosts? And stay close to home and search for Jenny? There was still Turtle Prime Minister at home. The old turtle was near the river and the sea, so it should be able to restrain Jenny's dragon worm. Danny hoped that the old turtle would be more powerful. Dwarf, don't die without a complete corpse. For the first time, Danny hoped that the little devil could turn the misfortune into a blessing. Because if the dwarf didn't die, he would most likely be with Jenny. The 8 white-cloaked shamans surrounded the magic crystal ball, covering it with their hands and chanting. Buzz! In an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly. A thick, golden-red beam of light pierced through the dark blood clouds and hit the black dragon 400 meters in the sky. No one could blaspheme the great shamans standing on the magic crystal tower. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single great shaman among the shamans on top of the tower. What was even more regretful was that the Dragon Queen riding the Megalosaurus surpassed most of the great shamans of Valeglia. Roar! Big Black responded with crimson dragon flames. Boom! The 2 flame pillars collided in midair, splashing out a large amount of flames. The dark sky was lit up, and a rain of flames fell from the ground and the sea. This stalemate lasted for a full 2 minutes. The shamans on the crystal tower began to exhaust their mental strength. Their bodies trembled, their faces were pale, and they were sweating profusely. However, Big Black couldn't hold on any longer. He wasn't exhausted, but he needed to catch his breath. Hiss! Hiss! In the sky, Little White and Little Green broke through the thick blood clouds and attacked the magic crystal tower from another direction. Buzz! The magic crystal ball shone brighter, shooting out long flame pillars. The flame pillars were like living fire snakes, chasing after the 2 Megalosaurus. The sky became brighter. Little White and Little Green dodged as much as they could. If they couldn't, they responded with dragon flames. After reaching the 5th level of dragon spirits, they had already become magic dragons. After another half a minute of stalemate, Danny on the dragon's back decided to attack. Buzz! A pair of angelic wings made of flames popped out from her back. It was as vivid as a painting, as if it was real. The surrounding air twisted under the heat of the wings. The sky-blue cashmere cloak was instantly ignited and burned. Clang! The giant sword hanging by the dragon's saddle was pulled out. Under the scorching dragon flames, the 4-foot-long blade reflected a cold light. Whoosh! Danny held the sword and jumped. She stepped on Big Black's dragon flames and quickly ran in the direction of the magic crystal ball. Ah! The shaman controlling the magic crystal let out a roar that burned his soul. Boom! When the Dragon Queen crossed the dragon flame pillar and jumped onto the elemental flame pillar shot out from the crystal ball, the golden red flame pillar suddenly expanded and enveloped her whole body. Chapter 746. The magic crystal ball originally shot out a thick pillar of fire. When Danny jumped onto the pillar of fire, it suddenly shot out a 2-meter tall circle of golden red flames. The white-cloaked priest below wanted to burn her to death. Burn the Dragon Queen to death. Danny, who was walking through the flames, was not injured at all. Instead, she was like a fish in water, like a slide. She stepped on the pillar of fire and quickly slid towards the source of the pillar of fire, the crystal ball at the top of the magic tower. Ha ha ha, he laughed in delight. I'm going to kill you. A white-cloaked priest was provoked. He roared and released his hands from the crystal ball. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed himself in the chest. Ha ha ha, go to hell with me. He chanted an incantation viciously. The bright red blood that seeped out of his chest was dyed black. It was as black as ink and had a pungent smell. The black blood wriggled as if it had a life of its own. A cloud of black fog gradually gathered. The black blood and fog formed a face that looked exactly like the cloaked priest. The vicious and cruel ghost face was as big as a basin. The moment Dani jumped down from the top of the tower, it pounced towards her face. The whole process was too fast. The cloaked priest was in Dani's blind spot. There was a 2-meter wide magic crystal between them. She was caught off guard and was directly hit by the ghost face. Tsk, tisk, tisk. It was as if a rusty nail was thrown into concentrated sulfuric acid. Ow, 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 the ghost face pounced on Dani's helmet. A charred black smoke rose. The old priest's soul let out a shrill cry. No tile steel armor. I can't accept this. In an instant, the basin-sized ghost face evaporated into thin air. What can you not accept? This isn't an ordinary tile steel armor. It has a Brandon evil suppression spell formation embedded in it. It is immune to all elemental attacks. What's the use of your little blood? Witchcraft that isn't even at the level of a demigod. Although Dani was cursing loudly, her face was pale. She was disgusted and felt like vomiting. Ugh. She almost fainted from the smell. Tisk. Her heart was filled with anger, and she did not delay any longer. She slashed down with her sword, and a white-cloaked priest next to her was cut into two. The magic crystal tower extracted fire magic from the magma and turned it into various spells in the hands of the great wizards. In theory, the mana within the earth fire was limitless. It was as if the great wizard had activated a mana limitless buff. However, magic power also needed a wizard to use it. Being besieged by 3 megalosaurus, the 8 white-cloaked priests were already at their limits. Now that 2 out of 8 were gone, they could no longer maintain their continuous attacks. Boom! The pillar of fire that collided with the great black dragon flame exploded into fireworks in the sky. The door-sized greatsword was as light as a dagger in Dani's hand. In an instant, 4 white-cloaked priests were cut in half. The corpse fell to the ground, and the cloak shook off, revealing a deformed face with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. The sky was clear, and the fire snakes and fire pillars that attacked the megalosaurus had all disappeared. One of the remaining 2 cloaked priests fell to the ground in fear, while the other faced the Dragon Queen. His gaze was resolute as he roared into the sky. My Lord Balerion, please descend to the human world and punish the sinners in front of us. The next moment, a powerful holy aura rose from his body, and the eyes under the hood emitted a blinding golden light. Balerion could not wait to descend on the fanatic who had willingly offered their bodies. How dare you come to my magic tower? Whoosh! The dark red blade whistled through the sky and slashed right on top of Sheepegg's head. Buzz slash! A layer of transparent eggshell suddenly rose and covered Sheepegg. Where the blade hit, red sparks flew in all directions. Shit, magic barrier? Dani was stunned for a moment. She held the sword with both hands and continued to press it down. Her left foot kicked up fiercely. Bang! Such a sudden attack was still blocked by Sheepegg. He did not move. Perhaps he did not even have time to react. But in front of his crotch, a light red, transparent film appeared. The iron boot kicked on it, and ripples like water rippled out. Dani did not hesitate. She quickly retracted her sword and took 2 steps back. The tip of the sword pressed down and stabbed Sheepegg's throat at an even faster speed. Buzz slash! 4 to 5 sparks flew, and a transparent barrier formed by flames appeared in front of Sheep Egg. Buzz, 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 slash, slash, slash. Dani continued to swing her sword, either stabbing or slashing. Pieces of flame film appeared around Sheep Egg's body. When all the transparent films were connected, they formed a human-shaped fire armor. It was not the eggshell-shaped barrier that Dani had guessed, but a suit of armor. The surface was smooth, without a trace of decoration, rivets, or welds. It was like a prototype armor carved out of transparent crystal. Susanu. Dani was really shocked this time. At first glance, the smooth, transparent fire armor looked a bit like a tight-fitting version of Susanu. Actually, it was more like the ice armor of the deviants. You think you are a great wizard just because you have the great wizard's meditation technique? In front of me, your magic knowledge is as shallow as a baby. Sheep Egg sneered. If you have the guts, move your hand away from the magic crystal ball. Dani took a step back, holding the sword in front of her chest with both hands. She closed her eyes, and there was no trace of frustration or panic on her face. Her voice was carried by the wind and gently floated into Sheep Egg's ears. Sheep Egg did not notice the breeze that moved the hair by his ears. He only turned his head to look at the blue magic crystal ball. His right hand was placed on it, and there was an endless amount of magic that could be used. This is also part of my power. He smiled proudly. On the magic crystal tower, the great wizard is God. I am right in front of you. Why don't you attack me? Dani smiled faintly. The smile on Sheep Egg's face disappeared. He raised his empty right hand, and a palm-sized, crescent-shaped, transparent fire blade appeared around him. He pointed at it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crescent-shaped fire blade streaked across the space of less than 4 meters like lightning, hitting Dani's helmet, neck, mouth, and arms. There were even fire blades that drew an arc, hitting her back and butt. Ding, ding, ding. Unfortunately, every fire blade only left a crisp sound on Dani's armor and nothing else. Not even sparks flew. It was as if the fire blades were all illusions, and Dani's body did not even sway. But the 3-inch deep cut on the red sandalwood floor with smoke coming out of it proved that the fire blades were not illusions, and they were extremely powerful, no less than slashing with a sword. Increase the power, are you tickling me? Dani closed her eyes and sneered. Sheep Egg's face was gloomy. He flipped his flat right hand, and his 5 fingers tapped lightly as if he was playing a pipa. Roar! A red dragon, head the size of a small van, appeared on the surface of the blue magic ball. It was as if the magic ball had opened a portal, and a ferocious red dragon emerged from the other side of the portal. But Dani knew that it was Sheep Egg's fire sorcery and not the real Megalosaurus. Roar! A 10-meter-long red dragon formed and circled above Sheep Egg. Its form and aura were almost identical to a real dragon. Go! Sheep Egg pointed at the empty space in front of him, and the red dragon turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Dani. The speed of the attack was so fast that the spacious top of the black stone tower was turbulent, as if a level 12 typhoon was blowing. Then the typhoon really came. Dani suddenly opened her eyes, and a hint of green flashed across her violet eyes. Then a green tornado rose around her iron boots. The green tornado circled around her calf, bypassed her skirt, and finally wound around the blade of the giant sword in front of her chest. The dark red sword had an additional layer of green illusory scabbard. Dani took a step forward and waved her sword to meet the roaring fire dragon. From the mouth of the fire dragon to its tail, it was split into 2, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The 2 pieces of the red dragon exploded, as if a light missile had been detonated. This was just the beginning. Dani seemed to have turned into a breeze, and her speed broke the limits of human running. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Sheep Egg. All right, it was only 4 meters away, a distance of 1 or 2 steps. Under Sheep Egg's slightly bewildered gaze, due to the fire dragon being split apart, a green shadow flashed past. What is it? He asked, puzzled. Clang! The sound of a sword returning to its scabbard came from behind him, followed by Dragon Queen's faint laughter. Something that will take your life. What? Sheep Egg was shocked. When? She actually ran behind me? He suddenly turned his head back, but gave up halfway. A burning chill began to spread from the center of his brows to the rest of his body. How is this possible? Sheep Egg muttered in disbelief. Chee, chee, chee. It was like a pair of invisible hands had grabbed Sheep Egg's body, and then with a forceful rip he was split in two. Blood sprayed out, dyeing him a red blood mist. Boom! A burning flame came out of the two pieces of the corpse, igniting the blood mist and igniting the body like firewood. That sword contained the divine power of wind and fire. The sharp wind cut through Sheep Egg's flame barrier as well as his body. The flame power of the magic sword ignited his body. What is impossible about this? Don't forget, I also have a magic tower. The magic crystal ball can provide unlimited magic, but there is a limit to its power. The magic crystal tower extracted magic from the Earth's core, like a well in a village. The magic crystal ball was like a reservoir. When the 8 cloaked priests fought against the 3 megalosaurus, they had already used up most of the magic in the magic crystal ball. The magic pipeline was only that thick, so there was a limit to the amount of magic that could be replenished in a unit of time. Danny's provocation and her attack on Sheep Egg had consumed the magic in the magic crystal ball. If the magic crystal ball had a total power of 10,000 watts, when Sheep Egg didn't attack Danny, his knockoff Susanoo would have a power of 10,000 watts. If he used 3,000 watts to attack, the knockoff Susanoo would have a power of 7,000 watts. To make that 10-meter-long red dragon, at least 8,000 watts of power was used, leaving only 2,000 watts for the knockoff Susanoo. Danny's wind wound attack had a power of at least 8,000 watts, so it was too easy to break through the 2,000 watts defensive knockoff Susanoo. Big Black landed on the top of the magic crystal tower and smashed the blue magic crystal ball with his tail. He spat out dragon flames and burned the corpse of Sheep Egg. Danny stood on the side and used the spiritual bestowment technique, turning the thought that belonged to Sheep Egg into ownerless spiritual power and a bit of divinity. Sheep Egg only had a thought on a believer, so there wasn't much to gain. Danny was still complaining about the lack of gain, but Sheep Egg in the smoke sea abyss was enraged. Wong wong. The black tower began to shake violently as a terrifying magic came from the bottom of the tower. Sheep Egg, are you crazy? With such a large power, the volcano will explode. Danny said in a shocked and angry voice. Ha, 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 are you afraid? Relax, before the fire erupts, I can kill you. Ah, no. Lalo, at the bottom of the black tower, the proud laughter of the other Sheep Egg suddenly turned into a mournful wail. Chapter 747. Could breaking the crystal ball destroy the mage tower of the great wizard Valeglia? Definitely not. What if the entire mage tower collapsed? It was possible. For example, 2 floors of the mage tower on Dragonstone Island had been destroyed by the Allied forces, and the crystal ball had also been destroyed. However, the magic pump of the mage tower on Dragonstone Island was on the B10 basement level. It could not be destroyed even if all the buildings were demolished. Black girl Larissa brought a top-grade magic diamond that Dragon Queen had casually picked up from Soros for Dragonstone Island. She and Marvin worked together to reinstall the magic crystal in the lower level of the mage tower, and the mage tower resumed operation. In other words, the foundation of the mage tower was the magic pump connected to the magma pool. Only by destroying it would the mage tower be completely destroyed. If one were to compare it to an electrical system, the magic crystal ball would be equivalent to an electrical socket with an AI system, while the magic pump would be a generator. Half of the Holy Church of Orlos was floating above the sea, so naturally, the mana pump would not be in the basement. Thus, after Big Black destroyed the mana crystal, Danny prepared to summon Ursa and the others who were watching the battle from afar. She wanted them to go downstairs and completely destroy the magic tower. After all, Dragonstone Island's magic network was very useful for long-distance communication, especially after the collapse of the Great Wall and the successful invasion of the otherworldly demons. Danny's need for real-time information was even more urgent. Looking for Jenny was one of the reasons she had come to Orlos this time, but the Mana Tower was an even more important goal. As for Sheep Egg, she already knew that he was in the Smoke Sea Abyss, but she did not have any means to deal with him. However, something unexpected happened. Danny had just absorbed the weak divinity in Sheep Egg's mind. She jumped onto Blackie's back and prepared to summon her underlings. Suddenly, the magic pump overclocked, and a terrifying amount of magic power was extracted from the underwater volcano. Even the Holy Cathedral was shaking from the intense magic waves. Obviously, there were more than 8 white-cloaked priests in the Holy Cathedral. Sheep Egg must have sent another thought to a devout believer and reactivated the Mage Tower. Unlike Dragonstone Island, which only had one magic crystal ball, the Holy Cathedral's Mage Tower structure was more complex, and there were many secondary control hubs. In fact, it was not just a thought, but a part of his soul, because a thought and divine power of a thought was not enough to control the Mage Tower overclocked. In order to get Danny, Young Dan had put in a lot of effort this time. In the blink of an eye, the magical flux of a large-scale spell being activated came from the bottom of the tower. A circle of red transparent light rose from the base of the tower, forming a gigantic tower-shaped protective barrier that enveloped the 50-meter-tall Holy Church. Yep, the Templar Tower will be wearing a layer of imitation Susa. Before Dahe could take off, it was also covered a red, transparent film appeared above the open-air platform on the top floor. Sheep Egg, are you crazy? Danny was shocked and angry. Sheep Egg's goal was not hard to guess. He wanted to raise a fire barrier to prevent Danny from escaping. However, a spell of this scale could be considered a forbidden spell. It required an extremely large amount of earth-fire magic power. The magic power in the underwater volcano was almost limitless, but the magic power in the magma had its own pattern. If you lived in Yellowstone Park and used the boiling volcanic lake to cook eggs, it wouldn't affect the operation of the volcano at all. If you threw a nuclear bomb at the Yellowstone volcano, 2012 would definitely not be just a movie. The effect of wantonly extracting earth-fire magic power was similar to the effect of detonating a nuclear bomb. It would break the stable energy cycle of the underground magma. Therefore, the magic tower on Dragonstone Island did not extract any additional magic power. The magic tower only replaced the original hot spring. In other words, the magic pump was extracting the natural fire magic power from the hot springs. It didn't cause any damage to the volcano below Dragonstone Island, nor did it affect it. Previously, Sheep Egg and Danny were in the same situation. The fire magic power from the underwater volcano was constantly evaporating the sea. Sheep Egg collected the dissipated magic power and did not affect the normal operation of the underwater volcano. Of course, the amount of dissipated magic power was limited, which caused the magic tower's efficiency to be lower. Therefore, Danny used a little trick to break Sheep Egg's magic shield. Now, Sheep Egg seemed to be flustered and exasperated and wanted to perish together with her. Sheep Egg, you're crazy. If the volcano erupts, you'll be punished on top of your crimes. You're dead meat, Danny shouted angrily. Well, Sheep Egg was now a prisoner of the NC. If a prisoner committed a crime, wouldn't he be punished even more? Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Danny's exasperation seemed to have pleased Sheep Egg. He was very proud and confident. He laughed and said, Don't worry, everything is under my control. Before the volcano erupts, I'll kill you all. No, suddenly, Sheep Egg howled in anger and despair. Then Danny noticed that the translucent magic shield above her was rapidly turning red and the aura was getting stronger. If Danny was still confident that she could break the magic shield with her newly created Wind Wound spell, now she was really trapped on the top of the Black Tower. Plop, plop. The Black Tower of the Holy Synod slowly tilted toward the sea. The sea below was boiling, and steam rose into the air, forming a milky white column of air that supported the sky. There was also a thick black smell of sulfur mixed in the air like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion. In the deep sea below, there seemed to be a flaming monster that could tear the earth apart, rapidly awakening. Looking at the fire outside the balcony that reflected the red sky, Danny understood there was no stopping it. The volcano would erupt, because the magic pump was out of control. La Hiluo, Sheep Egg roared with hatred. The roar shook the entire black tower of the Holy Synod. Lalo. Danny was a little confused. What did this have to do with Lalo? But in the next moment, when she and Blackie entered the dragon spirit, her perception followed the energy transmission channel created by the dragon crystal of the magic power tower and extended infinitely downward. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. About 5 kilometers deep into the magma at the bottom of the sea, a powerful and familiar aura flashed in her spiritual sense. Lalo, that guy tricked Sheep Egg. No, Sheep Egg's main body was not here, but she... Fuck, Lalo's target is me. The long night fell, the laws of the world changed, and the power of the gods and demons became active. My retribution seems to be coming. Danny's face turned green and white. The Dragon Queen was not surprised that Lalo tricked her. She could even find countless reasons for him. She broke the fate that he had arranged 6,000 years ago, Asha's prophecy. Her talent of creating life from fire was coveted. The three-eyed crow Blinden joined hands with her and tricked the Savior's physical body, John. She even destroyed his consciousness when he snatched Aegon's pterodactyl. He also wanted to snatch the Door God's treasure. Before the long night, Lalo was too far away from the material world, and he could not take revenge on her, but now the long night was full of gods and demons. The true gods who could only look down on the world from the astral world also descended to the mortal world. It seems that the enemies I have to be careful of are not limited to Sheep Egg and deviant ghosts. Danny realized that her enemies had leveled up, and the true gods were no longer legends. She would have to face them directly. Blackie, let's go. Danny bent down and grabbed the bone spur on Blackie's neck tightly. Go. Where can you go? Sheep Egg's faint voice came from the stairs, and a huge amount of magic power surged, enveloping Danny and Blackie's surroundings, almost freezing the space. Although the magic tower's rampage would trigger a volcanic eruption and even a cataclysm on the level of a continent, before the eruption, the endless magic power would also allow the magic tower to be at its strongest. The power of the magic power pump has exceeded 3 belly. No matter what, you can't break the outer magic barrier. Danny knew about belly. It was the unit of measurement of the output power of Valeglia's magic tower, the so-called one. 0 belly was the maximum magic power that Balerion could unleash at his peak. According to the book Magic Net Construction, the magic power of an ordinary true god was only 0. 8 belly. Yes, Sheep Egg was not a true god, but his power surpassed most true gods. The magic tower built on the 14th fire peak had an output power of at least 10 belly. That was why there was the saying, the great wizard of Valeglia on the magic tower is invincible. Danny's expression changed, and she patted Blackie lightly to let him continue to condense magic power. She turned to look at Sheep Egg, who was wearing a black hood, and asked curiously, "Why is Lalo here?" Could it be that he predicted what would happen today? You're not worried? Of course, I can open the magic barrier, but you should know that even if Lalo made a fool of me, I can't let you go. Sheep Egg's pupils, which were emitting a faint golden light, suddenly contracted. Feeling the terrifying fire magic power around Blackie, Danny's heart trembled, but her face was full of confidence. She smiled faintly and said, "I'm not so naive as to expect you to be humane. But have you ever thought that, if I didn't have a trump card, why would I come here to fight you to the death?" "What trump card?" Sheep Egg glanced at the black dragon, whose aura was gradually increasing, and sneered. "Your black dragon is very strong, but here and now It can't hurt a single hair of mine. Actually, you're very ignorant. You don't understand what's going to happen next. Even if you destroy my divine soul, you won't be able to escape. One question for you and one for me. How about that?" Danny sat on Blackie's back and looked down at him. Sheep Egg hesitated. Perhaps she really did have a trump card? Then he should wait for the volcano to continue to erupt, and the magic tower's power would continue to increase. Then, whatever trump card she had would be useless. Thinking of this, he gave up on the idea of immediately starting a fight, and he first answered Danny's question. The 14th Fire Peak is Lalo's home. He was originally a flame in the heart of the 14th Fire Peak. Moreover, the Light King's divine kingdom in the astral plane is connected to the material world through the 14th Fire Peak. If he returns to the prime material world, his main body usually stays in the depths of the 14th Fire Peak. What appears in the mortal world is only a part of his consciousness. I'm not sure if he predicted today's events, or if he sensed Orlos's change and came up with an idea to kill you and me in one fell swoop. I see. Danny frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I received a gift from the ancient god of wind. Your magic barrier isn't a problem for me. The ancient god of wind? The weirwood of the Westeros? Sheep Egg muttered in confusion. Yes. What gift? Sheep Egg asked in surprise. Blackie's magic power circulated even faster. Danny didn't answer and instead asked, Is Lalo's main body the first flame? Sheep Egg was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was the second round. You actually know about the first flame. He was shocked. He once lied to me and said that he was the first flame, but he wasn't. He was the first mortal flame in the world, the most ordinary flame. When he said this, Sheep Egg seemed to be gnashing his teeth, and his face was twisted with obvious hatred. I received his divine kingdom from the weirwood. Danny also answered his question. What's in the divine kingdom? Sheep Egg was confused. What's with the Valeglia cataclysm? Chapter 748. Sheep Egg looked at her deeply and said, After singing the complete Song of Fire, my power surpassed that of a true god, but I still couldn't ascend to a true god. If I want to break through the last step, I have to perfect my Song of Fire. Thus, I thought of the first flame that created the world hides the mystery of creation. If I can get a first flame, I can even become a divine king, let alone a true god. Since Lalo is the first flame, as his birthplace, there is a high possibility of a second first flame being dug out from the 14th Fire Peak. Digging out the first flame was indeed more suitable for Sheep Egg's identity than digging for gold. Strictly speaking, this fellow could be considered a determined Tao seeker. Unfortunately, not long after the world was born, the first flame was completely exhausted. Danny sighed. After digging for 2,000 years, I accidentally found out about this secret from a dark demon god. Sheep Egg's eyes flashed with surprise. Did Yu Liangmu tell you? You're lucky to have met such a good teacher. Danny was deep in thought. The story between Sheep Egg and Lalo must be very interesting. Good people will be rewarded, she said proudly. Good people? Childish. Sheep Egg sneered. The definition of good people by humans has no meaning to the will of the world. As long as you can sing a more perfect song of law, even if you exterminate the human race, you will still be blessed by the heavens and be the favorite of the world. People of different paths cannot work together. Let's first explain the great cataclysm. Feeling the increasingly intense energy waves in the sea below, Danny's eyes flashed with urgency. Sheep Egg sneered and said lightly, After that, I settled for the second best. I only wanted the remains of the first flame. If Lalo is the first flame, the place where he was born must have been soaked in the first flame for countless years. There must be remains of the first flame. Speaking of this, he sighed dejectedly. Unfortunately, he is not. Thousands of years of digging caused the crust outside the volcano to become thinner and thinner, and in the end, disaster came. I thought that a true God was involved in the great cataclysm. Danny was inexplicably disappointed the melon was not big enough. Of course there was a true God. Sheep Egg broke her disappointment. Just like today, at least Lalo did something. The incident was too sudden, and he wasn't sure if there were other gods involved. But in the end, the source of the catastrophe is still me. If I don't activate the high-power magic pump, no one will be able to plot against me. At least he had some self-awareness. Are you regretting it? I regret it. Sheep Egg sighed. I should have spent a few thousand years to settle down and create a more perfect magic tower technology so that those with ulterior motives wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Danny's lips twitched. You know that Lalo lied to you. There is no first flame under the 14 fire peaks. Why don't you wake up now? Who said there is no first flame below the 14 fire peaks? Yon Dan's gaze became strange. He stared at Danny and sized her up. The greed in his eyes was deeply suppressed. Recently, I discovered that my understanding of the first flame had deviated. The first flame is the flame that creates the world. Naturally, it can take any form. For example, it can be reincarnated into a human. For example, it can merge with a person's soul and become their talent. I may not have dug out the first flame back then, but after the catastrophe, the 14 fire peaks erupted together. The power that was enough to reshape the world erupted, and one of them was the first flame. Sheep Egg gradually became fanatical, and the greed in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. You guessed wrong. I have nothing to do with the first flame. Egg-faced stare made Danny very uncomfortable. I'm not wrong. Danny Alice, you can't escape. Sheep Egg licked his lips and said excitedly, This time I don't just have a thought. This body has 1/5 of my soul power. In terms of divine power, divinity, and the total amount of soul, I am now 3 times stronger than you. Not to mention, I have the magic tower. Even if I don't do anything and only lock your spiritual power, you won't have a chance to use spatial witchcraft. Also, haven't you noticed? The magic power of the underwater volcano has been expanding, and the magic tower's power has been increasing rapidly. Now that the space around you has been frozen, even if you obtain the Weirwood space-time witchcraft, you won't be able to open a spatial door under the defensive barrier of Six Belly. After all, it hasn't even been a day since you obtained that old devil's talent. You must not be familiar with it, and because you are too unfamiliar with it, every time you use a spatial door, you will need to consume a large amount of magic power. If the magic power in your body is not enough to break through my spatial seal, no matter how powerful and mysterious your spatial magic is, what use is it? You know. Danny was surprised. I didn't know at first, but just now Lalo sent a message to the magic tower and told me everything. Sheep Egg said proudly, You guys really love and hate each other. Danny said a strange word with a strange expression. That bastard just doesn't want you to escape, so he used me to tie you up and even kill you, and then... Sheep Egg's expression suddenly became venomous. According to the plot of the legendary hero story, you two demons have such a huge grudge against each other, so you should fight to the death in front of me, and then let me reap the benefits. Why is it that now it's me, the great hero, who is risking my life against you, the great demon, and in the end, another wretched demon reaps the benefits? Danny complained. The legendary story isn't wrong, but who is the hero will be decided by the one who survives in the end. After all, the legendary story can only be spread from the mouth of the living. Sheep Egg sneered. Since you are so clear-headed, why don't you open the defensive barrier, and we shake hands and make peace? It's obvious that Lalo, who is hiding and watching the show, has the highest chance of becoming the great hero. Danny suggested, Don't be delusional. Sheep Egg sneered. Who can eat the duck is a matter of the future. But before the duck is cooked, we will reach a tacit agreement to ensure that the duck can't fly away. I'm the duck? You should have this awareness long ago. The Sheep Egg let out a long sigh and said with an extremely sincere expression, Daenerys, merge with me. It's not a simple plunder. You have me, I have you, you are me, I am you. Let's sing the most beautiful song of fire together, and the world will sublimate under our song. Don't disgust me. Danny shuddered and said in disgust, I'd rather have my physical body destroyed and my soul returned to the body of the Megalosaurus than with you? Fuck, saying that word is blasphemy to me. Don't be stubborn. Do you think that after you die, Lala will allow the white dragon and green dragon to take your soul and leave? Danny howled. I'll teach you a lesson today. A cooked duck is not only stubborn, it can also fly. As soon as she finished speaking, Blackie bent down, opened its mouth toward Sheep Egg, and spewed out the magic that it had been accumulating for a long time. Childish. Sheep Egg's face was full of sarcasm, trying to hurt a god of fire and Megalosaurus with dragon flames in the wizard tower. Boom! The next moment, Blackie spat out a strange mosaic fireball, which was bright red, like an irregular large crystal formed by the condensation of countless polyhedral red crystals. At first glance, it seemed that the dragon flame fireball was pixelated. Sheep Egg saw such a fireball, but his expression changed drastically. No, this is impossible. The mosaic fireball landed on Sheep Egg's chest like a cannonball. Sheep Egg's subconscious use of fire control to shift the fireball was completely ineffective. However, Sheep Egg was neither blown away by the cannonball, nor did he melt in the dragon flame. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mosaic fireball trembled rapidly a few times, and then, like a lump of paste, it landed on a completely transparent iron plate and spread out like a pancake. The pancake slashed across Sheep Egg's chest as if nothing was there, and then it slashed on the immortal and indestructible black stone wall behind him, making a teeth-aching, cutting sound. Finally, the pancake met resistance on the red magic barrier outside the wall. At the place where they met, magic surged as if a thick faucet pipe had been opened, spewing out flames and fire magic. Space and time were blurred there. Sheep Egg lowered his head, but he did not see his lower body, nor the floor of the black tower. He actually saw a reddish-brown barren land, 2 Megalosaurus, 1 white and 1 green, 3 pterosaurs carrying iron knights, and 5 dragons flying close to the ground. You actually gave the gift of a true god to a stupid dragon. Sheep Egg raised his head, his face distorted, and roared in disbelief. Do you understand what you have done? Recklessly wasting natural resources is not enough to describe your stupidity. His roar was getting farther and farther away, and his torso above his chest fell into another space. It was a long story, but in fact it happened in an instant. While Sheep Egg was still roaring, Blackie retracted his wings, jumped down with Danny, and jumped into the red mirror the size of a swimming pool below. Blackie opened the space door, not Danny. Sheep Egg was wary of many things, but he was wary of the wrong person. The demigod Megalosaurus had almost unlimited magic, and he also had the faith pool of the 7 gods. No matter how much magic Sheep Egg used to solidify space, it was useless unless Sheep Egg also understood the law of space. Danny, Blackie, and Little Green were all dragon spirits, so she helped Blackie locate the exit of the space door above Little Green's head. Yep, Little Green, Little White, and Cora were watching the show around the Black Tower of the Holy Church. But after Sheep Egg's second god's descent and the underwater volcano went out of control, Danny immediately told them to leave. However, they did not go too far away from Orlos. After all, it had only been a few minutes. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew above their heads. Big Bear, Garth, and the others looked up and saw an oval-shaped red circle of light in the air, and large amounts of magic sparks fell from the other side of the circle of light. 7 gods! What is this? Big Bear was inexplicably shocked when he saw another half of a corpse with a neck and shoulder fall down. Yep, although the head wearing the cloak was roaring in a sorry state, his eyes were shining with golden light, and he was emitting a powerful aura that made it hard for people to breathe. Just as Big Bear, Garth, and the other warriors resisted the pressure on their souls and raised their crossbows, preparing to attack the corpse, the sky darkened again, and Blackie jumped out of the circle of light with his shoulders shrunk. The black dragon opened his mouth, and golden red runes appeared between his upper and lower jaw, arranging themselves. They formed a brilliant sealing circle. Sheep Egg felt the golden light above his head grow brighter, and before his roaring stopped, he fell into Blackie's mouth. He fell into the sealing circle. As if he had put on a tight suit, the circle stuck to every inch of his skin and flesh, and then burned him. Crackle, the cloaked believer, who acted as the carrier, was burned to ashes, leaving only a brilliant divine soul in the sealing circle. He struggled and cursed. Unfortunately, Danny was unprepared and did not even give him a chance to escape back to his main body through the dragon spirit. Whoosh! Sheep Egg's divine soul entered the divine kingdom of the seven gods and was sealed in the abyss of the divine kingdom. He would never be able to rise again. Chapter 749. Your Majesty, why did you come out of the circle of light? What is a circle of light? Seeing Blackie and Danny, Big Bear heaved a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. I'll tell you later. Let's get out of here first. Danny's expression was serious. She was multitasking. She fully activated her senses and was wary of Lalo, who might suddenly appear. At the same time, she urged Blackie to quickly open another space portal. They were less than 5 kilometers away from the Orlos Holy Church. The terrifying volcanic power was like the bottom of a snail's shoe. Danny felt like she and the others were the snail running with all her might. The stench of dog poop on the soles of her shoes had already rushed into her nose. It was too late. Perhaps in the next moment, the soles of her shoes would fall with a smack. Blackie, space portal. Go east maximum distance. Her voice was a little distorted. Roar, Blackie roared. The 9-colored vortex in his mind spun rapidly. His thick neck made a swallowing motion and opened his mouth. Whoosh! A mosaic fireball crystal the size of a basketball shot out and landed 30 meters in front of Blackie. Without the magic tower's space freezing, the fireball crystal instantly expanded into a mirror with a diameter of 30 meters. Blackie didn't slow down and rushed forward. Follow me, quick! With that, Danny passed through the mirror with a whoosh and arrived at another reddish-brown wasteland. Her expression was terrible because they had only moved about 8 kilometers. They were only about 10 kilometers away from the edge of Orlos City. It was far from enough to leave the land of long summer. Whoosh, 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 Little Green and Little White passed through one after another, followed by 3 more pterosaurs. Buzz pop! The space portal flickered a few times and disappeared without a trace. Wow, this we left Orlos City? What was that portal just now? It's so magical. Danny was worried. Her followers, on the other hand, were all amazed after experiencing the space portal for the first time. They were all shouting, Blackie, can you still do it? Danny asked a pointless question. She and Blackie were both dragon spirits. In fact, she was the one who constructed the space portal runes in Blackie's mind. The first time Blackie broke through the magic tower space, he used up too much energy. Blackie's spirit power was only enough to use the space portal once more, but she couldn't let him risk his life, because Big Black would not die after exhausting the power of the divine soul, but it would fall into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Suddenly, the sky behind them lit up with an incandescent light. In the next moment, the white light turned dark red, like blood clots. The earth began to shake, and there was the crisp sound of the earth's crust cracking. What's going on, Ursa turned around in surprise before shouting in shock. Fire! 7 gods, Orlos! Behind him, Orlos was almost completely engulfed in a mixture of red flames, white lava, and black storms. There was no mushroom cloud. All the space between heaven and earth was filled with light, fire, and smoke. Don't look back. Tell your pterosaurs to fly faster, Danny shouted. Although she said that, she also understood that the pterosaur's speed had already reached its limit. Boom! Half a minute later, the sound of explosions rang out. It sounded like the sound of 100 million warhorses galloping together. Everywhere it went, the earth trembled, the air trembled, and the grass, trees, and rocks shook. Everything in sight was shaking. A powerful shockwave was about to arrive. Suddenly, Danny's expression changed drastically. She could sense that the storm behind them was approaching. The shockwave was mixed with a large amount of fire magic, magma, sparks, black smoke, and hurricanes. These were not fatal to them, so she was not worried. However, there was also a special type of magic within the shockwave that Danny was very familiar with and also very wary of chaotic, high-energy magic particles. That was the fog of curses. The land of long summer was filled with the fog of curses, but the density was limited. As long as one did not live in the fog of curses for a long period of time, there might be a risk of having a deformed child, but there would usually be no fatal injuries. However, if the density was too high, Danny had a feeling that Big Black and herself would be heavily injured under such a dense, high-energy magic shockwave. However, they would definitely be able to survive. Little Green and Little White would have their scales, wings, and eyes burned, just like what the high-energy radiation magic had done to the Veleglia megalosaurus during the Great Calamity. Even Little White and Little Green might not be able to survive, let alone the other 3 pterosaurs. Danny began to regret. If she had known earlier, she would not have let Little White and the rest come along. All right, it was a little belated. She had only wanted to destroy Jenny's magic tower on the way to the Westeros. She did not expect to cause such a huge commotion. Big Black, prepare to overclocking and fusion. Sighing secretly, Danny decided to use her ultimate move. Her main soul merged with the 9-colored vortex in her mind. The next moment, the 9-colored vortex flashed into Big Black's mind space. Compared to Big Black's 9-colored vortex, her 9-colored vortex was like a small kettle on the side of a water tower. However, when the small kettle merged seamlessly into the huge water tower, Big Black's dark red vertical pupils directly turned into a blood-red flame, and a layer of bright red magic film appeared on the surface of its body. From afar, Big Black had turned into a ray of light, a tracer bullet with a red fiery tail. The most direct change was from flying. Big Black was originally flying forward at its maximum speed. The moment it entered overclocking, it did not have time to slow down, and subconsciously it was still at its maximum output power. Big Black suddenly rushed forward like a rocket, its tail and flesh wings dragging a long red trail in the air, and then broke through the sound barrier. Boom! A circle of milky white airwaves spread around the megalosaurus, and a half-meter deep gully was scraped out in the reddish-brown wasteland 20 meters below. The turbulent air and the ear-piercing sonic boom even made Little White and Little Green behind it lose their stability. Their huge bodies actually somersaulted a few times in the airflow. Fortunately, the pterosaurs were slow and were a little far from Big Black. Otherwise, they would definitely crash into the ground like a passenger plane that lost its momentum. Danny's soul power plus Big Black's endless magic power. How terrifying! In contrast to Big Black's exploding momentum, Danny seemed to have lost the breath of a living person in an instant. Her spiritual fluctuations were so low that they stopped. Her whole body trembled. Her face was pale, and blood flowed out of her orifices, especially her nostrils, which were like open faucets gushing out. If she did not have the ring of wind to carry her second soul, she would have fallen down and fainted. This was indeed an overclocking state. However, it was not Big Black offering its own 9-colored vortex. Instead, it was a reverse overclocking. Danny had given all of her mana, divine soul power, and even her talent in understanding the fire creation power to Big Black. The Megalosaurus flight relied 80% on magic power and 20% on aerodynamics. After receiving all of Danny's soul power, Big Black suddenly became godly and broke through the sound barrier. When Big Black swooped down from the sky, it could reach 450 kilometers per hour, but now it was about twice as fast. Whoosh! The black dragon did not slow down, but it quickly spat out a fire crystal that seemed to have been pixelated. The fire crystal was not affected by air resistance. It drew a laser-like light shadow in the air and landed 50 meters in front of Big Black, the effective killing range of the dragon flame. Buzz, a circle of space doors opened instantly, and Big Black passed through with a violent air wave. Splash! On the other side, the sonic boom rolled up a 100-meter-high wave on the sea surface. Wherever Big Black passed, a huge white water vapor belt, like the megalosaurus, was dragged out. Seeing the sea, Danny, whose internal organs were crushed by the G-power, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. In the next moment, Big Black took the initiative to cancel the overclocking state and returned her 9-colored vortex that was full of holes and dim light. Cough! Danny's face looked better after her main soul and meditation foundation returned, but she still kept coughing out pieces of her internal organs. Whoosh! After a few breaths, little green, little white, and the 3 pterosaurs jumped out of the space door one after another. Boom! The moment the space door closed, the shock wave from behind had already hit the half-closed space door, making the water ripple. The air wave, which was mixed with high-energy radiation magic, let out a ghostly howl in the space between the gaps. However, it only lasted for a few tenths of a second before everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the obvious chaotic high-energy magic particles in the air above the sea surface, Danny would have thought that everything just now was an illusion. That was close, Danny said with lingering fear. Ah, Your Majesty, you're injured, Garth exclaimed. Danny was wearing a helmet and had pulled down her visor, but her silver-white breastplate was stained with bright red blood. Your Majesty, are you all right? When did you get injured? What happened to Orlos? Who injured you? You've vomited so much blood. I'm afraid you can't go to the north anymore. Go back to Marine and rest for a while. That's right. Just the few of us will be enough. Garth's subordinates all started talking at once. We'll take a detour and go through the plains. Danny waved her hand and didn't explain much. She just leaned on the dragon saddle and closed her eyes to rest, although everyone's hearts were filled with worry and doubt. Seeing that Blackie had already taken the lead and was flying towards the north, they could only helplessly follow. Danny's condition was terrible. The best choice was actually to go back and rest for a few days. After all, she wasn't going to the Great Wall to enjoy the scenery of the north. It was inevitable that she would encounter powerful enemies while investigating the movements of the other ghosts. However, she had a cooked duck with her that could be used to replenish her energy. Blackie flew in the sky, and Danny's consciousness entered the faith space. She saw the original appearance of the cooked duck. Blasphemy, blasphemy, I am your ancestor god. The silver-haired man who was emitting a holy golden light roared angrily and struggled with all his might. The white chains around his wrists, ankles, and neck rattled. I'm heavily injured, and I have no interest or time to talk nonsense with you. Now, you have 2 choices in front of you. Either follow the tradition and surrender to me, then pay the ransom, and I'll let you go. Or you'd rather die than submit, and I'll immediately let you die with regrets, Danny said coldly. Sheep Egg stopped shouting and struggling and looked over. Actually, he was using his senses to observe. He saw that the Dragon Queen's aura was weak, and her soul was weak and chaotic. She indeed looked like she was heavily injured. Ha ha ha, I understand now. The Black Dragon's teleportation distance is limited, and you couldn't escape the explosion. Is your physical body destroyed? Sheep Egg laughed heartily. Your megalosaurus are all dead, right? Ha ha ha. Before you leave the land of long summer, my main body will find you. Even if my main body didn't survive the explosion, you definitely won't be able to escape Lalo's pursuit. Danny looked at him in disdain and said calmly, I'm sorry to disappoint you. None of us died, but your Orlos was turned into a sea of fire in the calamity. Your direct descendant, Belarus, was annihilated. Your believers are all dead. Your main body is definitely 10 times more pitiful than me. If I were Lalo, I would definitely pick the weaker one. Sheep Egg, you're finished. Sheep Egg's expression changed, and he said hatefully, I don't believe it. You were clearly heavily injured, and even your soul has withered. This means that the Black Dragon's teleportation didn't allow you to escape the shockwave of the explosion. Chapter 750. Danny smiled and nodded. You're right. Dahe has just received the Wind God's space-time talent and can't even open a portal on its own. Even with my help to condense witchcraft runes, it can only teleport less than 10 kilometers at a time. Moreover, breaking through your space-time freeze earlier exhausted the power of its soul. Sheep Egg seemed to have thought of something, and its golden pupils contracted for a moment. Then it shook its head and said in an ethereal voice, If that's the case, how did you escape? You're the ancestor of the Megalosaurus. Can't you guess the trump card of the Dragon Spirit Knight? No. Sheep Egg's crazy guess was confirmed, and it was even more unbelievable. You're crazy. Isn't it just reverse overclocking? How is it crazy? Danny asked curiously. You gave the talent of a true god to the Megalosaurus, and you reverse overclocked the Megalosaurus. You're crazy. Sheep Egg roared emotionally. I don't understand what you're saying, Danny said disapprovingly. Don't you know the relationship between the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Spirit Knight? Moreover, my relationship with Dahe is beyond that of a dragon and a knight. He's my child. The human and dragon are one, and their souls are intertwined. What's mine is his, and what's his is mine. I already have my own talent ability, but Dahe has nothing and is so stupid. How can I not help him? Danny's words were not a lie, but there was still some exaggeration. Dor God's inheritance was too rich, and he was so good to her for no reason, which made Danny feel uneasy. A person with a complicated mind would always think of things in a complicated way. There was no doubt that Danny was not a pure white lotus. Instead, she had the vigilance and dark character that one must have in order to live in the celestial empire on Earth. Helping an old lady cross the road had become the standard to measure one's wealth. How could Danny trust someone to be good to her without any bottom line? Even the savages beyond the Great Wall would not believe it. Of course, Dor God's character was relatively strong, and Danny was only 30% suspicious. However, 30% suspicion was still suspicion. Then she thought of Dahe. What was the difference between hers and his? Just like the Church of the Seven Gods, even though Blackie was one of the seven gods, Danny played the role of the Holy Mother and used the clergy of the seven gods with just a thought. If the Dor God's space-time talent was given to Blackie, if the Dor God was really a vicious person, Danny and the other four dragons could teach him a lesson that good people live a peaceful life, bad people die a horrible death. On the other hand, if Danny was the one who was ambushed, the 5 stupid Megalosaurus would probably not be able to do anything except worry. As it turned out, there might not be love without a reason in this world, but there were still people with the spirit of fearless sacrifice. Dor God did not leave any backup plan behind. His soul power and divine power had completely dried up. Even his life imprint was broken and quickly disintegrating. The life imprint was the foundation of a creature. When the life imprint disappeared, it meant that the creature had completely returned to heaven and earth. Not even a trace of soul would be left behind. Danny was embarrassed for a moment, ashamed for a while, and regretted for a long time. Finally, she let go of the grudge in her heart. If she encountered a similar situation next time, she would still make the same choice. After all, people's hearts were unpredictable, and the world was dangerous. Those who thought more could live longer. After all, the meat was in the pot. As long as she entered the dragon spirit state, Danny could also use Dahe's space-time talent to understand the space-time law. Just like how she used Dahe's eyes to see the world, his ears to hear, his sixth sense to judge the immediate danger, his electromagnetic field to sense the direction, and what's the use of you giving the space-time talent to the Megalosaurus? You're a holy spirit, so you're naturally closer to the law. With your extraordinary talent and the understanding of the Holy Spirit, you're like a tiger with wings. The Megalosaurus is dull and has no ability to understand the law. It will only waste your talent. Sheep Egg was exasperated, as if Danny had wasted his talent. Danny thought for a while and asked, "After you became a demigod, did you rarely rely on the red dragon Beleriand's power?" This question came out of nowhere, and Sheep Egg thought for a while. Indeed, when he was weak, the red dragon was his greatest help. When he became a demigod, actually, there was no need for him to become a demigod. When he completed the initial optimization of the Great Wizard meditation technique based on the Megalosaurus principle of absorbing the universe's force and spitting out dragon flames, Sheep Egg would be stripped of the title of number one of the younger generation and become one of the strongest fire wizards in the world. Do you still want to grow together with the Megalosaurus? Sure, stop cultivating and wait for him slowly, Sheep Egg mocked. You only have this bit of intelligence. You only want to stop cultivating and slowly climb together with the dragon. You've never thought of giving him a hand. You want to fly together with the Megalosaurus? Danny said calmly, "I want to too, but how is it possible?" At this point, Sheep Egg's expression changed and stopped abruptly. Danny laughed. See, this is where the problem lies. On one hand, you think it's impossible, but on the other hand, you think that you should take all the benefits for yourself. You don't know anything. Sheep Egg shook his head lightly. Do you think that nothing will happen to the dragon spirit? Why do you think the dragon slayer, Horn, was created? Danny frowned and said, "Is there a Megalosaurus that betrayed the dragon spirit knights in Valeglia before?" Sheep Egg looked at her strangely and said eerily, "The talent of the dragon spirit was very rare in a certain period of time, but in Valeglia's 6,000 years of history, there have been hundreds of people with the talent of the dragon spirit. You're not the first dragon spirit knight to reverse overclocking. At least 30 great wizards have done the same thing. Do you know what happened to them? Among the 30, 25 of them died from exhaustion because their Megalosaurus partners refused to return their meditation foundation." Impossible. Danny's expression changed, and she immediately denied it loudly. It was as if Sheep Egg had insulted her child. Sheep Egg's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. The other 5 people also begged and cried 1,000 times. Only then did their Megalosaurus wake up from the madness of the sudden increase in power and unwillingly deactivate the overclocking state. Danny was silent. You've tried overclocking yourself. When the knight and Megalosaurus spirit and magic power are combined, there's a feeling of omnipotence, as if the world is in the palm of your hand. Have you ever hesitated whether or not you want to maintain this state forever? Young Dan laughed loudly. Danny's expression was calm and unmoved. No matter how deep the feelings are, there will be a price that will make them disappear. And power is the most tempting treasure in the world. Even rational wizards can be tempted, let alone the stupid Megalosaurus. So you were tempted by power and forced to kill your red dragon. Danny said calmly, "The relationship between us is not something you can imagine." Sheep Egg seemed to have been greatly humiliated and was extremely furious. What's so unimaginable about it? Danny mocked. She has always been the one giving everything for you, but you accept it as a matter of course. I'm too lazy to talk to you. You don't know anything at all. Sheep Egg closed his eyes. You think I want to talk nonsense with you? Danny was slightly angered. A prisoner dares to put on airs in front of me. I'll ask you one last time. Surrender and pay the ransom, or disappear. What do you want? If I give it to you, you'll let me go? Sheep Egg opened his eyes. There was no hope in his eyes, only endless mockery. I want your witchcraft, the technique to forge steel and immortal stone. Hand it over, and I'll let you go. Danny was not embarrassed at all. Her expression was very serious, as if she would definitely let him go if he paid the ransom. I won't believe you, Sheep Egg mocked loudly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Or do you think your intelligence is the same as a 3-year-old child's? 2 choices. Do you want to live or die? Danny said calmly. You'll never get any of my witchcraft, arg. Before he could finish his sentence, Sheep Egg let out a miserable howl. The milky white chains burned with platinum flames, igniting his entire spirit. A huge amount of spirituality and divinity fell into Danny's mind. The withered and broken 9-colored whirlpool quickly recovered and was full of vitality again. Unexpectedly, after absorbing 1/3 of Sheep Egg's spirit, not only did Danny recover, because she absorbed a large amount of Sheep Egg's song of fire divinity, she seemed to have stolen some of Sheep Egg's special traits that had nothing to do with spiritual bestowment. Just like how Sheep Egg desired Danny's bloodline and talent, Sheep Egg's own talent and soul traits were also a great supplement for Danny. To put it simply, the two of them could complement each other. No matter who swallowed who, they would become the final and most perfect representative of Alleglia's dragon and magic civilization. Previously, Sheep Egg had always wanted to swallow Danny. Now Danny swallowed him. Suddenly, Cora and the others who had been following behind Blackie and looking at Dragon Queen's back worriedly saw a blur in front of their eyes. The air around Dragon Queen's body was distorted. It was like a summer afternoon. Standing on the road and looking forward, one could see the scenery in front of them being distorted in the air. It was not an illusion. They could feel the heat waves emitted from her body, even though they were dozens of meters away. The invisible flame distorted the air around her. Your Majesty? Your Majesty, what happened? Big Bear shouted worriedly. Don't be noisy. Danny is cultivating. Blackie roared in a muffled voice. Big Bear, Garth, and the others immediately stopped talking. They just opened their eyes wide and looked at her. About 2 hours later, when they passed by the Free Young Girls Island's Nanan town, they saw the distorted air around Dragon Queen gradually extinguish. The scorching heat and inexplicable pressure emitted from her body also disappeared. The 9-colored whirlpool that was rotating at high speed finally broke through the limit and emitted a pale golden holy light. Danny had become a fire demigod. Sheep Egg, it's so nutritious. Danny woke up from her meditation and licked her lips. She was not satisfied yet. She wanted to swallow the remaining 2/3 of Sheep Egg's soul immediately. But considering Blackie's unreliable door of time and space, she had to leave a backup plan for reverse overclocking. Sheep Egg's remnant soul is only 1/5 of his original body. 1/3 of 1/5. 1/15 is enough for me to become a demigod easily. Even the fire demigod's divinity surpasses the wind demigod's. This, Danny's eyes shone. If she swallowed Sheep Egg completely, she could at least reach the threshold of a true god. If she was more prepared, she could completely chant the Song of Fire. Then she could very well reach the realm that Sheep Egg had always desired, the fire god. Shaking her head, Danny threw away the fanciful thoughts in her mind. She immediately split out a spirit projection and landed beside Old Barton in Marine City. She warned, Sir, a catastrophe has occurred in Orlos. The winged dragon army should not fly to the land of long summer. After that, she sent a message to the Free Young Girls Islands Nanan town and New York town. Do not go out to sea. Go ashore immediately and enter the highlands. Be careful of the tsunami from the Smoke Sea. Chapter 751. Freedom, Maiden Island, had such a good geographical location. It could be said to be the Hawaii of Slaver's Bay. Why had it always been barren? Actually, before the cataclysm, there were already 2 cities built on the pistol-shaped island. They were Goose Eye, today's Southam town, and Vanos, today's New York town. During the cataclysm of Alleglia, the explosion of the 14 fire peaks, the sinking of the land, and a huge amount of volcanic ash containing high-energy magic elements should have covered the entire world, causing the world to enter an eternal winter for the mutated creatures. However, the gods interfered. They sealed the entire land of long summer. All the fog of curses was blocked within the broken continent. The neighboring Slavers' Bay was not affected at all. The seal of the gods only blocked the volcanic ash and smoke from the high-energy magic elements. It did not block the storms and tsunamis under the laws of physics. The ocean 1,000 kilometers around Valeglia was attacked by the tsunamis that were 100 meters tall. Even the continent of Sosrath was no exception. Freedom Maiden Island, which was 300 kilometers long and 50 kilometers wide, was completely submerged under the waves. None of the residents survived. Dani knew this history, which was why she was worried that the same thing would happen again. Reality proved that her worries were not groundless. At around 3 in the morning the next day, a 15-meter tall wave surged from the southwest and swallowed half of New York town. The other half was used as a military base and was built on the tall cliffs by the sea. Even Gwyn Island, New Guys, in the east and Volantis in the west, were struck by the squall of the next evening. In the fierce wind, waves that were 4 to 5 meters tall crashed against the pier. This was the cataclysm. Yes, the monkey version of Valeglia's cataclysm. Orlos is finished. 20 kilometers southeast of Marine City, deep underground, Jenny's eyes were filled with tears of blood. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. The dwarf, who was meditating with his eyes closed, dispersed the fireball in his palm. He asked curiously, "Did the Dragon Queen attack Orlos?" "It must be because of the magic tower. Your magic tower suppressed her communication system. The entire Orlos is gone. It was destroyed in the underground fire and sunk into the sea of smoke. My people are all dead," Jenny said in despair. How did the Dragon Queen do it? Could it be that big turtle, the old man in the river? Did he summon the flood, just like last time? The dwarf asked in shock. If the old man in the river dares to step into the smoke sea, His Majesty Balerion will immediately turn him into a pot of turtle soup. It's Lalo. Forget it. You won't understand, even if I tell you. Jenny shook her head in disappointment. Lalo. The dwarf was inexplicably astonished. What was going on recently? Deities were appearing one after another. Could this be the legendary circle? Have I also unknowingly joined the circle of top-class superhumans? Orlos has sunk into the ocean. This is practically a repeat of the Great Calamity. I wonder if His Majesty Balerion is safe? The dwarf asked with concern. Your Majesty. Thinking about her identity as the successor of the dwarf high priest, Jenny hesitated for a moment before deciding not to hide it anymore. His Majesty Balerion suffered heavy losses. Not only did he have 1/5 of his spirit sealed by Dani Rise, but he also suffered a backlash from the laws of the universe due to the Orlos cataclysm. After that, Lalo took advantage of the situation and attacked him. Sigh. The dwarf was shocked and regretful. The battle between gods and demons that shocked Orlos and regretted that Balerion did not die. What do you mean by backlash from the laws of the universe? And again, he asked in confusion. Jenny frowned and thought for a moment before saying, just like the backlash from magic after a spell fails, the backlash from the laws of the universe is a higher level of magic backlash. Seeing the dwarf's blank expression and opening mouth as if he was about to ask another question, Jenny waved her hand and sighed. It's hard to explain if you don't experience it yourself. If you really can't, just treat it as if you caused damage to the world and then be punished by the world's consciousness. For 100 years ago, the great calamity of Valeglia caused His Majesty to suffer heavy losses and sleep for 100 years. The dwarf's large nose twitched a few times as he asked nervously, Did Dani Rise suffer any backlash? No. The dwarf heaved a sigh of relief, but his tone was regretful and angry. I was the one who built the Mage Tower. It has nothing to do with her, Jenny said bitterly. What about Lalo? You said he was the one behind it. His methods were ingenious. Even if there was a backlash, it would be very weak. Sigh. His Majesty Balerion suffered heavy losses. We're in big trouble. The dwarf lamented. We should overcome all the troubles and serve his majesty wholeheartedly. Jenny said in a low voice, "How should we work hard?" The dwarf said helplessly, "If we only attack the villages near Meereen, we won't be able to harm Dany, Rise's foundation. It's even more impossible for His Majesty Balerion to gain any substantial benefits. Why don't we launch a decisive battle while we still have a few hundred elephant soldiers? I'll be the vanguard. I swear I won't be like my uncle. I'll charge at the front. Even if I die, I'll die on the front lines. That old turtle is lying in the river beside Meereen. We can't force our way into Meereen." Jenny shook her head, hatred flashing in her eyes. "The long night has come. I'll drag the entire Slave Bay down with Orlos. Meereen has the river and the old turtle. We'll shift our position to the dry and warm Yuan-Kai plains. I want to engage in tunnel warfare with Dany Rise. I want to destroy all of her farmlands, pastures, and granaries before the temperature drops and the dragon worm freezes to death." "Ah," the dwarf exclaimed. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Actually, he had always known that in Jenny's current situation, the best choice was to give up on the extravagant hope of a direct battle and stay away from the river that posed a threat to the dragon worm. Hence, he had always pretended to be hot-blooded and encouraged Jenny to fight the dragon queen head-on. Tyrion wasn't the hand of the king of Slave Bay. Naturally, he wouldn't be worried about the people of Slave Bay. However, Jenny had angered the dragon queen. Would the dragon queen not vent her anger on him? He was still hoping that she would remove Balerion's thoughts from his mind. No, he had to warn the dragon queen. He didn't care if she had the means to deal with Jenny. He just wanted to get himself out of the range of the dragon queen's fury. He couldn't get away, but he could send a messenger. Fortunately, he had gotten rid of his cheap father during the chaos. Now that he was in charge of the elephant soldiers, he might be able to make Cadillac lose contact. "What are you thinking about?" Jenny's shout interrupted the dwarf's reverie. "I'm thinking about how to serve His Majesty Balerion," the dwarf blurted out. Jenny smiled charmingly. Like a tiger pouncing on a sheep, she pressed the dwarf onto the soft couch. "Just work hard like this." The Great Wall had really collapsed. After becoming a wind and fire dual-element demigod, Dany left the three-winged dragons behind and only pounced on the East Sea Guardian. The Great Wall collapsed in the afternoon. When it was close to evening, the Door God opened the space door and handed his god's kingdom to Dany. Without much delay, she immediately appointed Barristan as the commander-in-chief of the volunteer army. That night, she started preparing to form the Winged Dragon Army and rushed to Dragonstone Island. After dinner, Dany immediately set off for the north. In the end, she stayed in Orlos for most of the night. Hence, on the afternoon of the second day, around 4 o'clock, Dany arrived late. The sky was dark as if it was a rainy day. There were also 100 layers of thick gray quilts covering the sky. There was no clear boundary between day and night. Perhaps the moisture in the air yesterday had all turned into ice and snow that fell to the ground. There was no heavy snow today, other than the howling northern wind. The sky of the East Sea Guardian was quiet and clean. The Great Wall was 200 meters tall and tens of meters thick. The inner layer was made of rocks, and the outer layer was artificially covered with a layer of glaciers. At this moment, the Great Wall was like a martial artist whose spine had been broken by a peerless expert. It collapsed on the ground like mud. Its originally majestic body had become a long and low grave. It was a grave of the night watchers mixed with stones and snow. It was also like a long piece of dough on a chopping board waiting to be cut into steamed buns. Dany brought 3 Megalosaurus with her. Little Green was the first to leave the team. His mission was to patrol the Seal Bay in the east to look for the East Sea Guardian. After arriving at the East Sea Guardian, Blackie and Dany stayed behind. Little White continued to head west along the Great Wall, looking for traces of the night watchers and deviant ghosts. "I am the great guardian of light. Where are the night watchers?" Blackie shouted at the snow-covered grave below. Where are the night watchers? Hovering above the East Sea Guardian, Blackie shouted continuously for 5 minutes, but there was no response. Danny was not crazy. She hoped to summon the ghosts of the night watchers. Deviant ghosts. She knew that the night watchers lived in the towers above the ground in the summer and would go into the underground worm tunnels in the winter. The worm tunnels had a history of thousands of years. The thick soil on the upper layer was frozen hard like iron. The collapse of the Great Wall would not crush all the worm tunnels. Therefore, Danny guessed that there were night watchers hiding in the worm tunnels and escaping. The Mother of Dragons has arrived. Are there any night watchers lucky enough to survive? Blackie lowered its altitude to 150 meters. Its voice was louder and louder. It even used the power of the soul. The huge, draconic aura was enough to penetrate the ground for tens of meters. If there was a mage with strong spiritual power, even if he was deaf, he could hear Blackie's voice. Ordinary people could not distinguish the information in the spiritual power, but they should know that the Megalosaurus was calling them if they had come in contact with the draconic aura before. Woo, woo, woo. This time, there was finally a response. Under the grave mound, where the East Sea Guardian Castle was, there was a low sound of a horn that sounded like the crying of ghosts. Danny was about to ride the dragon and land at the sound of the horn when she suddenly had a thought. She turned to the west. Little White had an unexpected discovery. At this time, Little White flew about 30 kilometers to the west and came to the edge of the collapsed Great Wall. The Great Wall has not completely collapsed. Danny was surprised and happy. This meant that more than 80% of the Great Wall's sentry towers could be preserved. The Great Wall was 500 kilometers long, and 30 kilometers was less than 1/10 of it. This meant that there were still a lot of night watchers alive, which meant that they might be besieged by deviant ghosts now. Thinking of this, Danny became anxious again. Night watchers, listen up. The Great Wall has not completely collapsed. The dragon, Queen, wants to go to the West Sentry Tower first. Woo, woo, woo. It was unknown whether the people underground understood Blackie's words. The sound of the horn suddenly became urgent. But Danny had made up her mind, and she would not change it easily. What's more, there were priorities. It was more urgent to save the Dark Castle than to stay in the East Sea Guardian and dig a hole. Blackie spread its wings and sped up to the west. For kilometers to the west of the East Sea Guardian was the shipyard of the Night Watcher's Green Guard Castle. It was located by a river south of the Great Wall, so it was not buried by the glaciers and rocks of the Great Wall. Blackie roared, but no one answered. Continuing to the west, Danny saw the half-collapsed Great Wall in a castle called Beacon Tower. The towers of the Beacon Tower were smashed by the glaciers, but 2 stone towers were still intact. Still, no one was there. Looking at the Great Wall that was broken by the glaciers and cracked by the inner layer of the rock, Danny had the idea that came to her when she first came to the Great Wall. She wanted to see if the dragon flame could collapse the Great Wall, just like what the zombie ghost dragon did in the finale of Wandering Power. Chapter 752. Boom! Blackie didn't enter the 7-god state. It only used its own magic power to spit out a red dragon flame that was as thick as a bucket and 20 meters long. Like a welding torch, the dragon flame slowly swept through the cracks of the Great Wall. The scorching flame evaporated the remaining ice on the surface of the wall, and a large amount of white steam rose into a huge black cloud. However, except for a street-wide scorched mark on the surface of the huge stone wall, there was no extra harm. Even someone as powerful as the Black Death god Balerion could only roast the people in the castle and not destroy the walls when he breathed fire to burn the fragile Helen Castle. Danny patted Blackie's neck to stop it from doing useless work. She complained, that's nonsense. The scriptwriter should be fed to the deviant ghosts. But the next moment, Danny's pupils shrank. The surface of the scorched stone that was sprayed by the dragon flame lit up with dark red magic patterns. If it was during the day before the long night, Danny would probably ignore the faint fluorescent dark red runes. But now the sky was dark and the faint glow was very conspicuous, like a firefly in the summer night. The dragon flame activated the magic circle in the Great Wall. Danny jumped down from Blackie's back and landed lightly on the top of the cracked Great Wall. She closed her eyes and released her spiritual power to sense the magic circle in the Great Wall. Gradually, the confusion on her face turned into realization. So it's because I repaired the magic circle of the Great Wall and charged it. When Danny came to the Great Wall for the first time, she accidentally met the Black Gate and accidentally got the wind song of the Gate God. She also went through the test of the Gate God. The test of the Gate God was like this. The wind song had no owner. Whoever touched it and injected their spiritual power into it would automatically control it. At the same time, the wind song was the core of the magic circle of the Great Wall. Without the wind song, the Great Wall would begin to collapse. Then, could the person who got the wind song give up the true God-level power that was in control of the world? Danny was very thirsty for power, but she only struggled for a moment and immediately handed over the wind song. Door God was very satisfied with her performance. Considering that she was a Holy Spirit and had the talent to understand the embryonic form of the Song of Ice and Fire, Door God had secretly chosen her as the heir of his legacy. It was just that Danny herself didn't know. At that time, she also used her own power to repair the broken magic circles in the Great Wall. Danny listened to the song of wind of the Door God, and her consciousness traveled back to 8,000 years ago. She witnessed the entire process of the construction of the Great Wall, so she knew all the magic circles in the Great Wall and how they operated. After that, he contributed all of his Big Black's and Little White's magic power to repair the cracks on the surface of the Great Wall and recharge the magic array under the Great Wall. Since then, the magic array inside the Great Wall was maintained by two kinds of magic power. One came from the Door God, and the other came from Danny, Dahe, and Little White. The winter horn targeted the Door Gods, just like how an antivirus patch targeted a virus. When the horn was blown, the Door God perished, and the array formed by the Door God's godly power was naturally destroyed. However, the magic array that Danny repaired, and the magic array that relied on her, and the Megalosaurus magic power to operate, remained. More than a year had passed, and Danny's magic power must not be much left. After the Great Wall collapsed, her magic power was depleted even faster. Perhaps in a few days, she would not be able to sense any trace of her own magic power in the Great Wall. However, the Great Wall had only collapsed yesterday, and there should still be some of her magic power left. That magic power was maintaining the operation of the broken magic array inside the Great Wall, so it could absorb the magic power of the same origin as the great black dragon's flames. It seems like it can be repaired. Danny touched the stone wall with her right hand. Her spirit power sensed the operation of the magic array inside the Great Wall, and her expression was hesitant. If the Great Wall had not collapsed, she would not hesitate to repair the magic array immediately. She might even have to recharge the magic array regularly to maintain its normal operation. However, now that the Great Wall had collapsed for more than 30 kilometers, and the deviant ghosts had already crossed over, was there still a need to repair the Great Wall? There's no need. Danny sighed. She stood up and leaped. The flame wings behind her flashed and retracted, and she landed on the back of Blackie, who was flying slowly below them. Maybe there'll be a different effect this time. Danny tilted her head and glanced at the cracked Great Wall. Her lips curled into a strange smile. Hiss boom! Blackie circled around and faced the Great Wall again. The dragon flames were like a welding torch in the hands of a god, cutting through the largest steel plate in the world. This time, Danny merged her spirit power into the dragon flames. The dragon flames' form did not change, and neither did their might. However, the magic power in the dragon flames started to wildly destroy the magic array inside the Great Wall. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the dragon flames swept past, the walls cracked, and huge chunks of ice and rocks fell to the ground. Does this count as a perfect cosplay of the Night King in Game of Thrones, who delivered his head on a silver platter? Ha ha ha. When she thought of this, Dany felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She threw her head back and laughed. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of fleshy wings flapping in the air came from the west, mixed with the screams of many humans. Dany looked up and saw a group of pterosaurs flying over from the west, sticking close to the inner wall of the Great Wall. The pterosaur knights were all wearing wind helmets, so she could not see their faces clearly. However, each of the knights had a large and eye-catching flame heart pattern on their chests. Was this Erlu's pterosaur knight group? TSK. There were a total of 30 pterosaurs. The Ragged Princess Peach was really big. Dany was wondering why Erlu was here when she heard Erlu's teeth-grinding roar from the leading shadow dragon. So you were the one who burned down the Great Wall. You're the deviant ghost king with a noble heart shrouded in sin. Line up. Richard, who was on Erlu's left, ordered loudly. Raise the altitude and surround the deviant ghost king. Then a group of pterosaur knights hurriedly drove their pterosaurs to climb up and formed a messy encirclement that was full of holes. Scram! The dragon's soul entered her body, and the shadow of a bright sword flashed across the dragon queen's eyes. In the next moment, 30 pterosaurs cried out mournfully. 29 pterosaur knights held their heads and wailed. The encirclement became more and more chaotic. Some pterosaurs even slammed into the collapsed Great Wall. Erlu's brain felt as if it had been pierced by a sharp sword. It was extremely painful, but his willpower was strong. He forced himself to endure the pain and even took part of the damage from the divine sword soul suppressor for his pterosaur. Deviant Ghost King Dany Leezy, I'll kill you. With a howl, he pulled out the hero's red sword from his waist and drove the shadow pterosaur, which was much smaller than Blackie, to dive towards Dany. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? I've already reminded you to bring Melisandre with you when you go out. Dany muttered, and then her eyes flashed again. The pterosaur, which was resisting the fear and rushing towards Blackie, let out a wail and slid to the ground like a plane that had lost its momentum. Boom, chee-chee. The thick snow greatly reduced the impact of the landing. The pterosaur dragged out a 20-meter-long ditch in the snow and stopped with a wail. Erlu was dizzy from the fall, and the red sword in his hand fell off. Looking at the pterosaur in the sky that was afraid to move forward, Dany smiled faintly and let Blackie land on a huge rock beside Erlu. Didn't you notice? Since you met the red-robed woman, your fate has been tied to her. As long as you don't have her by your side, you will almost certainly lose every battle. If you brought Melisandre with you today, at least you wouldn't be wiped out by a simple soul shock from me, she said to Erlu, who was shaking as he stood up. Are you the king of deviant ghosts? He shouted angrily. Is there something wrong with your brain? Dany laughed. Erlu waved his hand towards the sky and stopped the pterosaur that was eager to throw bombs at Dany. Well, in Erlu's pterosaur army, some pterosaurs were carrying kerosene bombs, while others piled a bundle of green wildfire bombs on their backs. It was also because of the equipment of the pterosaur army that Dany didn't kill them. It was obvious that Erlu wasn't here to ambush her, but to hunt down the king of deviant ghosts. You were destroying the Great Wall and laughing crazily. Erlu glared at Dany and gritted his teeth. So, Dany was a little embarrassed. I thought you were the king of deviant ghosts. Are you, or are you not? Erlu's eyes were spitting fire. Did you cause the Great Wall to collapse? Or are you working with the king of deviant ghosts? Sigh. That's why I said that you should have brought Melisandre here. Dany sighed and felt sad for Erlu. He didn't even know the king of deviant ghosts, but he was so anxious to bring a group of minions to hunt him down. Erlu stumbled across the waist-deep snow. With great difficulty, he finally managed to pick up his red sword. You were destroying the Great Wall and laughing proudly. With the red sword in his hand, Erlu inexplicably felt more confident. The prophecy said that he would defeat the king of deviant ghosts with the red sword in his hand. I wasn't laughing. The wind is strong here. You heard wrong. Danny firmly denied. Erlu was skeptical. Indeed, outside the Great Wall, the north wind whistled like a ghost. Just now it seemed to be a ghost like this. You rode a dragon and burned down the Great Wall, he said again. That's why you should have brought Melisandre here. Erlu gritted his teeth. Don't change the topic. Are you working with the king of deviant ghosts because of the Iron Throne? Danny waved her hand in disgust. Let the king of deviant ghosts sit on the Iron Throne. You muggle, you can't sense the magic waves and can't recognize the glow of the magic runes. You didn't know that I was checking the incomplete magic circle inside the Great Wall. Checking the magic circle? The Great Wall has collapsed. How can you check the magic circle inside? Erlu's tone was suspicious. I can kill you, and all of you like killing chickens. Would you lie to a chicken that you can kill easily? Danny sneered without holding back. Erlu's face was livid. He almost chewed through his gums. But at the same time, he dispelled most of his doubts about Danny. He wouldn't lie to a chicken. Danny's tone softened, and she asked curiously, Why are you here? Erlu stared at her for a long time before he said dejectedly, Yesterday the Great Wall collapsed. Melisandre sensed it. She told me that the king of deviant ghosts had already brought his army into the north. A calamity is coming, so she asked you to challenge the king of deviant ghosts and end the long night? Danny asked strangely. Erlu shook his head and said with a complicated tone, I'm the legal king of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the entire realm. Protecting the Westeros is my responsibility. No matter what, I can't let the deviant ghosts enter the 7 kingdoms. The best choice is to end the king of deviant ghosts before he causes great suffering in the 7 kingdoms. Actually, Aunt May had encouraged him to sacrifice Shireen to revive the demon dragon Vargal. Erlu had a big fight with her. When he brought the winged dragon army out, he didn't bring the red-robed woman. You should have brought the red-robed woman. Danny's tone became gentler. With her around, even if you unfortunately encounter the king of deviant ghosts, you can at least cause some damage to the king of deviant ghosts before the whole army is wiped out. Then, your sacrifice won't be in vain. Erlu clenched his jaw, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. His widened eyes seemed to shoot out death rays. Chapter 753. Hearing the sound of teeth grinding that even the howling north wind could not suppress, Danny shrugged. Although my words are a little unpleasant, they are words of gold and jade. Even I am not sure if I can kill the Ghoul King. You guys are useless except for adding 30 ghoul dragons and 30 ghoul winged dragon knights. We are flying in the sky. As long as we stay above 400 meters, the Dragon Slayer crossbow will not be able to hit a single scale of the winged dragon. Against the Ghoul King, we will definitely win. A knight beside Erlu shouted. After Erlu landed, a few knights immediately came to protect him. I don't talk to reserve duty ghouls. Danny waved her hand. You guys continue. I will leave first. Reserve duty. Ghoul. Erlu's knight learned from his boss. He glared and gritted his teeth. Don't look down on us. We are... Blackie flapped its wings, and the violent airflow made the knight stagger. His words were interrupted. Danny was not in the mood to argue with a minion. Hiss! The black dragon rolled up a curtain of snow and jumped into the sky, flying toward Dark Castle in the west. If she met Erlu somewhere else, Danny might take revenge on him. She hadn't forgotten that not long ago he had burned her fake nephew and thrown a steel dagger at her. But when the Great Wall collapsed, Erlu rushed to help. Whether he was fulfilling his duty as the legitimate king of the 7 kingdoms or brainwashed by the red-robed woman, thinking that he could kill the Ghoul King with a red sword as the prophecy said, his actions could be considered as a responsible performance. Well, just like Danny now. Didn't she rush over as soon as she heard the news? More than 100 kilometers to Dark Castle. The Great Wall became more and more intact. Although the ice on the surface cracked enough to bury Erlu, it did not fall off. The stone wall inside the Great Wall was still stable. They passed by several night watcher castles, but they were all empty. But on the walkway on the Great Wall, there were many migrants. The night watchers in each castle rushed to Dark Castle through the Great Wall. Dany did not delay and flew directly to Dark Castle. Ugh, Dragon Queen is here! Her Majesty Dany Lilith is here to save the Great Wall. Dark Castle was unexpectedly lively. It was brightly lit, and there was a hubbub of voices, from the walls on the ground to the high tower in the courtyard, and then all the way up to the summit of the Great Wall. There were many lit oil lamps and torches and men in black standing under the torches. Not only the night watchers, but also many northern region civilians and gorgeously dressed women. Dahe hovered half a circle above the castle and was discovered by the night watchers. The night watchers blew the horn, and the whole castle fell into a fanatical and joyful atmosphere. It was as if they had been choked to death underwater and had finally grabbed the straw rope that could save their lives. Then they surfaced and took deep breaths. The castle, the insect path, the stable, the sentry tower. There were people scrambling to get out. The Great Wall to the north of Dark Castle was also full of cracks, and large chunks of ice had fallen. Dany only let little white land on the Great Wall to monitor the surroundings, while Dahe took her to land on the outer wall. Yes, it was the wall that she had asked the giants and barbarians to build. It surrounded the buildings of Dark Castle in a semicircle. Your Majesty, you're finally here! Chief Commander Elisa's eyes were red, and he was so excited that tears almost fell. Along with him to welcome the Dragon Queen were one-armed Tanner, red-nosed Paris 10, pomegranate-like Bowen Maxey, and more than 20 noble knights of all ages. Sir Elisa, who was over 50 years old, looked even older than last time. His body was still as lean and strong as before, but his thick black and white hair was all white and bald. Did the other ghosts attack you? After exchanging a few pleasantries with the night watchers, Dany asked directly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she already knew the answer. The wall was full of stains from the battle. There were blood stains, the stench of burning corpses, and the burnt oil. Thank goodness you helped us build this wall. Elisa patted the battlements and said with a complicated expression, Last night the ghouls came like a tide. If it wasn't for the wall, Dark Castle would have fallen like the other castles. Galen, who had been promoted to the captain of the cavalry, grinned and said, There's also the dragon-toothed dagger, the wooden dragon crystal dagger that looks like N or is very useful. It can clear a large area with a sweep of the blade. It's very effective in defending a castle. I killed about 50 ghouls by myself. If it wasn't for the fact that wielding the dragon-toothed dagger was too tiring, I could have killed even more. Those dead people didn't have weapons or armor, so they weren't hard to deal with. They were bought by us like scarecrows. Paris Dan said in annoyance, If the Great Wall didn't collapse, the 15,000 night watchers would all be equipped with dragon-toothed daggers. The other ghosts wouldn't even be able to step into the north. Red Pomegranate looked around and said, The wall isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the hall. The main hall of Dark Castle was both a meeting room and a dining room for the night watchers to eat. In the past, due to limited manpower, the night watchers didn't have the energy to clear the 10-meter-thick snow in the yard. They would have abandoned the buildings on the ground and hid in the underground tunnel for the winter. But this winter, everyone knew that the night was coming. Everyone was on guard against the other ghosts. In order to quickly get into battle and train, the snow in the yard was cleared every day. The buildings on the ground weren't abandoned either. In fact, they couldn't be abandoned either. The number of night watchers was 10 times more than in the past. The tunnel couldn't fit that many people. We're not afraid of the normal ghouls. The night watchers with dragon crystal daggers can deal with them as easily as a knight in full armor dealing with a farmer with a hoe. But there are other ghosts hidden among the ghouls. The other ghosts can deal with the night watchers as easily as a knight dealing with a farmer. If Stannis hadn't come in time, Dark Castle would have suffered heavy casualties. Sir Elisa said with a complicated expression. He personally went to fight the other ghosts? Dany asked in surprise. No, but he has 30 winged dragons that can throw wildfire bombs and kerosene bombs. Following that, the Night Watchers spoke one after another, explaining to the Dragon Queen the process of fighting the deviant ghosts from last night to this afternoon from various angles. There were more than 50,000 ghouls attacking Dark Castle. There were at least 10 other ghosts hidden among them. The ghouls were like a tide, endless and endless. But Dark Castle was the main camp of the Night Watchers. There were more than 3,000 Night Watchers stationed there, including 200 knights. If there were 50,000 zombies, the Night Watchers would definitely be defeated. But the ghouls weren't zombies. Being scratched or bitten by a ghoul was no different from being scratched or bitten by a normal crazy woman. Well, the ghouls didn't carry viruses. If the Night Watchers didn't have dragon crystal daggers, the ghouls would still be alive and Dark Castle would have fallen long ago. But the Night Watchers had been preparing for the other ghosts for a year or two. They had at least one dragon tooth dagger or dragon crystal spear. One slash was more effective than a knight using a normal sword to cut down a peasant. So, even if the other ghosts threw ice swords at them, the Night Watchers still held the line. With the 15-meter-tall wall, they blocked wave after wave of ghouls. Then the other ghosts personally went to attack the wall. In fact, before Orlu came, the Night Watchers had already killed 3 other ghosts. Or rather, those 3 other ghosts tried to cross the wall but were killed by the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers held on until morning. Orlu led 30 winged dragons to the wall and only threw 2 waves of kerosene bombs. They didn't even know if they killed the other ghosts in the ghoul forest. There were about 35,000 ghouls left, and they all retreated. Dany was surprised. The winged dragon's bombs might be very effective against small soldiers, but the ghouls aren't afraid of death, and the other ghosts aren't afraid of exhaustion. There's no need for them to retreat so early. Maybe they can't see any hope of victory, but they're not stupid. They won't waste their forces for nothing, Orlu's uncle said. Dany glanced at the old green turtle and asked, Count Ismond, do you think the other ghosts will lack forces? Maybe they don't, but there's no need to waste their forces, the old man said with certainty. Dany looked around and asked, I just looked over from the Eastern Sea. It's empty. There's not a single other ghost. Do you know how many ghouls crossed the wall? Where's their main force now? I don't know. We received the last messenger crow from the Eastern Sea. There was a line of scribbled words on it. The other ghosts are attacking. There's no end to them. Be careful. Endless is an adjective. Maybe only the king of the other ghosts knows how many people died. Anyway, in my opinion, the 50,000 ghouls that surrounded Dark Castle last night were also endless. Professor Perister smiled bitterly. His Majesty Stannis took his winged dragon knights to find the main force of the other ghosts. When he comes back, we'll know the details of the other ghosts. The old green turtle laughed. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Dany shook her head. Stannis did indeed return disappointed. 3 hours after Dany landed in Dark Castle, Orlu took his winged dragon knights back to the top of the wall. They were far away from Whitey, and the winged dragons didn't dare to get close. I went to the Eastern Sea and didn't find the king of the other ghosts. In the main hall of Dark Castle, Orlu turned to look at Dany. If Dany Rise isn't the king of the other ghosts. At the head of the hall, there was a long table. Dany and Orlu sat side by side. However, the Dragon Queen had the Megalosaurus. Her reputation, power, and popularity on the wall were all better than Orlu's. Therefore, the commander-in-chief put her seat in the middle, and Orlu sat on her right. The others were divided into 4 rows according to their status. Before Dany could say anything, Commander Orissa, a loyal subject of the dragon family, was angry. Your Majesty Stannis, now that the other ghosts have crossed the wall, The 7 kingdoms are in danger. What's the point of playing this game of power? Yes, we should defend Her Majesty Dany Rises, United Ghost Resistance Front. Red Pomegranate said. A red-eyed crow flew over silently and landed on a window near the roof. Except for Dany, no one noticed it. She's really burning the wall. Erlu's face was pale. Erlu's uncle couldn't stand it anymore. Your Majesty, the Dragon Queen is examining the magic circle in the wall. You don't understand magic, so you might not understand. Erlu glared at the old turtle. I don't understand. Do you? The old turtle nodded. The Dragon Queen showed us that the Megalosaurus magic can repair the cracks in the wall. We all saw it. Her Majesty Dany Rise can indeed activate the magic circle in the wall. The knights and barons nodded. Before Erlu came back, Dany had already cleared her crime of burning the wall. Glancing at Erlu, who was grinding his teeth again, Dany asked, 50,000 ghouls besieged Dark Castle. More than 30,000 ghouls retreated this afternoon. Didn't you 30 pterosaurs follow the retreating ghouls to the main group? Chapter 754. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with anticipation, Erlu sighed regretfully and shook his head. The deviant ghosts are smarter than we thought. They split into dozens of small teams and spread out in all directions. Then they entered the snow forest and the mountains. I didn't dare to let the pterosaur lower its altitude. Soon, we lost all traces of the deviant ghost teams. After that, I wondered if the deviant ghosts could find traces of the deviant ghost army from the EC Watch. In the end, I didn't find anything. Why is that? The deviant ghosts have already crossed the Great Wall. The sun has already been extinguished. Why are they still so cautious? Perez Tan was puzzled. I think that the army of corpses surrounding Dark Castle is just a side army. Erlu's expression became very serious. After crossing the Great Wall, the Night Watchers are no longer the main focus of the deviant ghosts. The higher-ups of the Night Watchers all had ugly expressions, but no one refuted because Erlu's words could not be refuted. Where do you think the deviant ghosts' main force went? Dany asked. Erlu said in a low voice, the group of dead people scattered their main force not because they were cautious, but because they had their own strategic plan. The deviant ghost army's target is the castle of the Duke of the North. That place has the most people. Kill all the living and turn them into an army of dead people. There are many castles. Naturally, it's more efficient to split up and attack from multiple directions. That's why they don't have a main force. If I were the deviant ghost king, I would choose this strategy. Dany smiled bitterly. This was also the situation she was most worried about. I saw many villagers in Dark Castle. Did they all escape from the deviant ghost village? She asked. Those are the villagers, merchants, and prostitutes from Mole Village. The Great Wall collapsed, and we received the East Sea Watch Crow. While we strengthened our defenses, we also sent someone to inform the people of Mole Village. Some came, some didn't. Those who didn't come have all become part of the deviant ghost army. Chief Commander Arissa said. Dany was silent. Erlu was silent, other than the crackling sound of the fire in the fireplace. There was silence in the hall. After a while, Professor Perestan rubbed his face and said tiredly, Your Majesties, I wonder what plan you have for the current situation. It's difficult. Dany sighed. What's the situation at Slaves Bay now? Is the war over? Erlu glanced at her and asked softly. The alliance is now history. Dany's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. Wow! The knights and knights of Erlu below all exclaimed in unison, looking at the Dragon Queen with eyes full of shock and admiration. With a complicated expression, Erlu asked, How much power do you plan to invest in the Westeros? Sir Barristan has formed a volunteer army at Slave Bay. The first batch of 400 elite, unsullied equipped with tile armor and tile weapons have been airlifted to Dragonstone Island by Pterosaur in recent days. Gods, 400 sets of tile armor and tile weapons. There are only 300 tile swords in entire Westeros. Everyone exclaimed again, looking at Dany with eyes that seemed to emit endless golden, like the gold of a mountain of gold. Tile armor. Erlu looked down at the old black plate armor on his body and said hesitantly, Aegon, I have a set of tile armor and black fire with me. Do you want them? Sansa asked me for them last time, but I didn't give them to her. Black fire is the Targaryen clan sword. I don't care about armor and swords. Do whatever you want. Dany's gaze turned sharp. But I will remember the matter of you burning Aegon to death. When the deviant ghosts are eliminated, I will settle the score with you. Erlu pursed his thin lips and said calmly, I hope we can live until that day. Cough, cough. Blacksmith Tanner coughed a few times to break the awkward silence. Your Majesty, 400 tile unsullied is a powerful force. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave them on Dragonstone Island? That's where the problem lies, Dany said in a low voice. The deviant ghosts are heading south. As long as the Seven Kingdoms aren't stupid, they will know that it's time to go all out. But if the Great Wall collapses, where should we put our forces? One-armed Tanner opened his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, the Great Wall, as the first line of defense, is useless. We should build a second, third, and even fourth line of defense. Perez Dan was deep in thought. Where should we build a second line of defense? Winterfell. A knight frowned and asked. Winterfell is undefended, and the castle is too small. Peresden gritted his teeth. I suggest we give up on the Northern Territory and put all our forces into the valley. We should strive to build the second Great Wall through the Blood Gate. Gods! Bowen Marcy exclaimed. Professor Perestan, has your brain been eaten by the deviant ghosts? How can you say such disgraceful and stupid words? A northern knight was filled with righteous indignation and cursed loudly. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the Northern Territory. How can we give up? The rest of the knights expressed their dissatisfaction. Caw, caw, caw. The large red-eyed crow by the window flapped its wings and cawed loudly. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. Pereston's nose was as red as a lamp. He pressed his hands down repeatedly. When I said we should give up on the Northern Territory, I didn't mean we should give up on the people of the Northern Territory. I don't know the reason for this unprecedented calamity, but it's obvious that between us and the deviant ghosts, between the living and the dead, only one side can survive. The one who survives in the end will win. So, we're not fighting for territory with the deviant ghosts. We are competing to see who can last longer. Everyone stopped cursing and cursing. They were all deep in thought. Dany smiled and said, If the land exists and the people are lost, the people and the land are lost. If the people exist and the land is lost, the people and the land are lost. Professor Perestan, you have seen through the nature of this war. Your Majesty praises me too much. Perestan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is the most helpless choice. Of the 17 castles on the Great Wall, only Dark Castle remained intact due to its walls. The rest of the castles have all fallen. Only the Night Watchers who climbed up the Great Wall survived. The Night Watchers are the most elite and powerful force in the Northern Territory. You can imagine what will happen to the Northern Territory's vassals who have exhausted their strength in the recent years of war. The deviant ghosts have already passed the Great Wall. Is there enough time? There's so many people, where can they move to? Sir Elisa frowned. Commander, have you studied the map of the Northern Territory carefully? Perestan smiled proudly. 90% of the Northern Territory's nobles' castles are built by the river or the sea. Really? Sir Elisa doubted. It's true. Bowen Maxey was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize it before. Now that I think about it, Stark's Winterfell, Mandalay's White Harbor, the Bolton family's Terror Castle, even Savon City, Lonely Tomb Village, Torrens City, even the Amber family, which is closest to the Great Wall, is only a few kilometers away from Mahjong. Send a message to the Northern Territory's vassals to immediately take a ship south to the Valley and the Western Territory. Danny said to the red-nosed old professor, "Forget about going to the Valley, but the Northern Territory and the Western Territory. Will Lannister take us in?" A Northern Territory knight asked hesitantly. "Moreover, the Northern vassals might not listen to us." Sir Elisa sighed. "We have to let Stark know about this. I'll go to Winterfell later." Danny turned to Erlu. "You haven't said anything. What do you think? There are hundreds of thousands of people in the Northern Territory. It's impossible to move all of them. So many people will starve to death if they go to the Valley and the Western Territory empty-handed. Why don't we solve the problem from the root? Killing the deviant Ghost King will end the long night." Erlu placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at Danny with anticipation and hesitation. "Perhaps if we find the deviant Ghost King, we can kill it together. His Majesty Stannis has 30 pterosaurs, and Her Majesty the Queen has 2 megalosaurus. It's possible to kill the deviant Ghost King. As long as we kill it, the long night will end." Everyone was excited. A smile appeared in Danny's large eyes. "If we kill the deviant Ghost King together, who will the Iron Throne belong to? Whoever puts in the most effort will get it." Erlu clenched his jaw and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. "Your Majesty, Danny Liz, it's already like this." Perez Tan smiled bitterly. "It's already like this. Stop daydreaming." Danny waved her hand and looked at the eager crowd in the hall. "Haven't you heard the story of the long night from Old Nan? The last long night lasted for an entire generation. This generation's deviant Ghost King is even stronger. How can he be killed right after crossing the Great Wall? You're a barefoot princess. You didn't even have food when you were young. Where did Old Nan come from?" Pockmarked, Richard complained in his heart and pointed at the red sword at Erlu's waist. "His Majesty Stannis has the red sword of heroes. The last long night lasted for an entire generation because Azor and Ahai failed to forge the red sword multiple times. Now, we don't need to waste time forging the sword. As long as we find the deviant Ghost King, His Majesty Stannis can fulfill the ancient prophecy." Red Pomegranate, Red Nose, and the others nodded. "That makes sense. We've all seen the power of the red sword. That's Swordug." At the end, they were all stuck. After being stunned for a moment, they looked strangely between the Dragon Queen and the red sword. It seems that the red sword can only be used to its full potential in the hands of the Dragon Queen. His Majesty Stannis, you see, at this time. Dr. Perez Tan muttered. "Why don't we give the sword to the most capable person?" "Yes, yes." "Elisa," and the others nodded. "Her Majesty Danny Rise has experience in fighting deviant ghosts alone." "Let her shut up." Richard shouted angrily. The pockmarks on his face were shining because of his anger. "His Majesty Stannis is the reincarnation of Azor and Ahai. He is the savior in the Red God's prophecy. Only he has the destiny to kill the deviant Ghost King. At a time like this." Perez Tan muttered softly. Looking at Erlu's gloomy face, his voice became softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. "Since you have the confidence to end the long night with the red sword, why did you come to me?" Danny asked curiously. Erlu's expression changed. After hesitating for a while, he said bitterly, "Melisandre told me that I need a magic dragon to fulfill the Asha prophecy. I don't want your dragon. Even if I wanted it, you wouldn't give it to me. Cooperate with me and create a chance for me to challenge the deviant Ghost King. I will kill it myself. If I fail, you can pick up my sword and continue. Your Majesty, you are the child of prophecy. You will never fail." Richard's face turned red as he shouted. "At this time, prepare for the worst." Erlu shook his head. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Danny looked at Erlu and reminded him, "I can tell you clearly that with just the red sword, your chances of success are very low." I am Robert's only heir and the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. Protecting the Westeros is my responsibility. It is also the mission I have been waiting for all these years, Erlu said firmly. Dany looked at him deeply and nodded. Okay, I agree. What? Erlu was in disbelief. I don't like you. This is the truth. But at this time, go back and bring Aegon's armor and Melisandre here. With them, your chances of winning will increase by 10 times. 10 times? Erlu gritted his teeth. Did I only have a 10% chance of defeating the deviant Ghost King before? No. With the tile steel armor and Melisandre fighting for you, you barely had a 10% chance of surviving. The idea is to survive, not to kill the deviant Ghost King. Crack, crack, crack. Erlu ground his teeth. Chapter 755. Under the witness of many night watchers, Dany and Erlu reached 3 basic agreements. 1. Immediately send out a warning to the northern warlords and remind them to prepare to cross the sea. 2. Inform the nobles in the south of the next swamp to prepare to build a second and third defense line. 3. Confirm the location of the strange Ghost King and then cooperate with the Dragon Queen and the Child of the Prophecy to try and kill him. Almost everyone believed that the strange Ghost King might not go to the northern warlord's castle, but when attacking Winterfell, he would definitely appear. Therefore, Erlu and Dany would meet in Winterfell. Winterfell would become the main battlefield of the first strange Ghost King War. After the meeting ended, Dany went to Pereston's crow's nest. The sanctuary is destroyed. In the scholar's study, she saw the red-eyed crow again. It was the black crow that was eavesdropping on their conversation from the small window. It was also one of Bran's crow avatars. To cross the Great Wall, the sanctuary must be destroyed first. The Winter Horn is also effective against the sanctuary's defense circle. The tombs that have existed for millions of years have turned into scorched earth in the flames. There is nothing left there. The raven's eyes flashed with human-like sorrow. Why didn't you discover the Winter Horn earlier? I don't know. It seems to have the help of fate and has been hiding in my blind spot. Before the sanctuary was destroyed, I had never even seen the Winter Horn, the raven said. Hee. That's because you haven't merged with the Green Prophet Seal, right? Now, you still have a large part of Bran Stark's humanity, Dany sneered. This has nothing to do with me. The Winter Horn had already appeared during the time of Blynden Riverwind. Great, a 3-eyed crow that knows how to shirk responsibility. You are the only one in a million years. Dany continued to mock. Caw, 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 caw. The raven excitedly flapped its wings and cawed loudly. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I just want to tell you that if Blynden can't do it, I can't do it either. None of the 3-eyed crows can be omniscient and omnipotent. We're still at the mercy of fate. The mockery on Dany's lips grew thicker. Normally, you people are omnipotent and do everything. You simply think of yourselves as God who arranges the fate of all living beings. At the critical moment, you suddenly become so useless, yet you still speak so confidently. The 3-eyed crow never acts recklessly, Raven said. Dany nodded in agreement. That's right. You can define whether your actions are reckless or not. Of course, you haven't done anything reckless. The 3-eyed crow didn't have any honor, and he didn't see the light of day. Yet he shouldered a great responsibility, and he devoted his life selflessly. In fact, every decision he made and every thought he had wasn't his true thoughts. If possible, I would rather be Bran Stark for the rest of my life. Bran said sadly. Why did you look for me? Dany furrowed her brows and changed the topic. Bran was silent for a moment, and when he regained his composure, he said in a deep voice, You should repair the Great Wall and keep the spell formation in it working. The Great Wall has already collapsed, so what's the point of repairing the spell formation? You should block the cold wind from the north. Block the wind? You know that the shelter is the world's gate, right? Have you ever thought about what kind of world lies beyond the gate? Before Dani learned about the world's secrets, she would have said that the far north was the Arctic Circle, and if one went further north, one might reach the other end of the world. For example, Asia and the Barren Lands. You want to say that our world is like a house that isn't cold or hot, and it's only because of the cold wind from the north that the world's temperature drops? Then the Great Wall is the house's gate, and it can block the cold wind and keep the house warm? The crow nodded and said, "The long night has arrived, and the cold wind from the outside world is like an ice-cold flood. The Great Wall is the dam that blocks the flood. When the Great Wall was in good condition, it couldn't block all the ice and snow, let alone now that the Eastwatch section of the Great Wall has collapsed. Even if you repair the rest of the spell formation, the ice will still fill our world. But this process will be greatly delayed. Stannis might be able to kill the king of strange ghosts. Do you think it's possible?" The Black Crow asked. "It's not completely impossible. If you are willing to help, the hope will be even greater." Dani looked at it with shining eyes. The Black Crow was silent for a long time and sighed. After the long night, the River of Fate seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog, and I can't see Stannis's final outcome. But you are right. Since Stannis is willing to risk his life, there is always a glimmer of hope. I agree. As long as I find a chance, I will do my best to help him. If he can really kill the king of strange ghosts, the long night will definitely not end immediately, but the world will at least be able to escape the state of sliding into the ice abyss. Erlu's willingness to risk his life is the key. He volunteered to fight at the front, and if he succeeded, Dani and Bran would save a lot of effort. If Erlu failed and died, they would be able to find out some information about the king of strange ghosts through that battle. The two reached a consensus, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Dani asked again, "Did you find any information about the Horn of Winter from the tree?" Jon accidentally picked it up at the fist peak of the ancestors, and then he gave it to Sam. Bran was not omniscient, but he was the Green Prophet after all. The tree recorded everything, and as long as he searched with a purpose, he could always find the information he wanted. So the strange ghost at the bottom of the ship was after the horn and not Manslade's son. I was puzzled at the time. The son of the former king of savages didn't even like Stannis, so why would the strange ghost target him? Dani was a little embarrassed, but more than that, she was annoyed. She shouldn't have listened to the fatty back then. What was the use of sending the strange ghost to the City of Scholars? All right, it was indeed a little useful. When those scholars saw the real strange ghost, they started to remind the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms to be on guard against the long night. But compared to the Great Wall, what was the use of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms being on guard? Three-Eyed Crow, you failed in your duty. The strange ghost Raven flew back to the Great Wall with the horn, and you didn't even know about it. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Queen found another scapegoat. "This is fate's arrangement," Bran said in a deep voice. Dani looked deeply at the crow, and the last bit of respect she had for the omniscient three-eyed crow dissipated from her subconscious mind. "What do you think of Pereston's suggestion to abandon the Northern Territory?" she asked calmly. "Abandoning the Northern Territory is the best choice. Without the Great Wall, the Northern Territory will be defenseless," Bran said without hesitation, as if it was Lannister who lived in the Northern Territory and not Stark. "Since this is the case, you should inform Jon Stark and ask the King of the Northern Territory to summon his subjects to move southward." I tried to persuade him, but he refused. "Jon swore to live and die with Winterfell," Bran said in a complicated tone. Dani pouted and asked, "The sanctuary has been destroyed. Where are you now? Are Leaf and the others still alive?" "The children of the forest are still alive. They are with me in Gorney's tunnel. From the sanctuary to the Great Wall, there are thousands of kilometers of underground caves. Do you plan to hide in the caves for the rest of your life?" The Westeros are not friendly to shapeshifters. Only after experiencing the destruction of the strange ghosts will they understand the meaning of the three-eyed crow. At that time, I will naturally appear in front of them, Bran said honestly. What happened when the Green Prophet's seal shattered? The Green Prophet's seal is very strong, but also very weak, Bran said perfunctorily. Dany looked at him deeply and asked, You still have the will of Bran Stark? You did it on purpose, didn't you? How many Green Prophet seals have you fused, and how many are left? That has nothing to do with you. Bran's tone became cold. He did it on purpose. When the Green Prophet's seal shattered, Dany only picked up 1% of the fragments. King of the Strange Ghosts only took 10%. Bran, Jon, and Arya worked together to expel them from the alliance of Will of Stark. If they caught Bran and turned him into a ghoul, King of the Strange Ghosts could follow the thought channel of Bran the Ghoul and steal all the Green Prophet seals. It was a pity that he didn't manage to kill Bran last time. The reason why he was able to steal the fragments of the Green Prophet seal was thanks to Arya's mental connection. To put it bluntly, King of the Strange Ghosts was only indirectly stealing the fragments through Arya. He didn't really enter the Green Prophet's forest consciousness domain, because the Green Prophet seal was stored there. Even if there was only 90% of the Green Prophet seal left, it was enough to assimilate Bran into an emotionless AI, just like Blind and Rivertext back then. But the reason why the Green Prophet seal shattered was because Bran resisted being assimilated. Just like Bran said, the Green Prophet seal was very powerful and could increase a person's willpower by countless times. But at the same time, it couldn't leave the Green Prophet and couldn't work on its own. Otherwise, why would the three-eyed crows exist in every generation? They could just let the Green Prophet's seal take care of everything. Actually, the fact that the Green Prophet's seal shattered into countless fragments was a good thing for Bran, who had his own consciousness. He could fuse the tiny fragments piece by piece and ensure that his willpower wouldn't be destroyed by the Green Prophet seal. In other words, Dany's guess was right. Bran still had a large number of Green Prophet's fragments piled up in his warehouse that he hadn't used. Since you don't want to take responsibility, why don't you give it to me? For the sake of the world, no matter how tired or bitter it is, I'll gladly endure it, Dany said righteously, exuding a fearless and heroic aura. You're too greedy. You've already obtained Mother Goddess's kingdom, and you still want the Green Prophet's inheritance treasure. Bran was very angry. He flapped his wings and squawked angrily. I'm just brave. I'm 10,000 times better than you, Dany said righteously. One day, I'll fuse all the fragments together and reforge the Green Prophet seal, Bran said as if he was making an oath. Give me 1% as payment for repairing the Great Wall, Dany suggested. Isn't repairing the Great Wall your responsibility as the successor of Mother Goddess? Bran said angrily. Fine. As the successor of Mother Goddess, I can't just take the benefits without taking responsibility. Similarly, as the successor of Weirwood's divine kingdom, I have the right to ask for believers of the divine kingdom. You want me, you want us believers of the old gods? Bran said in disbelief. No, I'm not interested in you human believers. I only want the children of the forest. Dead or alive, I want them all. Dany's lips curled into a smile as she revealed her true goal. They won't go with you, Bran said hesitantly. Call the crows over first. I'll ask them one by one and convince them one by one. Dany smiled. They're my companions. Bran almost couldn't suppress his anger. They're not your slaves. They have the freedom to pursue a better future. Helping the three-eyed crows protect the Westeros is their pursuit. Dany looked at him disdainfully and said, It's because the three-eyed crows neglected their duty and lost the Winter Horn. It's also because you weren't willing to sacrifice yourself that the Green Prophet seal was shattered. You didn't even notice that the deviant Ghost King came to the Great Wall. Now, you still have the face to call yourself a protector of the Westeros? I think that giving me the Green Prophet seal and disbanding the three-eyed crows is the greatest protection for the 7 kingdoms, the world and the human race. Chapter 756. The 500-kilometer Great Wall had 19 castles. The 998th Commander-in-Chief, Jon Snow, used 17 of them. After Orisa Thorne took over, he only made some adjustments to the manpower and resources of the 17 castles. He didn't make any major changes. The Great Wall started to collapse from East Sea Castle and extended 30 kilometers to the west. It was well preserved. When it reached the Shadow Tower in the west, there were only a few large cracks on the wall, and a lake-sized glacier fell from the front and back. If the alternate ghost army didn't sweep along the Great Wall, the night watchmen would have preserved at least 80% of their manpower. Even if the alternate ghosts led the ghouls to clear the castles south of the Great Wall, thousands of night watchmen survived. They were either on duty at the Great Wall or were alerted by Dark Castle, or they retreated to the Great Wall after seeing the large number of alternate ghosts. In short, when the Dragon Queen arrived at Dark Castle again, thousands of night watchers on the western side of the Great Wall were struggling to move towards Dark Castle. Yes, there was a lot of space on the Great Wall, and it could be used to transport resources. It could also be used to transport large armies. However, there was a thick layer of ice on the Great Wall. Now that the ice surface was cracking, the ice would break and people would fall. Hence, the night watchmen were moving slowly and hesitantly. If Her Majesty can repair the Great Wall, it's best to inform the night watchmen walking on the Great Wall. They might be crawling through the cracks on the ice surface. If the cracks close, they might accidentally kill many night watchmen, Perestan suggested. This wasn't a groundless worry. If the night watchmen were walking through the cracks and the ice surface suddenly closed, they would be buried. Hence, while the ravens were informing the night watchmen moving towards Dark Castle, Dany had a long period of free time. However, she didn't rest. Little Green finally found the night watchmen's ships in Seal Bay. There are survivors under the East Seaworm Passage. Get the pterosaur to bring a group of people and dig them out, Dany said to Orlu. Even if we know that King Alternate Ghost will go to Winterfell, we can't give up the search. The Alternate Ghost army is scattered, and King Alternate Ghost's forces are the weakest. If we encounter him, we won't have to wait until the battle at Winterfell, Orlu said. Leave this mission to the others. You should rest up and prepare to challenge King Strange Ghost. Orlu hadn't rested much for the past 2 days. There were dark circles under his sunken eye sockets. His stork bones and square chin were particularly prominent under his thin skin. Who did you ask to search for deviant ghosts? A glint flashed across his tired blue eyes. Could it be a shapeshifter? King of the shapeshifters, king of savages. You don't know about the three-eyed crow? Dany asked curiously. Seeing that he was really confused, she reminded him, Green Prophet. I know the Green Prophet. They are the servants of the Frost God. You are working with the Frost God. Orlu gritted his teeth. Stannis, let me tell you a secret. Dany pulled a long face and said seriously, Actually, you're not Theon's biological son. He picked you up from the garbage dump on the street. What? The topic changed too quickly. Orlu was stunned for a while before he reacted. Then he flew into a rage. Are you humiliating me? Dany shook her head. Do you believe me if I say so? Obviously you don't. Without waiting for him to answer, she continued, What I say might not be true. Why do you believe everything Melisandre says? Orlu was stunned for a while. He frowned and said, What are you trying to say? I want to say that Melisandre is not an omnipotent god. She might not know everything. She is also not a virtuous great knight who would never lie. Orlu said coldly, You said before that I have to take her with me wherever I go. Sigh, you don't even know how to be an emperor. You only want to fight for the Iron Throne. Dany sighed and took a few steps closer to her cousin. She whispered, A king should be suspicious of everyone, especially witches of unknown origins. At the same time, a king should know how to control all the power he can use. Witches are not trustworthy, but her power is real. You have to order her around like a dog, like an old ox, and guard against her like an ungrateful wretch. Are you trying to drive a wedge between me and her?" Erlu's eyes flashed. He sneered as if he had understood something. "I understand. You are afraid of her power. I'm demonstrating to you how a true emperor deals with an enemy. Didn't I just say that? A king should know how to control all the power he can use. I'm using you to deal with her." Danny also smiled. Her smile was very arrogant. "You think I will be controlled by you?" Erlu looked as if he had been greatly insulted. His face was livid. "You are a fool if you don't listen. I am happy that you are a fool. I am happy that you are wise enough to listen to my advice. I am happy that Melisandre is unlucky. So, do you understand the difference between you and me? In your dreams." Erlu snorted and was about to leave. "Do you know the true meaning of Yasha's prophecy?" Danny asked slowly. Erlu stopped but did not look back. "Don't try to lie to me. Melisandre told me that Jon Stark was only the child of the false prophecy in the illusion. Do you know the secret of Jon Stark's resurrection?" Danny lowered her voice and told him everything about Jon being the vessel of Lalo's reincarnation. "You are lying to me." Erlu's face was pale and his voice was trembling. "Why do you think that the King of Light would be selfless and help a mortal become the savior of the world? Or rather, would you help a pig become the king of the 7 kingdoms? None of the deities were good. In their eyes, mortals are like pigs and dogs that can be toyed with, slaughtered, and sacrificed at will." Danny sighed. Erlu was in a trance for a moment. "I don't believe it." He gritted his teeth. "You can choose not to believe it, but you must remember to be alert. I was once Lalo's target. So, I really hope that you can escape the tragic fate that he designed. For heaven's sake." Danny had spoken the honest truth at last. East sea gazing. The sky was dark, the snow was gray, the north wind was howling, and the turbid waves were rolling. There were no birds in the mountains, no traces of people, and no traces of living creatures. Hiss! A loud dragon roar sounded from the western sky. Blackie, who was wearing a silver belly band armor, flapped its wings and blew up a large amount of snow on the ground. It landed on a glacier that was 3 stories high in the ruins. Hiss, hiss! Then another 10 pterosaurs landed on a piece of plain snow in front of Blackie. Woo, woo, woo! The low, hurried sound of the horn passed through the thick soil and snow and entered the ears of the crowd. In the wild waves and raging winds, the sound could not be heard clearly. It was like an illusion. Alma hurriedly jumped down from the back of Big Bear's pterosaur and ran to the place where the sound came from. He pushed aside the snow and pressed his ear against the cold stones. After listening for a moment, he said in surprise, "It's the horn. Someone really survived." Well, a day had passed. Big Bear, Garth, and the rest had also arrived. They also picked up Alma on the ship 200 kilometers south of Donghai Wangnan, leaving Little Green and Little White in the sky as warning machines. Danny was not worried that there would be deviant ghosts surrounding them. So her actions were very bold and unrestrained. She directly controlled a basketball-sized dragon flame fireball and burned the ice and snow on the ground with a sizzling sound. The original Dong Haiwang castle was completely covered by the collapsed Great Wall. The material of the Great Wall was 60% glacier and 40% rock. Besides Danny burning the ice and snow, someone had to dig the rocks and excavate the soil. Cora, Garth, the fat eunuch Beworth, and Quero surrounded Danny as guards. The 20 overnight watchmen, transported by Erlu's pterosaurs, started to get busy. Danny personally intervened because Dong Haiwang stored 60% of the night watchman's supplies. This was a serious matter, so she had to come personally. She asked Jarrow Dane to transport the rations, furs, iron ingots, and the goods transported by the 7 dukes by sea. More than 80% of them were transported to Dong Haiwang. Even John, after receiving a loan of 5 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury, bought the rations immediately. 70% of the rations were transported to Winterfell and 30% was donated to the night watchman. The rations borrowed from the night watchman were not included in the 30% donation. Although Jon had betrayed the oath of the night watchman, he had not forgotten his promise to the night watchman after he took over Winterfell and became the king of the northern region. He would use the power of the northern region to support the Great Wall. How many ghouls are there? Behind a tall glacier that blocked the biting cold north wind. Dany chatted with Alma while controlling the dragon flame fireball to burn the hole. Recalling the scene at the Great Wall, the old ranger could not help but shiver. He said in a trembling voice, "They are endless and densely packed. It's like a sea of corpses. How many are there? Do you know how to estimate the number of troops on the battlefield?" Big Bear frowned. "At least 1,000,000, Alma said. "1,000,000, Garth Hyder said in disbelief. "Are there so many people beyond the Great Wall?" "The skeletons buried in the ground have crawled out. There are also wild beasts." Alma's old eyes reflected the red light of the fireball with fear. "Then it's more than 1,000,000, Dany said firmly. "The northern region is finished. We can't defend it. Winterfell can't defend against 1,000,000 ghouls." Big Bear's face was pale. Dany's eyes flashed. She asked again, "Other than the corpses, what else did you see that day?" "I saw a tornado, a sun that suddenly lit up, and a large group of crows. The strangest thing was King Stannis' jester. He was singing a strange song, as if there's treasure under the Great Wall. I know it. Everyone is coming to snatch it. I know it. Then he was stepping on the waves. He seemed to be able to control the waves. Are you talking about Patchface? Are you kidding me? He's just a jester. How can he control the waves?" Richard, who was beside the hole, said in surprise, "That's right. It's him. The aura on his body at that time." Alma frowned. He seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. "Is it like this?" Dany's divine power surged. Her purple eyes emitted a solid green light. Alma shivered and nodded. "Yes, it's like this. Just one look at him, and he can make people feel fear and respect. A god who can control the waves. Shit, that jester is actually Anami." Dany was dumbfounded. She had seen Patchface before. When Jon was revived, Shireen and Sealis, Erlu's wife, had already been transferred to the Dark Castle's King's Tower. Patchface, whose face looked like a mosaic tile, was right next to Shireen. He was jumping and jumping around. He was a complete clown. She did not notice anything unusual about him. She did not expect, however, to act like a clown in front of mortals. Would Anami be able to put down her pride? Chapter 757. Patchface is Anami? The Red God Knight was puzzled. "Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. Why would Anami be Stannis's jester?" Cora asked with a strange expression. "Yes, why would Anami be Stannis's jester?" Dany was also puzzled. What was so special about Stannis? 20 years ago, the drowning god had found him. 5 years ago, before Robert had died, the Lord of Light, R'hllor, had found him. Woo, woo, woo! Suddenly, the sound of a horn came from a pit, followed by the cheers of the night watchers. The soil of the collapsed Great Wall had been dug through. Dany walked to the edge of the pit and looked down with the help of the red light of the fireball. It looked like a sweet potato cellar, with a thin opening at the top and a big belly at the bottom. However, the belly was not dug out by the night watchers. This was a tower at the edge of Eastwatch. The belly was the thick wall of the first floor of the tower, which was covered by a layer of glacier. Yes, the Great Wall had collapsed and covered the tower. The night watchers' worm tunnels were connected to every building in the castle. The sound of the horn was made by the night watchers of Eastwatch who had crawled out of the worm tunnel and bent over to blow the horn. Woo, 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 why did it take so long? I thought no one would care about us. A yellow-haired young man covered in dirt crawled out of the hole and started to wail loudly. 300 to 400 people crawled out of the pit one after another. Everyone was laughing and talking loudly, their faces full of joy after surviving a disaster. Only this handsome young man was crying. "Why are you crying? Didn't I tell you yesterday that I was going to call for help?" Seeing the family emblem on his armor, Danny's eyes were filled with disdain. "With such guts, you came to the Great Wall to be a night watcher. Your father should have arranged for you to be a royal knight in the Red Castle. This is a green fruit in the summer." Ursa sighed. This baby didn't put on the black clothes of his own accord. Alma mocked loudly. As the instructor of the new recruits in Eastwatch, the old ranger knew everyone here. Wasn't Lord Ashuo a palace knight before? It was only because he committed adultery with Queen Margaret that he was sent to the Eastern Sea. I was wrongly accused. I am Queen Margaret's bodyguard, but I don't have any dishonorable relationship with her. Shufu's face turned red as he loudly defended himself to the Dragon Queen. Later, in the trial of the church, even Margaret herself admitted the crime of adultery. What are you still quibbling about? And I don't care who you're having an affair with, as long as you don't cry loudly and annoy people, Danny said impatiently. Shelf was still unwilling to give up. He looked around and grabbed a tall man with black hair, an aquiline nose, and 3 scratches on his face. "Onis, tell the Dragon Queen that I was framed by you and Queen Circe. This has nothing to do with me." The hook-nosed man angrily struggled to free his right arm. "How is it not related? Queen Circe used sleeping with you as a bargaining chip to seduce Queen Margaret. You didn't succeed, so you lied to the Archbishop and said that you had an affair with the Queen. You even dragged me into it," the yellow-haired man said loudly. His words were too shocking. Not only was Danny's attention attracted, but the night watchers who were discussing the construction of the sentry tower also quieted down and looked over. "I have already put on the black cloak. I don't want to have anything to do with the King's Landing anymore." The hook-nosed man blushed as he spoke to the Dragon Queen. "You are Brother Kate Blake?" Danny suddenly realized. The black-haired knight was a little embarrassed. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, I am Oni's Kate Blake. I am willing to serve you. I don't need you to serve me. Guard the Great Wall well and kill a few more ghouls." Danny's eyes flashed with disdain as she said lightly, "He." The night watchers around them chuckled maliciously. Oni's was even more embarrassed. He lowered his head and bowed hurriedly. He stood up and was about to leave quietly. "Oni's, make yourself clear." The yellow-haired man pulled the hook-nosed man again, walked past Mormont and Garth, and came 3 steps away from the Dragon Queen before the fat eunuch, Beworth, pushed him back with his big belly. "The Queen doesn't like you. Don't come so close," the fat eunuch said bluntly. Oni's looked at Beworth coldly, then turned to the yellow-haired man and growled, "Don't make a fool of yourself. Who here cares if you really have an affair with Margaret?" "I care." The yellow-haired man glared. "I can put on the black cloak, but I can't become a night watcher by insulting the reputation of the Clayton family. What's wrong with you?" Oni's was anxious, angry, and confused. "What's wrong with you today? Previously, when they asked you how Queen Margaret felt, you were extremely proud and spoke with assurance." When Danny heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then her face changed greatly. "Be careful!" There was another person whose complexion suddenly changed. Joseph Clafton's fair and handsome face grew a thin layer of barbed scales, and his eyes were green like 2 willow, the wisps hanging over the broken tombstones of a barren grave. His purple-black lips made a bubbling sound like a pot of cooked porridge. Before the others could react from the shock, he suddenly rushed forward. His mouth was as wide as a plate, and the black liquid was like a shadow tentacle shooting out extremely fast. It split in midair and rushed to Beworth and the Dragon Queen behind the fat eunuch. "Piss off!" Danny reacted before anything could happen. Her 5-layered dragon spirit and soul-destroying strike were like 2 divine swords, slashing straight into the monster's eyes that were emitting green light. At the same time, she lowered her body and pressed her right hand on the hilt of her sword. A circle of green wind quickly wrapped around her body. When the pungent liquid shadow was in front of her, she suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. With a swish, the sharp sword was unsheathed. At this time, Zayef's soul was cut by the 2 divine sword-like attacks. He was covering his eyes and howling in pain. The dark red sword flashed. Dany dodged the liquid shadow and stabbed the big sword into Zayef's mouth. With a swish, it came out from the back of his head. It hurts. Beworth wailed. He also reacted quickly, swinging his sword to cut the shadow tentacle that was attacking his face. The shadow was hit by the steel scimitar and immediately exploded into countless splashes of liquid. But the fat eunuch didn't want to wear armor, so he only wore a steel vest. His chest and waist were protected by steel scales, but his arms and face were only wearing ordinary clothes. As such, facing the splashes of black liquid, he subconsciously raised his empty left arm to block in front of his face. The place where the liquid shadow landed seemed to have been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid. His sweater was burned through, his skin was rotten, and a layer of boiling blisters appeared. A large amount of white gas was emitted, and a disgusting smell of rotten flesh was emitted. "Queen, be careful of the shadow." After being hit, Beworth still subconsciously reminded. "What the hell is this?" When Dragon Queen stabbed her sword into Zayef's mouth, Onis and the others on the side finally reacted. After being stabbed in the mouth, Zayef didn't die. Instead, he clenched his teeth and firmly locked onto Dany's sword that was close to the width of a palm. His 2 palms that had grown a thick layer of black hair and long dagger-like nails quickly scratched Dragon Queen's face and chest 7 to 8 times. Yep, Zayef's speed was also very fast. In the short time it took for Dragon Queen to activate the magic sword rune in his mouth, he actually attacked 7 to 8 times consecutively. Sizzle, a string of dazzling sparks flashed on Dany's helmet and chest plate. The terrifying thing was that after the sparks, it was clear that there were more than 10 crisscrossing scratches on the smooth surface of the mirror-like armor. Although the scratches were very shallow, like an ordinary person scratching the surface of a wooden table, he had indeed used his bare hands to scratch through the steel tiles. It was so terrifying that even Dany was stunned for a moment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, Cora, Garth, and the others also reacted. They unsheathed their sharp swords and stabbed into Zayef's body like lightning. Moreover, they all stabbed his vital points. Bear's long sword slashed his neck, and dirty blood splattered. Half of his neck was broken, but because of the laryngeal armor, his strength was used up and his head didn't fall off. Garth's sword pierced through Zayef's back and pressed against the plate armor in front of his chest. Zayef's strength wasn't too great, and he was wearing a fake full body armor with weak back defense. Kue Luo's sword hit Zayef's eye socket and went deep into his skull. It could be said that if Zayef was a normal person, he would definitely die. However, he wasn't normal. "You're hurting me." Zayef let out a terrifying roar. His teeth that were biting onto Dragon Queen's sword began to grow. They were about the length of a finger and as sharp as a dagger. It bit on the blade of the sword, producing an ear-piercing sound of friction. "There's more to it." Dany sneered. Magic surged, and the dark red sword burned with blood-red flames. Flames shot out from the holes in Zayef's nostrils and the back of his head. At that moment, his mouth seemed to have become a steel furnace, filled with blood-red flames. His skull became transparent, as if countless cracks had opened, revealing blood-red light. Hee, a familiar taste. Unfortunately, the fake demon sword in your hand is far inferior to Yasuo and Yahai's. It's like a normal steel sword compared to a steel tile. Zayef's green eyes were also ignited by the flames. A long string of flames flew out, and Kuei Luo's right hand, which was holding the sword, began to feel hot. However, Zaif was very calm. His voice was full of energy, and his soul waves didn't weaken. Instead, they became stronger. The power that had been suppressed before seemed to be gradually awakening. "Who are you?" Hearing these words and seeing this scene, Danny could not help but be shocked. "Who am I?" Zaif laughed maniacally at the sky. "Ha ha ha. I am the world. Forget it. I'm not interested in knowing who you were before. After all, you'll just be a corpse in the near future." Danny held the sword in her right hand, and her left hand pointed to the sky. Rumble, blazing white warrior, dragon flames shot out from Blackie's mouth. Then they drew an arc above everyone's heads and poured down on Zaif's head like a waterfall. Roar. Zaif let out an ear-piercing howl that exceeded the limits of human hearing. His voice was like countless flying needles, piercing the souls of the people around him. "I am the first deity born from the beginning of the world. Ha ha ha. Your dragon flames are useless against me." Zaif held in pain as he laughed maniacally. At that moment, his flesh was melting and falling off in the dragon flames, burning fiercely like a piece of paper smeared with wax. However, as his flesh fell off, it was like the shackles on his body had been released. A huge monster drilled out from under Zaif's human flesh. It had goat horns, the head of an ox, the body of a snake, the tail of a scorpion, the claws of a ferocious tiger, and eyes that burned with green flames. It was 3 meters tall, and its skin was covered in layers of circular, dark red scales. He bathed in the dragon flames and laughed heartily, like a northeastern hero taking a bath in a bathhouse. Chapter 758. Boom! Ah, what kind of monster is this? How did Xiufu become like this? He's not Xiufu. He's a demon. The demon has taken over Xiufu's body. Holy Mother, even the dragon flames can't burn it. The monster's transformation shocked Danny. The surrounding night watchers and Red God Knights also felt their scalps tingle as they screamed in fear. Walala, the bull-headed serpent monster, looked up at the sky and inhaled fiercely. The blazing, white warrior dragon flames seemed to have met the smoke from a range hood. They left Danny's fire control and swirled into the monster's mouth. The monster's python body seemed to have been plugged into a power bank. Bright red light slowly filled its lower abdomen and then piled up. From its lower abdomen to its chest and then to its throat it overflowed. In the end, every round scale on the monster's surface started to shine with golden light. The round scales were like small suns. In the center of the suns, there seemed to be flaming runes flickering. This ability to control fire, this resistance to dragon flames, and as mentioned before, was born in the first flame. Danny was shocked. She suddenly guessed who the devil god was. Although its form was a bit strange, it was most likely the shadow devil Lalo of the true god Lalo. Lalo had indeed come to kill her. Boom! The monster suddenly lowered its head and opened its mouth. Like a megalosaurus spitting dragon flames, it shot out a bloody flame that was 20 meters long and as thick as a thigh. Immediately, a few night watchers were hit and melted in the flames, howling in pain. That's right. The monster took away Danny and Blackie's control over the dragon flames. It absorbed them into its stomach and turned them into fire magic. Then it spat them out in the form of devil flames to the people around it. As the devil flames sprayed out, the bright round scales slowly dimmed. Even though Big Bear, Garth, and Shui Luo saw the monster transform, they didn't forget their responsibilities. Plus, they were confident in their tile steel armor. When the black dragon flames were absorbed, they quickly stepped forward and stabbed with their swords. But other than creating sparks on the monster scales, they didn't do any damage. Now that the monster was spitting devil flames, they were the first to bear the brunt. After burning a few night watchers to death, the monster changed its direction and spat at the white knights beside it. Boom! Amidst the horrified screams of the people around them, the black smoke that gave off the stench of rotting corpses, and the flames that looked like blood plasma suddenly exploded just a few centimeters away from the monster's mouth. It was as if a firefighter had placed the muzzle of a fire extinguisher against a wall and sprayed foam everywhere. It was Dragon Queen, who quickly stepped forward. Wearing a steel glove, a green tornado revolved around her left palm. Like a giant shield, she blocked the monster's mouth. At the same time, the magic sword in her right hand pierced forward at lightning speed, hitting the monster's throat where the magic fluctuation was the strongest, causing it to abruptly stop spitting fire. Ding! Unfortunately, even with the Dragon Queen's inhuman strength and speed, the sharp, dark red blade only left a small spark on the round scales of the monster's Adam's apple. It was as if it had struck a steel plate. Danny's attack was fruitless. The monster grinned and clenched its black hairy hand into a fist as big as a rice cooker. It hit her head with lightning speed. Boom, boom. Danny was like Tony, who was hit by Thanos during the battle on Titan Star. Her body leaned back uncontrollably, dragging a 10-meter-long ditch in the snow. Along the way, she killed 2 night watchers and only stopped when she crashed into a glacier. The monster ignored the attacks of Big Bear and the night watchers. It strode forward and waved its claws to cut the night watchers, who swung their swords at it, into pieces. Just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow to Dragon Queen, who was struggling to get up, a black shadow silently but swiftly darted out from behind. It stepped on its swaying tail and climbed up its back like a monkey on its shoulder. The monster's reaction was not slow. It immediately turned its head and opened its mouth, preparing to roar a sound wave that could attack the soul. Demon, die, 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 die. Level 5 dragon spirit, plus warrior godhood plus sword gods. Divinity Danny's face under the helmet was pale and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. However, she endured it and continuously delivered a soul-destroying blow. If the soul attack was visible to the naked eye, everyone would be able to see that her eyes were like superhuman laser eyes, shooting out countless black, red, gold, white, and green sword streams. Roar! The monster hugged its head and let out an earth-shattering howl. Air waves spread from its body and rolled up a circle of whistling snow foam in the snow. The weak-willed night watchers knelt on the ground and hugged their heads as they howled. At this moment, the black shadow that had already leaped onto the monster's shoulder suddenly waved a silver lightning bolt. After the attack, the black shadow immediately jumped away from the monster's shoulder. Its thin body bounced back 4 to 5 meters in the strong wind. The monster with the head of the bull god covered its left eye and cried out in pain. One of its pair of large green, lantern-like eyes was extinguished. It was Danny C. The little assassin had been lurking. When the Dragon Queen was sent flying 10 meters away by a punch, she finally could not help but jump out. Danny also borrowed the vision of the Megalosaurus and saw everything. She understood that with the little assassin's assassination skills, facing the bull god alone would be suicide. So she endured the pain of her internal organs rupturing and used the level 5 dragon spirit to control the situation. The effect was not bad. The bull god scales could even block Danny's counterfeit magic sword, but its eye was still pierced by Danny C's steel dagger. At this moment, the others also reacted from the shocking change and roared as they attacked the demon god. "That's a demon, kill it." Alma drew his bow and shot an arrow. The dragon crystal arrow flew more than 10 meters and exploded between the bull god's eyebrows. "Kill, protect her majesty Danny C." For Unsullied, with short swords and huge shields, rushed towards the bull god. "Kill the demon." Hundreds of night watchers also roared. Under Deshiong's command, 20 night watchers cooperated with the 4 Unsullied and used 4 huge shields to block the bull god. Behind them, hundreds of fierce men used their strength to block the bull god while using their iron swords and dragon teeth daggers to greet the monster through the gaps. "Kill, this is the servant of the frost god." Even Erlu's 7 winged dragon knights joined the battle under the lead of Acne Face Richard. Under the strange gaze of the bull god's right eye, the knights of Blazing Red Heart shouted in unison, "For the King of Light, glory belongs to Lalo!" The bull god was very tall, but it was only 3 meters tall. The bull god was very strong, but there were 4 huge steel shields around it. Behind the steel shields, there were hundreds of fierce men. No matter how strong it was definitely not as strong as hundreds of fierce men. If it was only these people, the bull god could use magic. Other than the armored knights and the unsullied, no one could block the magic of flames and shadows. But every time it started to condense magic, Danny would continuously use 7 or 8 soul extinguishing strikes. After using soul extinguishing strikes continuously, Danny's head also hurt as if it was being torn apart, but her efforts also paid off. The soul extinguishing strikes were not fatal to the bull god, but it interrupted its attempts to condense magic again and again. Whoosh! Danny used holy healing to slightly stop the injuries to her internal organs. Then she opened her flame wings and jumped up 30 to 40 meters. With her head down and feet up, she stabbed the bull god's head with her sword like a meteor. Ding! A string of sparks flew, but it did not work. She stepped on the night watcher's head and tried to attack the bull god's right eye and mouth. Unfortunately, it was alert. Its eyelids opened and closed, blocking every stab. Its teeth clenched, and it almost took her sword away. Its defense is so terrifying. Danny was shocked, and her face was full of disbelief. Even if this bull god was a true god of darkness, wasn't it too much? Oh, woo! Just as Danny was considering whether to let Blackie join the battle, the bull god seemed to have suffered a fatal blow. It suddenly let out a shrill howl that had never been heard before. Ha ha ha, the bull god's skin is thick. Let's attack its steel door. In the crowd, Acne Face Richard raised a blood-stained iron sword and laughed proudly. With a loud laugh, he stabbed the sword again. This time the 2-meter-long blade only went into the sword guard. Richard was still laughing and stirring the hilt with all his might. Danny was dumbfounded. The bull god was in extreme pain. It struggled madly and exploded with unprecedented strength. It actually pushed the shield back 2 to 3 meters. Under the violent impact, the 2 unsullied and dozens of night watchers were seriously injured, and they spat out blood. Thus, after squeezing out a space for it to move, it used its tail to support itself on the ground and jumped up 4 to 5 meters. However, on the 2-meter-long scorpion tail, there were 2 Red Heart Knights, and one of them was Acne Face Richard. Yes, the bull god had a snake's body and a long scorpion tail. At a rough glance, it looked a little like the Niwa clan in China's Xinxia novels. Previously, dozens of night watchers were holding down the scorpion tail tightly, not allowing it to struggle. Richard was a knight who pursued glory fervently. The demon's appearance and strength were terrifying, but his blood was boiling. Regardless of whether it was the servant of the frost god or not, he had finally defeated the dragon queen. If he could kill it, thus, when the night watchers were holding down the snake's tail, he kept swinging his sword and slashing at it, causing sparks to fly and the blade to curl. In his anger, he had a flash of inspiration. He bent down and touched the end of the tail with both hands. Finally, he touched a soft spot. Then he was wild with joy and thrust the iron sword into it. Dirty blood splattered, corroding his armor into a putrid black smoke. However, he did not care. He only hugged the snake's tail tightly and used his sword to stab with all his might. He stabbed it until it was smashed to pieces. Big Black! The bull god leaped up. Danny immediately stabbed 2 soul-suppressing slashes into the minds of the 2 Red Heart Knights on the scorpion tail. When they let go with a cry, they fell from the thick and long tail. Slash! A black thunderbolt flashed across the dark sky. Hiss boom! Big Black roared. Its tail was like lightning, hitting the demon that leaped into the air. The demon was like a missile that had lost its speed, crashing into the snow 20 meters away. It was too fast. Everyone only saw a black shadow flash, and a huge crater appeared in the snow. The snow and rocks that flew up were at least 10 meters high. The ground shook slightly. Dani's fire wings flapped gently. She leaped 20 meters and landed beside the crater. She raised her sword and was about to stab it down. Suddenly, Richard staggered to his feet. With a ferocious face, he roared at the Dragon Queen. "I killed the bull god. Don't steal my glory." After shouting, he raised his iron sword and rushed toward the crater beside Dani with a roar. "Use my sword, the Iron Demon Sword, to break the evil." The Dragon Queen seemed to be intimidated by his aura, and she actually took the initiative to hand over her sword. The pockmarked Richard was stunned, and his mind became clearer. "Why, this is your glory," Dani said sincerely. "What a pity. If only Erlu were here, she would definitely give him all the glory." Richard was hesitating. The demon at the bottom of the crater also struggled to get up. It roared at the Red Heart Knight. "Idiot, you are blaspheming the gods." Dani immediately said, "Sir Richard Hope, this is a dark demon. Only the Iron Demon Sword can kill gods." "Kill gods? What a great glory! If the news spread, it would be enough to make all the people who laughed at me in the past respect me like a god." Thinking of this, the pockmarked knight no longer hesitated. He took the sword and solemnly bowed to Dani. "Thank you, your majesty. You are a great knight king with honor." "May honor be with you." Dani solemnly returned the salute. Chapter 759. Idiot, I'm Boom. The monster roared angrily, but before it could finish, Blackie's tail whipped the monster's head like lightning again. Dani immediately gave him a series of soul destruction slashes, only to make the monster stagger and unable to speak. "Come and hold the demon down." Sir Richard waved to his followers. The 6 blazing flame knights rushed over at the same time. "For glory, for our healer, for the King of Light, for glory!" Shouting his slogan, the blazing Red Heart Knight held his round shield tightly against the monster, immobilizing it. Then Sir Richard laughed sinisterly and plunged his sword into the monster again. Roar boom! The tile steel sword was indeed more effective than an ordinary iron sword. The monster let out a shrill cry, and its divine power burst out again. The violent airwaves immediately blew away the 7 Red Heart Knights, who were on top of it. Blasphemy! It roared at the sky, and its body was covered with a black shadow like a water curtain. The terrible divine power of shadow could not be suppressed even by Dani's soul destruction slash. But Dani was not afraid of its evil magic. She entered the dragon's spirit state with the divine title of the Great Black Mother. The next moment, endless milky, white, holy light spread out from Dani's body and spread to more than 20 meters away. The Night Watchers and the Red Heart Knights nearby suddenly felt cool and warm water entering their bodies through their pores, washing away their fatigue and healing their wounds. Their minds were refreshed and their minds were strengthened. For ordinary people, the large-scale holy healing was a positive buff. But when it fell on the monster's shadow, it burned fiercely. There was no doubt that the monster's body was stronger than Dragon Queen and Blackie. Its divine power level was higher, and its total divine power was not necessarily less than the 7 gods. But at this time, the monster was only a clone of the shadow demon. "Gods bless!" Dani shouted. "Destroy the frost god's servant!" 7 gods bless! Ursa, Garth, and the Unsullied shouted and rushed forward. "Dragon god bless!" Centaur Kue Luo shouted. "Red god bless!" Sir Richard and the 6 Red Heart Knights were emotional. They shouted and rushed forward. Once again, the monster's claws scratched the surface of the steel shield. But because the shield was pressed against its body and hundreds of people exerted force, it could not move even if it wanted to. Once again, Sir Richard raised his magic sword with a grim smile. Once again, the Minotaur wailed in agony. This time, it was obviously much weaker than before. It struggled hard, but could not break free from the hundreds of fierce men. Ha ha ha, for the King of Light! Sir Richard rode on the tail of the scorpion, stabbing again and again. Every time he stabbed, he laughed wildly and shouted, "For glory! For our Hiller!" Finally, the Minotaur was emptied out. It lay weakly in a pool of blood, unable to struggle. The shield-bearers got up and left, but it could not get up. The Red Heart Knights could stab as much as they wanted, and the Night Watchers could happily swing their swords. His eyes were blinded, and his nostrils, mouth, and ears were also pierced through by steel swords. As his divine power was exhausted, a Night Watcher fiercely wielded his dragon-tooth knife and shattered the round scale armor for the first time. "Ah, the monster's scales are broken!" he shouted in surprise. He slashed again and broke the skin. In a moment, the monster was cut into a bloody mess, just like the pot of beef used to make pissing meatballs. However, the 400 people took turns slashing and panting. The real damage was far less than the Red Heart Knight's rainbow piercing the sun. Their stomachs were empty. "Okay, everyone get out of the way. Let me burn the monster to ashes." Before the monster was completely dead, the dragon queen came to clean up the battlefield. "It's not completely dead yet." Richard wiped the sweat off his forehead and said unhappily, "I still want to cut off its head and end the monster's life myself." "You killed the monster. All the glory belongs to you, to all of you. I don't want any of it. You saved me from the monster," the Dragon Queen said emotionally. This is not very good. Your Majesty, you also helped a lot." Hearing the Dragon Queen's words, Richard's pockmarked face showed some embarrassment. Danny looked around at the broken bodies of the soldiers in the snow and sighed. "There's nothing bad about it. If you didn't find the monster's weak point, I don't know how many people would have died." Although the battle was short, and the monster's movements were restricted many times, it was too strong, its claws were too sharp, and it used evil witchcraft one after another. In just a few breaths of time when it lost control, 40 to 50 Night Watchers died. If not for Danny's field control to suppress the monster's magic and movement, the 400 to 500 Night Watchers who had just crawled out of the worm tunnel would not have been enough to kill it. In a one-on-one battle, Danny might not be its opponent unless she was as sensitive as Sir Richard to detect the monster's weakness. "Your Majesty, what's the matter with this monster?" Alma asked curiously. As soon as he said that, the surrounding soldiers who were sitting on the ground and panting looked up. Their curious gazes fell on the Dragon Queen. Regardless of whether the monster was the Shadow Devil Lalo or not, Danny immediately determined its identity. That's the evil god from the land of eternal winter. It's the servant of the frost god. This is the common enemy of all humans, and this tragic battle did not happen because of me. Just 2 days ago, more than 10 demon gods' projections or clones were fighting over the Door God's God Kingdom. Then the Door God opened the space door, and all the demon gods knew that she had inherited his legacy. Therefore, Danny guessed that the monster with the monster head must be one of the demon gods. Considering that he was immune to dragon flames and that his ability to control flames surpassed hers, there was only one candidate left, Lalo. Moreover, that fellow had just triggered a monkey version of the Great Cataclysm in Orlos with the goal of killing her. The way he fought in the East Watch was also very obvious. He disguised himself as a Night Watcher in the East Watch worm tunnel. When she came here to save them, he would catch her off guard and take her down with a sneak attack. Perhaps when Blackie was roaring and informing the people in the worm tunnel, Lalo was listening at the side and decided to parasitize the body of a Night Watcher in the worm tunnel. This is an evil god called Painted Skin Monster. He hides in Sir Hugh's body and devours Sir Hugh's soul, bones, and flesh, leaving only a human skin on his body. TSK, so it's a painted skin monster. It's indeed terrifying. Evil god, evil god. The night is long and danger is everywhere. The evil god has descended. The King of Light bless us. Danny was talking nonsense with a straight face, but the others believed her. After all, The monster head really came out of Hugh's body. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. This kind of painted skin monster is almost impossible to guard against, De Xiong said worriedly. Indeed, this time it's all thanks to Oni's Kate Black, who discovered Hugh's abnormality. Danny looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Oni's?" "He's dead. The servant of the frost god burned him into meat sauce," a night watcher replied loudly. "Sigh, may the Holy Father forgive his sins when he was alive. May the Holy Mother take his soul to heaven." Danny's face was filled with compassion as she lied out of kindness. "Your Majesty, Danny Alice, how is this servant of the frost god compared to the king of deviant ghosts?" Sir Richard was both expectant and fearful. If the king of deviant ghosts was stronger than the Minotaur, then would his king have any hope of defeating him? If the king of deviant ghosts was weaker than the Minotaur, then how was he, who had killed the Minotaur evil god, compared to the Savior? They each have their own merits. Danny frowned as she started to worry. The king of deviant ghosts' defense and power might not be as strong as the Minotaur, but might not be weaker than the Minotaur. It was a very simple logic. If the Shadow Lalo's clone could kill the king of deviant ghosts, then why would he need to plan for the child of prophecy thousands of years in advance? Therefore, it was very likely that the Minotaur monster would not be able to defeat the king of deviant ghosts. Thinking of this was very scary, considering that the king of deviant ghosts was not just one ghost. There were hundreds of deviant ghosts and millions of ghouls around him. It was even scarier. The king of deviant ghosts and the painted skin monster each have their merits. Sir Richard's face was filled with joy. "Ha ha ha, the Light King bless me. I killed a servant of the frost god who is on the same level as the king of deviant ghosts. Long live the Light King. Long live Richard Hope." The other 6 red god believers looked fanatical as they raised their swords and shouted. Hiss! The Minotaur monster that was cut beyond recognition spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Its body twitched a few times before it died completely. Danny had been waiting for this moment for a long time. A bright light flashed in her eyes. A thought was separated from the ring of wind in her sea of consciousness. It flew out of her sea of consciousness with the big black dragon spirit and entered the void. From the perspective of the soul, a soul that looked like a black sun separated from the Minotaur monster's body. It drew a black light and was about to leave the Westeros and disappear into the far east. In the next moment, Danny's green prophet soul caught up with it, just like how she chased after the second life of the 6 forms man Valamir, just like how she chased after the dragon spirit of the red dragon Balerion. She caught up with it, without any nonsense. The big black dragon under her opened its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, the rune circle that Danny had prepared was activated. It immediately sealed the black sun and sent it to the 7 gods' kingdom to be suppressed. Boom, the void shook. In the dark shadows of the east, there seemed to be a demon god roaring angrily. Danny smiled coldly, and her soul returned to her sea of consciousness. Boom! The blacksmith's dragon flame, which could melt steel, poured out and covered the whole pit where the Minotaur monster's body was. The dragon flame was like water, filling the pit and turning it into a lake of red flames. Under the lake, the Minotaur monster's blood, broken scales, and purple-black meat were burned together, turning into a waterfall-like black soul, as well as a large amount of divinity of gray shadow and fire. There was no divinity of light, so she couldn't be sure that he was the king of light. Danny saved the divinity of fire first, planning to eat it when her song of fire made some progress. The divinity of shadow and black soul were all poured into Big Black's sea of consciousness. Big Black was perfected. He activated the clergy of the 7 gods again. Danny was a little hesitant. In theory, she should choose Stranger without hesitation. Stranger was the god of death of the 7 gods' believers. He should be able to control part of the god of death's authority. However, after the Minotaur monster's assassination today, Danny also found a problem. She had the Han's face-changing technique, and the evil god also had a special stealth method. She didn't notice Xiufu's abnormality before. The Holy Father represents justice. This justice will definitely give the Holy Father's divine power special ability. Maybe it can sense evil? Danny was looking forward to it. However, she also knew that her expectations might not become reality. Glancing at the night watcher who was sorrowfully cleaning up his companion's body, Danny sighed. She hoped that coerced black goat would be more powerful. She chose Stranger for Dahe. Chapter 760. Stranger Danny felt very awkward at this moment. The priesthood of the seven gods was similar to the god summon in Xinxia. For example, the god summon of earth that was conferred by the heavenly court could immediately turn a mortal into a land. At the same time, he could also obtain all the knowledge that a god of earth should have from the god summon of earth. Even if he was an illiterate soldier in his previous life, he could master the extraordinary knowledge of maintaining the power of the earth and improving feng shui the moment he obtained the god summon of earth. If it was in the world of gods like the Faerun continent where extraordinary power was standardized, the priesthood of the gods was almost equivalent to the heavenly court summon of earth. But this world did not have a complete system of extraordinary power. To put it bluntly, everything was in the initial stage. But before the gods could start their own business, the company entered the stage of bankruptcy and liquidation. The world began to degenerate, and it was difficult to protect oneself, let alone start a business. Therefore, the priesthood of the seven gods was formed unconsciously by the power of faith of the believers under the tacit approval of the rules of the universe. It was a kind of summon of earth. The knowledge in the summon of earth was either given by heaven and earth, which was a natural summon, or the heavenly court's big shots instilled their own knowledge and skills into it, just like a master tape recording a CD, which was a heavenly court summon. Even large immortal cultivation sects were qualified to create summons. The priesthood of the seven gods did not have the corresponding knowledge given by the universe, nor did the big shots inject experience points into it. It was all accumulated by the believers over time. Simply put, the knowledge that the believers of the past knew was only known to the seven gods. Therefore, the warrior of the seven gods was the position with the richest knowledge among the seven priesthoods. Blacksmithing, forging, farming, hunting, and all the other labor-related skills was second, followed by the Holy Mother, healing and medicine. Perhaps the old woman, who represented wisdom, could surpass the blacksmithing, but the Holy Father of Justice, the Pure Maiden, and the Stranger of Death were difficult for the believers to inject extraordinary knowledge, especially the Stranger. After Danny and the Stranger of the great black dragon spirit, she only received the knowledge of silence and her sister how to deal with corpses. This, the Dragon Queen, would definitely not be willing to be a corpse collector. Therefore, unlike the warrior priesthood that helped Danny become the god of swords, the Stranger did not help her increase her knowledge. But this did not mean that the Stranger priesthood was useless. In stark contrast to its lack of knowledge, Emoku's divine power was wondrous and powerful. Your Majesty? Deshiong rubbed his eyes and opened them again. The Dragon Queen was right in front of him and had not disappeared. But when he blinked and looked again, under the dusky sky, the Dragon Queen's body seemed to have merged into that gray and white darkness. She disappeared, or was there a layer of shadow blocking his view? The others also noticed this, but although White Knight and the four shield bearers did not understand, they immediately stepped forward and protected Dragon Queen in the center. Your Majesty? Big Bear was surprised and couldn't help but take another step forward. This time he, Garth, and the others were sure that there was no shadow around the Dragon Queen, but her figure was indeed looming, as if she was wearing an unqualified invisibility cloak. Not only was her figure not completely invisible, but even the cloak itself showed traces. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Big Bear asked in a low voice. The Dragon Queen finally turned around and glanced at him. Ah! Big Bear's eyes met hers, but he lost his voice and couldn't help but take a step back. What a terrifying pair of eyes! They were still the color of violet, but it seemed to reflect a world of death. Countless ghosts let out soul-stealing wails and stretched out their thin and shriveled arms, as if they wanted to reach out from the purple eyes. They wanted to climb out of the world of death, and even more, they wanted to pull in the living people who were gazed at by the purple eyes. Big Bear felt cold all over. The soul in his body was like water in a pool that had been opened, pouring into a gray and cold world. I was praying just now, praying to the stranger. Dani returned to her valiant appearance of the tall and slender Night Queen, exuding a trustworthy and gentle aura. She turned around and looked at all the people who came over in surprise and said with a smile, "Today, many night watchers died in battle. Their belief in the 7 gods was very shallow, so they were not qualified to enter heaven. But as night watchers, they sacrificed their lives for the 7 kingdoms and deserved to be rewarded. So, I prayed to the stranger and led all the heroic spirits to mountain paradise to rest for a few years. When the long night ends and summer comes, they will be reincarnated into the beautiful new world that they fought and sacrificed their lives to create." "Ah, Your Majesty, what you said is a little complicated. I don't really understand," Alma said in confusion. Not only did the old ranger not understand, but everyone around him was also confused. "Tell me, where do people's souls go after they die?" Dani asked instead of answering. "To the 7 levels of hell." Alma mumbled. "Bad people go to hell, and good people go to heaven." A night watcher knight said loudly, "We believe in the Red God. After we die, we will go to a world full of sunshine, gardens, wine, and sex," Richard said excitedly. Dani looked at him strangely, nodded, and said, "In general, after people with faith die, they will be rewarded by the gods according to their faith and their lifetime achievements. In other words, they will go to heaven, or they will be punished by the gods and go to hell." "Then, what about people who are neither good nor bad?" she asked again. Everyone was dumbfounded. "The 7 Stars Bible seems to say that the stranger will bring them into reincarnation and return to the human world," Garth said hesitantly. In the original version of the 7 Stars Bible, there were only 2 choices: to go to heaven or to the 7 levels of hell. Only underage children would enter a new reincarnation outside of these 2 choices. The centaurs had such a tradition as well. The bodies of adults would be cremated and enter the night kingdom of the horse god. The children would be buried underground and enter reincarnation again. After that, Dani made limited changes to the teachings of the 7 gods. What Garth said was the content of the new Bible. However, such changes were only known to cultivators and those who studied the new 7 Stars Bible. Most of the night watchers present did not even know how to read and had never gone to the Holy Church to pray in their lives. For example, Alma, who had lived for more than 60 years and believed in the 7 gods, had never read the complete 7 Gods Bible. So, Alma pointed at the corpses of the night watchers lined up in a row, waiting to be cremated by the dragon flame, and asked in confusion, "Are they being taken away by the stranger? Are they going to reincarnate? What's the benefit of reincarnation? Is reincarnation not a benefit? Isn't it good to wait until the long night is over and summer comes again?" Dani was puzzled. She had just turned into a stranger and entered the world of death to put the souls of the night watchers who had just died into the space of faith. Well, except for the believers of the old gods and Anami in the northern region. They were nowhere to be found. Dani did not see them and did not look for them. On the contrary, because of the faint threads of faith, all the believers of the 7 gods, including Oni's Kate Blake, appeared around her at the moment when the stranger entered the world of death. Even at this moment, the believers of the 7 gods who had died in other places also came to Dani as if they were attracted by a black hole. For example, the night watchers who had died under the collapse of the Great Wall 2 days ago. However, Dani did not care about others and only collected the souls of the night watchers. The world of death was attached to the real world and was equivalent to the shadow of the real world. The scenery was exactly the same as the real world, but it was a gray and cold world. The souls of the dead wandered around. There was no death god or ox head or horse face to manage them. There was no need for management. Those souls were emitting spiritual essence into the world of death every minute and every second. When the spiritual essence was exhausted and the life imprint no longer existed, they would vanish into thin air and completely return to the world. The world of death was similar to a spatial crevice. Activating the stranger's godly power would allow her to fuse into it. Hence, Danny's figure was faintly discernible, like a gray mosaic shadow. "What does reincarnating into another person have to do with me?" Alma mumbled. "Ah." Danny was stunned. It seemed that this was not wrong. Unless there was a chance to awaken innate wisdom after reincarnating, she would be considered as another unrelated person. At least it's better than going to the 7 levels of hell. The East Sea Kingdom was 30 kilometers away from the Great Wall that had yet to collapse. The Night Watchers could not mobilize their army and transport all the resources in the castle's wormhole to Dark Castle. If they really did that, the other ghost army would come back, and even the Dragon Queen would not be able to save them. Hence, they built a simple 3-story sentry tower at the only exit of the wormhole. Their main purpose was to observe the movements of the other ghosts. Only a team of 30 people was left in the entire wormhole. If they encountered the other ghosts, they did not need to fight. They only needed to immediately retreat into the wormhole, close the door, and wait for reinforcements. This is the secret key to the communications center of the magic net. Danny handed a glass candle to the alchemist and instructed, "Every day, report to me regularly about the wind, temperature, weather, and the movements of the other ghosts in the East Sea Kingdom. If the other ghosts surround and attack the sentry tower, you can also send me a message." The Magic Net Center on Dragonstone Island had lost its suppression and regained its long-distance communication function. The alchemists who stayed behind at the East Sea Kingdom could contact the Dragon Queen at any time. Not only the East Sea Kingdom, but the 17 castles that originally belonged to the Great Wall also had alchemists. Back then, the reason why Danny built the Magic Net Center on Dragonstone Island was to obtain the ability to instantly communicate during the long night. Hence, she had long sent a group of alchemists with real skills to the Great Wall. They were from the King's Landing Alchemist Guild. Before the long night, the alchemists were responsible for preparing wildfire. When the long night officially arrived, Danny would activate the magic net communication. Unfortunately, when the long night came, the Great Wall collapsed. Most of the alchemists died in the tide of zombies, and the human resources were wasted. Back at Dark Castle, Danny once again lived in the King's Tower. When Mance Ryder's wife, Dana, helped her tidy up the room, the Dragon Queen took the time to separate a part of her consciousness into the faith space. "Who are you?" A black sun floated in front of Danny. The sun was tightly bound by white chains. The black sun struggled a few times and the chains rattled, but there was no sign of breaking free. "I am the God King of the darkness, the master of shadows, the shadow cast by the first flame between heaven and earth." The black sun's voice was like thunder, and the whole faith space trembled slightly. "Are you Lalo? Don't be so secretive." Danny was impatient with beating around the bush and asked directly, "I am not Lalo. I am also he," the black sun said in a deep voice. "Okay, you are Lalo, the shadow devil." Danny waved her hand. "Why do you look like a bull head and a snake body?" "You should be asking why the bull and the snake look so similar to me." "I thought you were a flame or a shadow," Danny said strangely. "To survive in the material world, one must have a material form, and that is my form. The bull and the snake that were born later referred to my appearance." Chapter 761. Every living being in the world was created with reference to the form of the gods, including you humans. Black Sun said, "That's a novel way to put it." Danny nodded, then asked, What's the principle of the spell you used to enter the Night Watcher's body? You want to learn? Black Sun teased. I'm just curious, but if you insist on teaching me, I'll have no choice but to listen to you. Black Sun seemed to be stunned. After a while, he said proudly that cowardly human fell into despair after the fall of the Great Wall. Desperate humans attract the attention of the dark gods. I filled his empty and dead heart, and his heart gave birth to the person I am now. I didn't wear his skin. I've always lived in his heart. You won't be able to learn this skill. Danny looked at him coldly. So, you didn't come to the Eastern Sea to ambush me after Orlos's explosion? Sigh, I came a long time ago, but I mistakenly thought that you were in a state of reverse overclocking. That's why I acted so recklessly. I should have waited for a better opportunity. At least there shouldn't be so many Night Watchers present, Lalo said regretfully. Why did you plan to deal with me? Danny frowned. Because of fate. Speak human. You were born with a mission. According to fate, you should have become the torch that dispels the long night. But now, you've betrayed your original glorious and great mission, Black Sun said angrily. Torch? Danny's eyes turned dangerous. Tell me, can you give me a satisfactory explanation for this Exanhua? Why don't you sacrifice yourself to save this world? This is your destiny, Lalo said angrily. Tell me the details. How should I sacrifice myself as the torch? Do you know how the sun came out last time? Lalo didn't answer. Mother Lone sang the Song of Water to summon the sun back to the world. Danny frowned and said, Then, do you know who will summon the sun this time? There was a hint of pride in our Hiller's tone. It can't be, right? Danny was shocked and said in disbelief, You are the King of Light. After the sun is extinguished, you should have died immediately like the Lady of Light. Even if you can survive as a shadow devil, you won't have the power to summon the sun. You know quite a lot, Lalo said in surprise. That's right. The past kings of light were all spirits of the sun. They were born from the newborn sun, and their power and life came from the sun. They were responsible for carrying the sun to illuminate the earth, rising and setting in the morning, day and night. As long as the sun disappears, the King of Light will lose his divine power and the foundation of his existence. There is a high chance that he will fall into eternal slumber, just like the Lady of Light. But I'm not just the King of Light. Before I became the King of Light, I was the fire god at the beginning of the world. It was I who sang the song of fire and separated the final first flame from the earth's core, allowing the mother goddess of the lone river to extract it and forge it into the sun of this era. So, do you understand? The sun was born because of me, not because I was born from the sun. I won't fall into slumber because of its extinguishment, Lalo said proudly. So the King of Light was born from the sun. Danny was stunned. Then she asked in confusion, Why are you the King of Light of this era? You had the Song of Fire, so there is no need for you to occupy the eternal Song of Light. The Song of Light can't be eternal. Can the Song of Fire and the other songs of law be eternal? Black Sun's mocking laughter had a trace of sadness and resentment. Danny was silent. Wasn't Lalo the best example of the Song of Fire can't be eternal? After discovering that there was only a trace of the first flame left in the Earth's core, I had a premonition that the Song of Fire would undergo a huge change in the following era. So I wanted to rely on the Song of Light to protect myself. But I didn't expect that in just a few thousand years, the Song of Fire would change hands twice. Lalo lamented. No wonder you lost the Song of Fire. You lack the courage to break through the single plank bridge. Danny sneered. What do you know? Lalo was furious. If it wasn't to raise the level of the Song of Fire, why would I waste my time and energy to help a group of shepherds create the Megalosaurus and help them develop the Earth Fire and Dragon civilization? You've embarked on the wrong path. Cultivation is the most personal thing. How can you let others do it for you? Danny mocked. If that's the case, Hand over the thing that Weirwood gave you. You said that cultivation depends on oneself, Lalo said calmly. You've embarked on another wrong path. Of course, cultivation depends on oneself, but that doesn't mean that you should reject opportunities. I'm just saying that you should focus on cultivation. Don't force things like opportunities. That sounds nice. Am I not working hard? I've been working hard since the beginning of the world. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years have passed, but I still haven't improved, Lalo said angrily. Danny was stunned. She sighed. Your talent is really bad. Yes, my talent is bad. The black sun didn't hide anything. After hundreds of millions of years, I finally realized this. I know that I can't rely on myself, so I have to find another way. You humans have short lifespans and poor foundations, but your cultivation talent is really amazing. If there's a human Holy Spirit that can help me complete my talent, I'll definitely be able to change the tragic fate of the world. Dream on. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to help an evil god like you? Danny sneered. This is your fate, Lalo said loudly. It's my turn to summon the sun in this era, but the last of the first flame has been exhausted. If I fail, the entire world will fall into darkness, and you will all die in the end. Don't you have the resolve to not be afraid of sacrificing yourself to save the world? I only have the resolve to enjoy the world. Foolish actions like not being afraid of sacrifice will never have anything to do with me. Danny waved her hand. I really should let old Blockhead see what kind of person his successor is, Lalo said angrily. It was as if the Dragon Queen had taken advantage of him. Danny sneered. She didn't continue on this topic. The door god told me that the first flame has been exhausted. The door god. The black sun was confused. The old blockhead you speak of, the Weirwood, the wind god. Lalo was silent for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, the first flame he spoke of should be the flame that gave birth to the world. The first flame I speak of is actually the secondary first flame, or the embers of the first flame. In the beginning, the sun was forged with the true first flame, which lasted for tens of millions of years. There was no winter back then. The entire world was in eternal summer. Flowers bloomed and never withered. When we began to forge the sun with the secondary first flame, winter came. The sun's lifespan was even shorter, from millions to hundreds of thousands. This era is only 8,000 years. Now that even the secondary first flame is gone, even if there is another era, it won't last long. Only I can change this. Give me your talent. I can sing the true song of fire and summon the song of fire of the first flame. This is the reason why fate allowed you to be born. Why can't I summon the first flame? Danny smiled faintly. You? Ha! The black sun laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Is this funny? The smile on Danny's face disappeared. Her eyes became dangerous. You are just a prisoner. How dare you laugh at this king? Do you have a death wish? 2 problems. The black sun sneered. You have to solve 2 problems. First, sing the complete song of fire. Second, become a true god. Even your ancestor, the Veleglia's sheep egg, took more than 1,000 years to take the song of fire from me. How old are you? When you sing the song of fire, the entire world will be taken over by deviant ghosts and will forever be in the cold and dark winter. 1,000 years! Danny was not discouraged. Instead, her eyes flashed as she thought of someone else who had said something similar. You must come. This time, I really want to help you. At least, I can save you 1,000 years of cultivation time. Blindin River text. Did he see something back then? If she cultivated normally, Danny estimated that it would take 1,000 years before she could sing the Song of Fire. But she ate weirwood paste. It was very likely that Blindin River text knew something and wanted to help her. I have good talent. I am confident that I can sing the Song of Fire in 10 years. Danny said confidently. Impossible. The black sun refuted. No matter how good your talent is, it can't be that fast. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I cheated. I ate weirwood paste. Danny did not plan to let the evil god in front of her go back. Naturally, she did not care if her secret was exposed. Weirwood paste? The black sun was slightly confused. It's a divine medicine that can develop a human's talent to the limit. It's a fruit born from the roots of the door god's body. I've never heard of such a divine medicine. The black sun's tone became uncertain. Think about the green prophet and the three-eyed crow. If they didn't eat weirwood paste, how could they have turned from ordinary people into the omnipotent green prophet in a short 1 or 2 years? The black sun was silent. After a long while he sighed and said, "We have always wondered why the green prophet grew so quickly. So it's because of weirwood paste. You're really lucky. A descendant of Alleglia is favored by old wood." No, it has nothing to do with the door god. The previous three-eyed crow was a member of the Targaryen family. Even though he was a scoundrel his whole life, he took advantage of the last moment when his mind was clear and helped me get in through the back door. The black sun, the three-eyed crow, helped you change your fate? Did he forget his duty of protecting the world? He asked in disbelief. At first, he did his best to protect the predetermined fate because, according to the predetermined fate, he would be able to safely get through this long night. But I didn't want to. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Danny had a foul mouth and said something inauspicious. Even if you can quickly chant the Song of Fire, you're not a true god, and you still can't summon the sun. Must I be a true god? Danny frowned. Of course. If I'm not a true god, how can I come into contact with the core of the world's law sea? Why do you think that I can't become a true god? It's not what I think, but the current world can't give birth to a true god. Just look the sheep egg and you'll understand. He was able to snatch the Song of Fire from me, but he's been stuck at the threshold of a true god his whole life. The sheep egg has always wanted to devour me, but I can also devour him. If I devour him, I'll be able to break the shackles and become a true god, Danny said. Lalo hesitated. He was silent for a long while before he shook his head and sighed. If it was before, you might have had a 30% chance. But now you can't. Why? Because the sheep egg is ruined. Chapter 762. Crippled. Danny asked doubtfully, "Did you think that I caused the Orlos explosion just to take your life and that it didn't affect sheep egg at all?" Black Sun smiled coldly. He was heavily injured, and then I took away 1/3 of his strength. Now he's incomplete. Even if you swallow him, you won't be able to break through to the true god realm. You stole my gift package. You're forcing me to kill you. Danny's eyes were filled with killing intent. Your gift package? Black Sun sneered. What do you think my goal is in raising sheep egg? You and here both my big gift bags. Okay, you've successfully packaged yourself into a gift package that I can't refuse. Danny's eyes no longer showed any hesitation. Black Sun teased, "Do you think there's still room for reconciliation between us?" Danny gave him a thumbs up and praised. "You're still the one with high awareness." Then she waved her hand, and the blacksmith's divine flames that could refine all things surged from all directions and enveloped Black Sunday. Black Sun boiled in the blacksmith's divine flames, melting like ice, but also like ice in the flames. A large amount of spirituality and divinity evaporated. He was howling in pain and cursing loudly. "I curse you, Danny Alice. I curse you madly. Curse the night watchers and those blasphemers. When you enter the world of death, I'll let you know what the ultimate horror is. Don't think that the demon god's curses were just empty words. Their words carried great power, enough to affect the fate of most people in the world. I am the ruler of death and shadows. Just you wait. Death will descend upon you one day. This is an eternal fate, and I will Danny's expression was cold and unmoved. she only increased the intensity of her flames, causing them to boil. In order to frighten others, she even pulled over the other demon god suppressed in the pond of faith. Yes, Sheep Egg only had 2/5 of his soul left. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Lalo, how does it feel? Ha ha ha! Sheep Egg wasn't scared, instead becoming excited, laughing happily. Tell me Lalo's secret, and his retribution will be even worse, Danny said to the Sheep Egg. Ha ha ha! Young Dan crazily laughed. Do you think my hatred for you is less than this bastard? I'm happy to see him in trouble. I'm happy to see you in trouble. I'm happy to see you in trouble. I'm happy to see the two of you fighting each other and both of you falling. Danny nodded and sighed. I have to say that your words make sense. Burning you makes me happy. Burning evil god Lalo makes me even happier. Now boom! A red, crystal-like blacksmith's divine flame landed on Sheep Egg's soul. Aoo, aoo, the Sheep Egg howled in pain. A large amount of spiritual essence and divinity evaporated, but they only passed through Danny's wind divine soul once before returning to the Sheep Egg's divine soul. There was no damage to the sheep's eggs, only endless pain. Of course, the spiritual essence that returned after the evaporation was imprinted with Danny's will. However, Danny's whispers seemed to have no effect on him. After the spiritual essence returned to the Sheep Egg's divine soul, the imprint she left in the spiritual essence slowly disappeared. Sheep Egg even sensed it and mocked loudly. You want to control my soul? Ha ha ha, dream on. It's all right, at least you can persevere forever without dying. It's worth it to only hear your wails. Just like now, as you said, I'm so happy to see you two evil gods in pain. She smiled and said to the Sheep Egg, I curse you, I'm going to curse you madly. The Sheep Egg started to imitate Lalo. Language is like the wind, and curses are also language. Only the weak will scream unwillingly, Danny mocked. The black sun evaporated spiritual essence and divinity richer than the bull monster's corpse. It was pure divinity of death and shadow. It was still all given to Blackie to absorb, but strangely, no new divine position was born this time. Instead, it gained a large amount of divinity of death. That's right, Blackie gained a large amount of divinity of death. Previously, Blackie didn't have a divine position of death. Even if it absorbed the divinity of death, it would be like how ordinary people absorbed glucose and amino acids in food. It would all be converted into the divinity of Megalosaurus that strengthened the divine soul and body. Now, it had an additional divine position of stranger, and stranger corresponded to death and mystery. To give an inappropriate example, men ate sheep's eggs to replenish their eggs. But without eggs, there was nothing to replenish. Now that Blackie had eggs, it could replenish its eggs by eating sheep's eggs. To put it bluntly, gods of the same divine position had the possibility of robbing each other's divinity. Yes, the three divine positions of blacksmith, holy mother, and warrior also had divinity. However, Danny had never encountered divinity of the same kind in other evil gods, so there had never been a case of robbing divinity before. This was the first time for Stranger. One could imagine that in the Song of Ice and Fire, a world filled with evil gods, the probability of encountering the divinity of death was very high. Although there was no new divine position, the sudden increase in divinity of death also brought Danny a huge surprise. There were two specific points. First, after taking on the divine position of Stranger, she had a stronger adaptation to the world of death. She could almost break away from the real world and hide 99% of her body in the world of death, leaving only a dark shadow in her original place. Yes, just like those dark demon gods. There was no way to be invisible, but it was high class, which was very in line with the identity of Stranger, symbolizing death and the unknown. Perhaps there were other functions, but Danny hadn't developed them yet due to the short time. Second, the range of the domain of death that Stranger could control was wider. Perhaps one day in the future, Danny could really help Blackie build 7 levels of hell. Westeros talked about the 7 levels of hell almost every day, but there were no 7 levels of hell in the world. Just like how Danny teased Tyrion before, saying that he would meet his father in the 7 levels of hell, that was complete nonsense. The 7 gods were fake, so how could there be 7 levels of hell? If Danny wanted to build 7 levels of hell for Westeros, the model would probably be very similar to the ghost city of Fengdu and the Hell of Mount Tai in Chinese mythology. The underworld was the cave of Fengdu. The world of death was the shadow of the real world. To build 7 levels of hell in the world of death, one must first find a place in the real world that connected yin and yang. Well, Danny had to find a place similar to Fengdu and Mount Tai in the Westeros and build a cave called 7 Levels of Hell. Building 7 levels of hell was still too far away, but with the sudden increase in divinity of death, Stranger did have a new skill, using Stranger's divine power to bring the souls of the dead to a designated place. For example, if Stranger Danny entered the world of death, as long as she was willing to consume divine power, she could bring all the souls of the dead in a certain range. Not only the believers of the 7 gods, but also all the souls that had not dissipated. There was nothing special about this ability. If God of Death could not even control the souls of the dead around him, how could he be called God of Death? But Danny had a flash of inspiration. She was inspired by the Atonement Scroll, made by Christianity in her previous life. If she could store Stranger's divine power in runes, could she bring the soul of the person who held the runes to 7 levels of hell or heaven after his death? Now that 7 levels of hell had not been built, they could only go to heaven. Well, no one would spend money to buy an atonement scroll to go to 7 levels of hell. Danny's atonement scroll was not a joke. She was inspired. Before getting 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the standard for ascending to heaven was as high as 200 points of faith. Now, after absorbing 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the standard was lowered to 100 points of faith in Westeros. But Danny's subordinates, even a devout believer of the 7 gods like old Bart, only had about 60 points of faith. In the Battle of Meereen, many of her subordinates who had followed her for many years died. Their souls all entered the world of death and disappeared. If they turned into spirituality and disappeared automatically, it would be fine. They could finally return to heaven and earth. But if she was targeted by a demon god and captured to play with as he wished, don't doubt, with Danny's popularity, there would definitely be many evil gods who would hate her. They could not do anything to her, but they could torture her followers to vent their anger. Who asked you to help Danny rise deal with me when you were alive? The evil gods might think so. Just like before, the curse of Shadow Demon Lalo. When you enter the world of death, I will let you know what the ultimate horror is. The long night that followed was even crueler. Her subordinates like Big Bear, Quero, Grey Worm, and Beavis were not devout believers of the 7 gods. After death, they could not automatically ascend to heaven. Of course, Danny could help them get in through the back door, just like what she did to Aegon. But she could not watch them all the time and watch them die. Actually, Nephew Goo's death was also a coincidence. If Danny did not get 1% of the Green Prophet seal, she would not have heard his cries, his pleas to the Holy Mother. If Danny and Blackie were not in the state of the 7 gods when Big Bear died, she would not have heard Big Bear's prayers. Just like the old Snakewood City cultivator who was burned to death with Nephew Goo that day, Danny went offline and could not hear it. She could not hear or sense it. So naturally, she could not help them get in through the back door. Maybe Big Bear was not afraid of death. Even if Danny happened to be in the state of the Holy Mother, he was very calm before his death and did not pray to the 7 gods at all. She could not hear it either. If she did not know, she could not send down a miracle to bring his soul into heaven. Therefore, it was necessary to carry a heaven admission ticket with them. If possible, Danny wanted to give one to each of her followers. After all, heaven was opened by her, so her followers who died for her naturally had the right to enjoy the best treatment. What kind of title do you think I should have? Painted monster killer? Doesn't sound good. Minotaur demon killer? Sounds terrible too. Think about it. Is there a mighty, domineering, and catchy title? As soon as Dany walked out of the king's tower, she heard the pockmarked knight loudly boasting about his great achievements in the courtyard. Not only were there knights of red heart beside him, but there were also hundreds of night watchers and barbarians who had nothing better to do. Even the red-nosed old doctor was among them. They widened their eyes and listened attentively. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration, making the pockmarked knight even more proud. After the story of Richard bravely fighting the servant of the frost god was told for the nth time, the main character in the story began to think about giving himself a famous title. For example, his former companion, Gurdifalin, became the giant killer because of the corpse-picking giants. Dany walked over and said with a smile, "Why don't we call him Demon Hunter?" "Ah, the Dragon Queen is here." Everyone was shocked and immediately turned to salute Dany. Dany waved her hand, indicating that everyone was at ease, and said to the Knight of Red Heart, who had become a little reserved, "Let me give you the title of Demon Hunter, as a reward for your contributions in the attack of the servant of the Frost God. How about it?" Chapter 763. Richard's expression changed. The Dragon Queen gave him the title herself. Think of the famous roseless Iron Guard, Brenny. He was much stronger than Brenny, because he had killed an evil god. An evil god was also a god. He killed a god. Now his achievement of killing a god was officially recognized by the Dragon Queen. The pockmarks on the pockmarked knight's face lit up with excitement, like little light bulbs. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he bowed solemnly, raised his head, and said, "Isn't Demon Hunter too ordinary? There's nothing special about it." Dany said seriously, "Although the name is ordinary, there's a deeper meaning in the ordinary. A fancy title only represents your past, that you killed a skin-painted demon. But your glorious life has just begun. In the future you will face other ghosts, other ghost kings, and countless demons in the dark. Your glory cannot be limited. Therefore, the simple and low-key title of Demon Hunter can better show your ability and great achievements. Indeed, Demon Hunter contains a wild, domineering aura and low-key luxury." Professor Perez-Ten nodded and praised. "Hearing you say that, it's really—" The pockmarked knight was overjoyed. Demon Hunter Richard? Good. From today onwards, I'll be called Demon Hunter." Cleton Songe on the side cracked his mouth full of rotten brown teeth. His expression was fearful and expectant. There will be countless dark demons in the future. Countless does not mean that there are countless demons. But I don't know how many there are. There may be many, or there may be only a few. Dany said, "Are they as strong as the Minotaur that Richard killed?" Sir Cleton asked nervously. "Definitely not as strong as the Minotaur. As long as there's no fear in everyone's heart, we can definitely defeat them if we work together. Just like 8,000 years ago, Yeser and Ahai led the warriors to expel the demons from the far east with the light emissary." Dany encouraged the Knights of Red Heart loudly. "For glory, for His Majesty Stannis, for the Light King!" The Demon Hunter shouted excitedly. "Very good. You have fighting spirit and courage. Why worry about not achieving great things?" Dany praised him with a thumbs up. Then she took out a stack of parchment the size of movie tickets and handed it to the Demon Hunter. "This is the temporary residence permit in heaven that I got from praying to the Holy Mother. Take it with you. Even if you unfortunately die in battle, you can still enter the heaven of the 7 gods. Come on, 7 of you have participated in that battle. Isn't it God's will?" Dany stuffed a movie ticket into the Demon Hunter's hand and gave one to each of the other 6 Red Heart Knights. A Red Heart Knight held the temporary residence permit in heaven in bewilderment and mumbled, "We believe in the Red God and are believers of the King of Light." That's not contradictory. The 7 of you are the 7 sons. Now that you have the citizenship of Lalo and the 7 gods, You can choose freely in the future. If you want to go to Lalo's kingdom, you can go to his kingdom. If you want to go to heaven, you can go to heaven. But the demon hunter with a pockmarked face was conflicted. The Light King is the only God. Don't the believers of the 7 gods also preach that the 7 gods are the only God who can do everything? Those words are just to fool ignorant fools. Knights, you are so wise that you should be able to see through the tricks of the monks easily, Dany said casually. She said it so casually that the jaws of the people around her dropped. Your Majesty, you are the Archbishop of the 7 gods, Dr. Perestan reminded her with a twisted face. Yes, I swear on my identity as the Pope of the 7 gods that what I said is true. Dany nodded and said matter-of-factly, Isn't this blasphemy against the gods? The pockmarked knight held the temporary residence permit in heaven in confusion. Lying is blasphemy. What I said is the truth. Is the descent of the Holy Mother fake? Is the Light King fake? Are the gods at the cities of Ursos fake? And the dark realm to the east of Yashia, with so many evil gods, are they fake? Evil gods are gods too. Dragon Queen asked a series of questions, leaving everyone speechless. They were not sure if the gods of the free trade cities were real or fake, but the Holy Mother and the Light King had both shown miracles. At least the 2 of them were real. Then, the theory of the only God had been disproved. Seeing the hesitation on the knight's face, Dany smiled strangely and said, Trust me, you won't regret taking it. If you refuse, maybe a few days later. Oh, right, where is Stannis? It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't brought Melisandre? Dragon Queen was not sure if Lalo would be too embarrassed to complain to Aunt May about the crime of the Red Heart Knights, rainbow piercing the sun. But as a loyal follower of Lalo, the red-robed woman must know the true name and appearance of the shadow demon Lalo. Just like the diary of the shadow demon Tam, there were all kinds of blood witchcraft that seemed like horror stories. At the same time, there were many sketches of the evil gods. If you wanted to sacrifice to an evil god, you would at least know the evil god's appearance, name, and specialty, right? So, when Aunt May heard the details of the 7 suns sword piercing the sun, she would most likely be able to guess the true identity of the bull-headed snake monster. At that time, the situation would be very awkward and terrifying. Dany spent 2 days in the house to get the 7 gods version of Heaven's entrance ticket. Including the day she brought people to dig the worm-gazing passage in the East Sea. Erlu had already left Dark Castle for 3 days. He should have returned with Aunt May long ago, but the 2 of them were nowhere to be seen. Maybe they were delayed by something? Perestan said uncertainly, But your Majesty, have you and the 3-eyed crow found the King of Strange Ghosts? He asked again. The various armies of the strange ghosts have already been found, but I'm not sure where the King of Strange Ghosts is. Dany's expression became serious. The strange ghosts don't move together. The 1,000,000 corpse ghosts are led by a few hundred strange ghosts. Each strange ghost is equivalent to the commander of an army. More than 200 strange ghosts lead more than 200 troops and form a dense sieve. From the north to the south, they clean up all the living beings on the land. The human villages, graveyards, and beasts in the forest are all targets of the dead. Their numbers are snowballing and growing every day. I'm not sure if there were 1,000,000 before, but now it's definitely more than 1,000,000. Soon, we should receive news of the fall of the great nobles' castles. Yes, the Northern Territory is really finished. Even if Stannis is the savior, it's too late now. The old doctor's face was pale, and his voice trembled. The Knights of Red Heart, Night Watchers, and barbarians around them also had heavy expressions and fell silent. Why didn't the King of Strange Ghosts attack Dark Castle? Strategically speaking, with the fall of the Great Wall, Dark Castle has no value to attack. But strange ghosts shouldn't talk about strategy. Aren't they too smart? After a while, Gales Hightower said worriedly. Dr. Perestan shook his head and said, Strange ghosts were originally transformed from humans. You can kill them like animals. but you can't think of them as stupid as animals. Maybe Dark Castle can really become a stronghold to attract strange ghosts. Danny looked up at the cracked wall and said thoughtfully, "What do you mean?" The red-nosed doctor was confused. "I want to repair the Great Wall." The Great Wall had 2 layers. The inner layer was made of huge rocks, just like an enlarged version of the Great Wall of China. The magic runes carved into the Great Wall were in the rock layer. The outer layer of the Great Wall of rock was covered with a thick layer of ice, as if it was wearing clothes. Most of the ice came from the frozen river in the haunted forest. The night watchers dug out huge ice blocks from the river and dragged them back to cut them into small pieces that could be lifted and piled on the surface of the Great Wall. The small pieces of ice stacked on top of each other were poured with boiling water in between the cracks, and they immediately solidified into a whole solid ice block. The work of covering the ice layer lasted for hundreds of years. Today, the 210-meter-tall building that could allow 12 knights to ride side by side was created. If the Great Wall entered the eternal summer, all the ice on the Great Wall would melt, and the Great Wall would be a third shorter and half thinner. For 8,000 years, the walkways on the Great Wall had never been cleared of snow. It was 500 kilometers long, and there weren't that many people to do it. Of course, it was even more unnecessary. The thicker the ice layer, the stronger the Great Wall. In order to not slip on the ice, the night watchers would lay a layer of gravel path on the section of the Great Wall that they were stationed at. The Great Wall that could allow 12 horses to gallop on was too wide, and it was impossible to lay gravel all over it. It only needed to be enough for 2 night watchers to walk side by side. When a layer of gravel was covered by snow, another layer would be laid. Year after year, the Great Wall became a 60-meter thick 1,000-layer cake. Usually, this 70-meter thick 1,000-layer cake wouldn't cause any trouble for the night watchers. But today, when the horn of winter was blown, the ice layer of the Great Wall was cracked all over. The cracks were dozens of meters deep and 4 to 5 meters wide. It was like an abyss that swallowed the night watchers. In fact, in the past few days, many night watchers had accidentally fallen into the abyss at the top of the Great Wall on their way to Dark Castle. At this moment, in Stonegate Village, which was 160 kilometers away from Dark Castle, 2,500 night watchers were blocked by a giant crack. It was as if a god had raised a machete and slashed it with all his might, leaving a mark on the Great Wall that was 20 meters wide and 70 meters deep. If a torch was thrown down, one could see the rock layer inside the Great Wall. "Sir Mal Lister, why don't we go down? Stonegate Village still has a few stone towers and a wide tunnel," the commander of the Sentinel Tower, Sir Savon, said with a trembling voice. "Let's wait. Her Majesty Danny Lilith is repairing the Great Wall," the old knight said in a low voice. These night watchers came from many castles in the west. After the Great Wall collapsed, they received a message from Dark Castle's messenger crows. They led their troops up the Great Wall and moved to the east. However, they were blocked by a giant glacier crack. After that, Blackie flew around the Great Wall and told the migrating night watchers to stop moving and stay away from the crack. The 2,500 night watchers had been waiting in the snow for 2 days. 7 of our brothers have frozen to death in the past 2 days. Sir Savon said in despair, "There are too many of us. If we go down the Great Wall, we might attract deviant ghosts." "More people will die then," Sir Mal Lister said with a frown. "The Great Wall is full of cracks. Even if it can be repaired, it will take at least tens of thousands of people and decades, right?" "No, the Queen will use magic to repair it, just like that day, 7 gods above." Before Sir Mal Lister could say anything, a flame lit up under their feet. Chapter 764. The glacier under their feet seemed to have a series of light bulbs buried inside, and then pulled the switch. As the current flowed, the light bulbs lit up one by one. However, the red light was too dim and wavering. It was more like a candle flame, swaying in the wind. 7 gods, the Great Wall is burning. No matter how dim the light was, it was still visible to the naked eye. Cries of surprise rang out from the Great Wall. Looking up, the entire Great Wall was covered in a thin layer of red light. In this snow-covered land, it looked like a rope of fire on the ground. The red light came from the magic within the Great Wall. The magic repaired the magic circle and drove it to operate slowly. The operating magic circle automatically gathered the magic between heaven and earth. This was a virtuous cycle. The magic flowed into the Great Wall and slowly filled the cracks in the glacier. Crack, crack, wherever the magic flowed, the glacier began to heal automatically. It was like a wound on the skin being healed by a healing spell. Sir Severn was stunned. This is repairing the Great Wall? It's like a miracle. It was the same last time. Even though it was not the first time Sir Mallister had seen it, he was still very excited. As long as the Dragon Queen is here, we will not lose. Even if the Great Wall collapses, it can be rebuilt. I heard that 30 kilometers of the Great Wall collapsed at Eastwatch. Shadow Scholar Tamulin shook his head. Sir Mallister said in a low voice, "We can build a stronghold first, and then repair it at Eastwatch." 8,000 years ago, the Night Watchers could build 500 kilometers of the Great Wall. Can't we even build 30 kilometers? Even if it's repaired, the other ghosts might blow it down again. I heard that the king of the other ghosts got the Horn of Winter, Sir Severn said helplessly. This time it might be different, Sir Mallister said uncertainly. Don't worry, it's different this time. Even if the king of the other ghosts loses his voice, he won't be able to blow down another section of the Great Wall. Dark Castle's Sir Elisa had a similar worry. The Dragon Queen comforted him with a proud expression. The Horn of Winter specifically targets the wind power of the weirwood, but I used a full set of fire power. I also adjusted the magic circle inside the Great Wall. I've been modifying the magic circle for the past 2 days. At this point, Danny's expression became a little strange. As she said, 2 days ago, she had arranged for Blackie to inform the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. However, it was not until today that the repair of the Great Wall officially began, because she found that the Great Wall was in a very special position. The Great Wall was in the front yard of the world. The Green Prophet Sanctuary was the gate, and to the north was another world. The area beyond the Great Wall was the buffer zone between the Westeros and the outside world. Such a special location also brought about special benefits to the Great Wall. First of all, the Great Wall was the place where the world's magic power gathered. 99% of the magic power used by the spell formations in the Great Wall came from this place. The last time Danny replenished the magic power of the Great Wall, the magic power of 2 Megalosaurus was of no use to a colossus like the Great Wall. Why was it able to last for so many years without being depleted? The main reason was that the area where the Great Wall was located was rich in mana. The mana of the Megalosaurus drove the magic circle, and after the magic circle was activated, it would automatically absorb the free mana in the air. This was also the reason why Melisandre's mana had improved so much after coming to the Great Wall. To explain it in Xianxia terms, the Great Wall was built in a blessed land. In addition to the rich magic power, the law of nature around the Great Wall was also very active. This gave Danny an idea. Could she use the Great Wall as her training ground? After that, she returned to the place where she first met the Door God, the Long Night Fortress. Once, the Long Night Fortress was ruled by the Night King, and the Deviant Ghost Bride and the Night King ruled the Long Night Fortress for 13 years. Once, the most famous violation of guests' rights in Westeros occurred in the Long Night Fortress. Rat Chef was born in the Long Night Fortress kitchen. Once, the 79 guards escaped from the Long Night Fortress, but they were brought back and buried in ice. Once, a brave girl named Danny Flint learned from Hua Mulan, disguised as a man, and entered the Long Night Fortress as a night watchman. Later, her companions found out that she was a woman, and she was raped to death. Once, the legendary hero star I Samian saw 2 hellhounds fighting in the Long Night Fortress. Once, Mad Axe slaughtered his own night watchman. Once, Dragon Queen entered the Black Gate in the Long Night Fortress, and then burned the Rat Chef to death. The Great Wall was a strange place in Westeros, and the Long Night Fortress was the most strange place in the Great Wall. Countless legendary events happened here, and countless legendary monsters appeared here. Dany revisited the Long Night Fortress and accidentally found a strange place. The door god was gone, and the Black Gate had disappeared. However, there was a space behind the wall where the Black Gate was. She took a plastic bag and blew into it. The bag bulged, and then she tied it with a rope. If the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was the bag, the Great Wall was the bag's mouth, and the strange space inside the Long Night Fortress was the space fold at the bag's mouth. Once, the door god's kingdom was placed here. Now, Blackie opened the space door and Dany entered it. She was surprised to find that she heard the world singing. At the beginning of the world, the Song of Law was open to all creatures. The door god heard the Song of Wind, and then he sang his own Song of Wind. After that, the world gradually became stingy, and the Song of Law was hidden. Even the Holy Spirits could hardly hear the song of the world. Anyway, Dany was learning meditation. Before she met the door god, she had never heard the Song of Law of the World. Now she heard it. She seemed to have returned to the beginning of the world. God, this is no longer a holy place for cultivation. This place itself is a treasure. Dany named it Source of the World and made up her mind to occupy this treasure land. She spent 2 days modifying the magic circle so that the magic circle in the Great Wall could perfectly match Goldie. Well, Dragon Queen was busy every day, and she couldn't stay here even if she wanted to. However, she could let Megalosaurus stay. Megalosaurus was the source of magic and the control center of the magic circle of the Great Wall. It could also use the treasure land of the Great Wall to cultivate. Blackie, Little Green, and Little White had to fight with the Dragon Queen. Little Red was too young and couldn't take on the responsibility. Thus, the 2.5-year-old Goldie was called over and stuffed into the Great Wall to act as a battery. I feel that Goldie will surpass the 3 of you and become the big brother, Dany said to the 3 big dragons with a strange smile. This wasn't a joke. From now on, whenever Dany cultivated, she would be with Goldie as a dragon spirit. Goldie might not be able to grasp the Song of Law that she mastered, but he would always be watching, listening, and experiencing it personally in the form of a dragon spirit. Wouldn't his experience increase by leaps and bounds? Also, staying in a place like the source of the world all year round. Even a pig could become a spirit. No matter how stupid Megalosaurus was, it was still smarter than a pig, right? Caw, caw, caw. Very good. You actually left Megalosaurus in the Great Wall to maintain the magic circle. That's great. Dark Castle, the 9th floor of the King's Tower. At the window, a red-eyed crow flapped its wings excitedly. Even if the King of Strange Ghosts returns to the Great Wall with the Winter Horn, the Great Wall won't collapse. After the Great Wall's magic circle was activated, the temperature of Dark Castle didn't rise. Dany was puzzled. Of course it didn't rise. In the future, when the sun is completely extinguished, the temperature will drop even lower. The Great Wall can only slow down the temperature drop, but it can't increase the temperature. Only the new sun can bring summer to the world. The excitement in the crow's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of helplessness. You haven't found the King of Strange Ghosts? Dany asked again. The King of Strange Ghosts took 1/10 of the green prophet seal. I can't spy on its tracks through the trees, but I can guess its direction, the crow said in a heavy tone. Dany said calmly, I don't need you to guess. It's Winterfell, right? If it wants to take over the northern region, it won't let Winterfell go. Will you save Winterfell? Bran's voice was as light as a gust of wind. That depends on whether it's worth rescuing. I think it's worth it. Winterfell can be the bridgehead to stop the strange ghosts, Bran quickly said. Dany waved her hand and said, I don't care what you think. I want what I think. Dark Castle's affairs have come to an end. I'll go to Winterfell personally. Now, you should give me the reward for repairing the Great Wall." Bran looked deeply at her and spread his wings to fly into the dark sky. After a while, a group of crows flew over from the north. There were too many crows circling above Dark Castle like a dark cloud. The already dim sky became even darker. The night watchers below were all alarmed, and they all pointed at the sky. Dany didn't care about what they thought. She sent a mental wave to the crows in the sky and said, "I'm the chosen successor of your mother goddess. I can give you a new life. If you're tired of your current life, you can start a second life with me. If you don't want to leave the three-eyed crow, I won't force you." Chi! Just as she finished speaking, a ray of fire shot out from Dragon Queen's left eye. It was like a fluorescent gauze that flew 7 to 8 meters in the sky. Suddenly, it expanded and transformed into a cawing crow. When the crow flew into the sky, the other crows looked at it in surprise. "Look at it. It looks like Carbon Tooth." "It's Carbon Tooth. I remember that Carbon Tooth and fruit left with the human queen. Carbon Tooth, where have you been these days? It feels like you've changed." The crows were chattering in a language that humans couldn't understand. "Carbon Tooth? I'm not Carbon Tooth. Carbon Tooth sounds terrible. My name is Fog. You can call me Little Fog." The big crow cawed loudly. Pom! It exploded into a bright red sun. It was about the size of a plate. In the middle of the sun, there was a little girl's face. At this moment, the little girl's face was scrunched up. She looked left and right and pouted. "This place is so cold. Don't you feel cold?" Carbon Tooth turned into a fireball. "Carbon Tooth, is this your second life? It's so strange. Carbon Tooth, it's so cold. If you turn into a fireball, will it be extinguished?" The big crows sensed that the little sun's form had changed, but its aura hadn't changed. They weren't afraid, and they all surrounded Little Fog and cawed. "Oh, look, a sun appeared in the sky. Are you stupid? How can there be such a small sun? It must be Dragon Queen's fire magic. Don't you think that the sky is much brighter? It's like a small sun. It's too dark. If you hang an oil lamp on the Great Wall, the people below will think that it's like a sun." "It's different." On the ground, the night watchers also started shouting. Pom! The little sun changed again. Under the instigation of the crows, Little Fog turned into a beautiful girl who flapped her dragonfly wings. "This is my daily form." Little Fog pulled on her skirt made of flower petals and twirled around proudly. "So ugly. Mother Goddess, Carbon Tooth has become so ugly. He looks like a human." Chapter 765. If a person looked like a pig, would you say that she was ugly? By analogy, if a pig looked like a human, would other pigs despise it for being ugly? It was the same for the children of the forest. "I'm not ugly. I look like Mother Goddess. I'm proud, proud." Little Mist put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. "As a human, you and Dany Alice aren't ugly, but you used to sing praises of the earth. The children of the forest are the most beautiful creatures in the world. Even Mother Goddess said so. You can't be too harsh. Carbon Tooth has already started a second life. It's normal for him to change forms." "That's right. No matter how ugly humans are, they're still better looking than crows." "That's true. Look at Carbon Tooth's wings. They're sparkling like fire crystals. They're much prettier than us." The crows cawed. Some despised them, while others thought Little Mist was pretty. "Do you want to go with Mother Goddess? I'm quite lonely by myself." Little Mist widened her eyes and said pitifully, "Where's Mugwa? Didn't Mugwa leave with you?" A crow asked curiously. "Mugwa? You mean Afu?" "Sigh. She was burned away by Mother Goddess." Little Mist sighed. "Burned away?" The crows were shocked. "Mugwa is dead?" "She's not dead." Little Mist hurriedly said, "Oh, I thought she was dead." The crows heaved a sigh of relief. Little Mist continued, "She's not completely dead. I think it's worse than death. There's only one left. She scratched the back of her head and thought for a while before saying, Ah Fu was burned away by Mother Goddess's divine fire. Her soul was destroyed. Only her life imprint is left. Hiss, the sky warmed up because thousands of crows sucked in a breath of cold air. That's too scary. The crows were trembling. Little Mist, what nonsense are you talking about? Dragon Queen ground her teeth below. Little Mist touched her chin and spaced out for a while before remembering her duty. She hurriedly said, Don't be afraid. This is what it's like to start a second life. You'll all be burned away, and then caw, 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 I'm afraid of fire. I don't want to be burned away. How painful would it be to have one's soul scattered? It's better to quietly blend into the trees and the earth. The crows were even more frightened, and they directly interrupted Xiao Wu's next words. It doesn't hurt, the fire doesn't hurt at all. Look at me! Little Fog turned around and turned back into a little sun with a human face. She said proudly, When Mother Goddess ate hot pot, she let me squat under the pot and boil the soup in a short while. I'm hotter than ordinary flames, so how can I be hurt by fire? That makes sense. If they all turn into fireballs, they shouldn't be afraid of being burned by fire. The crows were skeptical. Well, it should only become a fireball after being burned, not a fireball first, and then calcined. Back then, Little Mist had also been burned until she cried out in pain. Unfortunately, after becoming a fire spirit, she had forgotten all of her memories. What's the matter with the wooden fruit? Why is she still a life imprint? Why didn't she become like you? A crow asked in confusion. All living beings in the world have their own attributes. Generally speaking, they are more compatible with one of the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. I am closer to fire element, so I burned it into a life imprint and reincarnated into a fire spirit. Little Fog sighed. Ah Fu is unlucky. She is neither a fire spirit nor a wind spirit. However, Mother Goddess hasn't sung the Song of Water and Song of Earth, so she can't turn into another elemental spirit. But don't worry when Mother Goddess sings her own song of earth and water. Even if it's just the beginning, Ah Fu can immediately start a second life. What? Danny Rise wants to gather the songs of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water? Bran was too shocked and couldn't help but interrupt. Her ambition is too big. If she really gathers the songs of the 4 elements, won't she become the Divine King? She's daydreaming. Long live Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess is omnipotent. Mother Goddess will definitely gather the songs of the 4 elements and become the world's first Divine King. Little Fog turned back into a little spirit, raised her little fist, and shouted fanatically. Danny face-bombed. She was just showing herself and pulling people into her group. Such a simple task. Yet she managed to do it like this. Mother Goddess's secret has been exposed by you. Danny Rise, you're lucky to be able to sing the Song of Wind and Song of Fire at the same time. Even if it's 2 songs of elements, you'll still feel the lack of time to cultivate, right? You can't master all the laws in the world. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Bran went straight to Danny and advised her. Cultivation is my own business. Why are you so agitated? Danny said in annoyance. Bran said in a low voice, This isn't just about you. Don't forget your mission. Don't let down Mother Goddesses. Trust in you. If you can't sing a complete song of the laws before the night ends, the world will be doomed. Unless you're willing to sacrifice yourself to help Lalo and let him summon the sun. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Danny waved her hand and said impatiently, What do you mean? You don't have time to waste. You don't have time to take the wrong path. Bran was a little angry. Since you're in such a hurry, why don't you help me with all your might? You said you want crows. I've brought all the crows here. As long as they're willing, they can all follow you. It's already like this. How do you want me to help you? Bran said angrily. Help me convince them. Don't push your luck. The crows are my companions, not slaves. You make it sound like I'm going to make them slaves. After a pause, Danny asked curiously, I thought you'd give the mission of summoning the sun to John Stark. I hope so. Unfortunately, he lacks too much opportunity compared to you. Bran's words were filled with resentment. Mother Goddess's inheritance should have been given to John. Mother Goddess, I've convinced 200 crows. After a short moment, Xiao Wu excitedly led a group of crows and landed on the balcony of the king's tower. She proudly reported the results to the Dragon Queen. The crows opened their red, gold, or green eyes and sized her up curiously. Only 200. Danny was dissatisfied. Bran didn't go back on his words. He brought all the crows here, and there were close to 4,000 of them. In the past, there were only 3,000 crows as animal companions. They were busy running around for the three-eyed crow. The other 1,000 crows were too old, and their souls were too tired. They didn't do missions anymore, and they usually slept on the weirwood. Now they were all here. However, Xiao Wu only managed to get 200 of her companions. Well, without Xiao Wu, there might be more crows who came to seek refuge with the Dragon Queen. When Danny thought of this, she looked at the little guy with a gaze filled with resentment. What's wrong? Mother Goddess, there are 200 of them. Xiao Wu had a blank expression. Forget it. I'll let someone else speak next time. Looking at the crows on the windowsill, Danny completely excluded Xiao Wu from the propaganda team. I'm going to Dragonstone Island. Do you want to come with me? Danny looked at Mance and his wife and asked. Mance's expression was serious. He shook his head and said, most of the free people on the Great Wall were recruited by me from beyond the Great Wall. How can I leave when they are fighting with their lives on the line? Do you think the battle in the south will be easier than in Dark Castle? Danny disagreed. Also, your son is still on Dragonstone Island. He's 2 years old now, right? No, he's 2 months and 7 days away from 2 years old, Dana quickly corrected. Do you miss him? Danny asked. The female savage's gentle and beautiful face was filled with deep longing. Of course I miss him. I dream of him every day, but I can't leave his father. He can live a good life on Dragonstone Island. He's safe and I can rest assured. As she spoke, Dana's eyes reddened and tears rolled down her cheeks. Mance patted his wife's shoulder and said comfortingly, if King Strange Ghost really crosses the neck and goes to the south, we'll go to Dragonstone Island. What about you? Danny turned her gaze to the silent, savage Princess Whale. Do you want to go to Winterfell? You haven't seen John for almost half a year, right? Whale frowned and thought for a moment. She shook her head and said, I don't want to be his vassal. Besides, he doesn't need me. Lastly, Hoothfire, the Amber family's castle. Excluding the Night Watcher's castle, this was the northernmost castle in the 7 kingdoms. The weather in the north was cold. Hoothfire was not like Winterfell, built on top of a hot spring. Its architecture was more in line with the style of the northerners. They built their houses underground. Not the entire house was built underground. Half of it was underground, and the other half was above ground. It could also be said that it was a stone building with a multi-story basement. In the summer, they lived above ground, and in the winter, they lived underground. Ordinary villagers would dig holes underground and build multi-story wooden houses at the bottom of the holes. The Amber family wouldn't do that. After all, they were earls with thousands of years of history. They were a prominent duke in the north. Their main castle was similar to the Taiha Palace in the Forbidden City. It wasn't the architecture, but the foundation. Both used earth as a platform, and on top of the platform, grand buildings were built. However, the Taiha Palace was built directly on the platform, while Hoothfire's castle was built on top of the platform with multiple stories of basements. The buildings that were exposed above the platform were also very low. The edges of the V-shaped roof even reached the ground. The structure of Hoothfire was also very simple. It was 100 meters wide and 200 meters long. It was a long strip facing north and south. The forest of heavenly trees was in the north and took up 40 meters. The castle on the platform was 50 meters long and wide. Around the main castle were towers, stables, and warehouses. The castle was surrounded by a stone wall that was 18 meters tall. The top of the wall was wide enough for 2 horses to walk side by side. Of course, just like Winterfell outside Hrothfire, there was a market for the commoners. Was the 18 meters tall city wall tall? Not to mention the great celestial empire. Even in the southern Westeros, 18 meters was considered very tall. But it was different in the north. In the vast plains of the north, the snow in winter could be 10 meters thick. With the walls blocking the wind, snowflakes could accumulate to 15 meters and even overflow the walls. For example, in the original plot, why didn't Theon fall to his death when he jumped off the Winterfell walls with the fake Arya? That was because the Winterfell walls were 15 meters tall and the snow outside the walls was 12 meters thick. Jumping down was like landing on a cotton blanket. In previous years, even if the snow overflowed the walls, the people in the castle wouldn't be afraid of an enemy attack. To attack Hrothfire, one had to cross thousands of kilometers of snow and ice. A large army couldn't cross, and a small army attacking the Earl's castle was equivalent to suicide. But this time a large army came. They stepped lightly on the snow, and it was easier than walking. The walls were lost immediately. As Dany led the 3 dragons past Hrothfire, she saw a scene similar to the one in the game from her past life. Corpses with glowing blue eyes crawled all over the squarish Hrothfire citadel and even the roofs. Chapter 766. Hrothfire Main Castle. The staircase leading to the second level of the basement. The biting sounds of deviant ghosts, the battle cries of warriors, the clashing of weapons, and the desperate cries of humans came from the main hall above ground. Dear gods, we should listen to the night watchers and leave the north immediately. We should go to Winterfell, the valley, or even Braavos. Eyed Amber closed his eyes and said in despair. He did not even dare to turn his head because the basement of the second level was filled with children and women who were hugging their children's heads and crying softly. He was ashamed and did not dare to look at them. He was the second son of Jon the Elder. After his elder brother, Junior Jon, died in the Red Wedding, and his father, Elder Jon, was rescued by King Aegon from Conch River City, the 14-year-old I became the official successor of Hrothfire. He was supposed to be the guardian of Hrothfire, protecting his subjects and family in the castle. When deviant ghosts were rampaging in the town outside the castle, he went up the castle walls and fought with the enemy. His swordsmanship was not high, but because he had the strong physique and tall stature of the Amber family, he slaughtered his way through the pile of corpses, waving his sword and sending limbs flying. But those severed limbs slowly but steadily crawled towards him. Severed hands grabbed his boots, heads opened their mouths to bite his cloak, and even dead people who were cut in half at the waist, even if they only had 2 long legs and half of their abdomen left, still had a pot of rancid intestines splashed on his face. At that time he slid to the ground and did not dodge, but used his face to receive that pot of feces and intestines. That taste he fainted immediately. Then he was dragged back to the main castle by the guards. When he regained consciousness, his 12-year-old sister Anna cried and told him. The town had fallen, the castle walls had fallen, the platform outside the main castle had fallen. The deviant ghosts had charged into the castle hall, and the next and final battle was on the basement level. There were no warriors on the basement level, only women, the elderly, and children. The main hall has fallen. Retreat to the next level and guard the staircase. Ah, dire wolves, no. Use fire, torches, quick! Bastard, I'll kill you. Soon, B1 was also filled with suffocating black smoke, swaying red light, and thick cold fog. Dead people could not scream. Only the roars and howls of humans could be heard echoing in every room of the basement. My lord, we must make a decision as soon as possible. Hrothfire's guard captain found Count-eyed and said sorrowfully, I am willing to live and die with Hrothfire. Ide gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice trembling. But those women and children! The head of the guards had lost his helmet. His grayish-brown hair, which was wet with blood, sweat, and ice water, stuck to his dark and rough scalp. There were a few bite marks on his square face, and half of his cheek was almost bitten off. Every time he spoke, air would pass through the teeth marks and form a string of tiny bubbles in the bloody wound. There were 3 deep scratches on his chest armor, which had almost pierced through the steel plate. These injuries were all caused by the direwolf ghouls. If it were zombies, he would have joined the zombie army long ago. Luckily, the ghouls were magical and not sci-fi. Ugh, all right, there are always losses. Zombies could headshot, so they had no need for weapons. Ghouls, on the other hand, were not afraid of headshots. Normal weapons could not deal damage to their vitals. Dying in the fire is better than becoming a monster. The head of the guard's words leaked out, revealing the despair and determination in his heart. The so-called final struggle began from B2, using kerosene to ignite the entire castle and perish together with the ghouls and other ghouls that had entered the castle. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hesitated. When I received the messenger crow from Dark Castle, I should have left Hoothfire through the river. I'd hugged his head and said in pain, "Leave through the ghouls' river. The river is already frozen." The head of the guard spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. "It's frozen? I remember that half a month ago, there were longboats transporting large amounts of food for us along the Mo River," Ed Amber said doubtfully. Amber was, after all, an old noble who had lived for thousands of years. He was used to the simple lifestyle of the Northerners, and he did not have a Linus daughter-in-law. He finally had some gold at home, which he used to buy food in Bravos. This was John's request, and he knew that the eternal night was real. Probably on the day the Great Wall collapsed, a thin layer of ice formed on the river. The head of the guard's face was ashen. He shook his head and sighed. The Northern Territory is finished, and the river is frozen. Are the White Blade River, Winterfell, the Wailing River, Terrorhold, and the Shattering River, Horwood Castle, exceptions? Stark, Bolton, and the rest are all finished. They have nowhere to run. Woo, woo, woo. The women, who overheard their conversation, no longer suppressed their emotions. They burst into tears, and in a short while the whole castle was filled with their cries. "Sigh, Sir Cruz, go make the arrangements." Ide Amber's eyes dimmed, and he waved his hand dispiritedly. Boom! A loud explosion came from above, and the whole basement shook violently. Mud slid down the wooden planks on the ceiling. The violent and hot air rushed out from the stairway from basement 1 to basement 1. The army of the dead on the stairs were like pieces of paper in the wind, and they were blown into the hall. The people in the basement felt their ears ring for a moment. "What's going on?" I'd patted his ears and looked at the ceiling in shock. There was silence, and there was no second explosion. The head of the guards avoided the ghoul fire and walked out of the stairway to basement 2. He stuck his head out to look at the entrance to basement 1. When he saw the red flames floating in with the wind, he suddenly realized and shouted in joy, "Someone is here to save us. It's a kerosene bomb." So fast? Our messenger crow was just sent away less than an hour ago. Winterfell and Dark Castle couldn't have arrived so quickly. Amber was puzzled. No matter how puzzled they were, they accepted reality happily. After the explosion, more than half of the ghouls in basement 1 collapsed. The soldiers of Hoothfire didn't know what was going on, but their morale was boosted. They charged forward bravely, and their swords burned the ghouls. 10 minutes later, they cleared all the ghouls in basement 1. Ide Amber, under the protection of 3 shield bearers, carefully climbed out of basement 1. Just as he stuck his head out, Ide's body stiffened and he was stunned. "Did you see it clearly? What happened upstairs? Why did they only throw the kerosene bomb once?" The head of the guards behind him asked anxiously. "I saw it. Fire. There's fire everywhere." Ide Amber said in a daze, "There's no danger." the shield-bearer said, and walked out of the stairway. Then, a group of soldiers followed the young earl out. The head of the guards understood what Amber meant. Yes, fire. There were bonfires everywhere. It was as if the entire castle was raining fire. High platforms, stairs, courtyards, walls, roofs, there were bonfires everywhere. They were densely packed, and the smell of burning corpses filled the air. They saw clearly that every bonfire was a burning corpse. The number of ghouls was as dense as the number of ghouls. The castle was silent, and only the crackling of the burning corpses could be heard. Black smoke and red flames filled the sky. In this cold winter night, they felt a heat they hadn't felt in summer. Only these few people left. Suddenly, a clear female voice came from the main hall of the castle. Who's there? Amber stood on his tiptoes, widened his eyes, and tried his best to look. But his vision was blocked by the red flames, and he couldn't see anything. Well, the main hall of the castle was filled with ghouls, and even the roof was stacked. Now, they all turned into burning matches. The roof was blown away, and the corpses in the hall were piled up like a mountain. The red flames rose 4 to 5 meters high, and the thick smoke covered the sky. Walala! The reed-like flames in front of them came to life. They moved to the sides like soldiers in formation and made a 2-meter wide path. At the end of the path, there was a tall throne carved from red iron ore. There were 3 steps, and including the back of the chair, it was 2 meters high. But everyone's eyes were attracted by the young woman in blue and white armor, who was sitting lazily on the steps with her hand on her forehead. Her long sword was placed on the steps, and her mask was pulled up, revealing a face like the autumn moon. But her delicate facial features couldn't hide her valiant appearance and her domineering temperament. Looking down on everything was all an illusion. Dragon Queen only felt a little bored, and she was worried about the situation in the north. Then she sat on the steps and thought, while absorbing a large amount of Ghoul's spiritual essence. She didn't have any intention of shaking her body and releasing the aura of a king. The people of Fireplace Castle thought she was domineering, because in the blazing red flames in front of her, there was a ferocious black dragon with half-closed eyes lying on the ground. Put a dog on the back of a megalosaurus, and people would think it was the ruler of dogs. In an instant, everyone understood the identity of the female ruler. Dragon Queen! They were shocked and delighted. With the Dragon Queen's arrival, they were finally saved. But in less than 15 minutes, the Dragon Queen had wiped out the endless ghouls in Fireplace Castle. How did she do it? Even though the flames made a path, Amber and the castle guards couldn't walk over to thank the Dragon Queen, because the flames burned around her and the megalosaurus. The bricks on the ground were boiling hot, and the iron swords and armor on the ground were even burning red. The dragon and the man didn't feel anything, and they were relaxed. But they couldn't stand it. Even standing in the side hall, far away, they were sweating profusely and their cheeks were red. They almost fainted from the heat. Blackie stayed outside, and the Dragon Queen was invited into the basement hall. Under the light of the torch, Danny saw hundreds of sad and lost faces. These are the only ones left. Amber said bitterly, Fireplace Castle originally had more than 15,000 townsfolk. The town outside the castle fell immediately, and the castle walls couldn't stop the ghouls. Normal swords and knives couldn't kill the ghouls. In less than half an hour, only those of us hiding in the castle survived. More than 50 guards, more than 400 old, weak, women, and children. It was terrible. Tomorrow, a team of pterosaurs will come and send you to Winterfell, or somewhere in the south. Danny sighed. This was the long night. Not everyone was as strong as her. Normal people didn't have the megalosaurus and didn't have magic. Facing the tide of ghouls, they were like people who didn't know how to swim in a tsunami. They struggled and splashed, and then were swept away by the waves. Your Majesty, you seem to have killed all the ghouls. Is Fireplace Castle safe? Hearing that the Dragon Queen wanted to send the pterosaurs to take them away, Eyed Amber was in a dilemma. Killed all. Danny smiled bitterly and shook her head. Take a guess. How many ghouls attacked Fireplace Castle? Endless. At least 40,000 of them. The head of the guard, Sir Cruz, said confidently. Wrong. Danny held up 2 fingers. Only 2. 2? That's impossible. How can there only be 2 of them among the densely packed dead? Dragon Queen's words caused an uproar in the hall. Everyone looked at her strangely. Could it be that the domineering dragon Queen couldn't do math? Chapter 767. You don't know how to differentiate between deviant ghosts and ghouls. Danny's tone was even stranger as she faced the strange gazes of the soldiers. The soldiers looked at each other, not understanding the situation. On the other hand, Captain Cruz and Ed Amber were deep in thought. This is the first time we've seen a real undead. The previous message sounded as distant as Grandma's story. Cruz smiled bitterly. News of deviant ghosts appeared a few years ago, right? I've been promoting the United Front against deviant ghosts. Huthfire is the closest vassal to the Great Wall. Yet we didn't prepare for it? Danny was bewildered. How could we prepare? We only know that dragon crystal weapons can deal with deviant ghosts. But dragon crystals are expensive, more expensive than white bread. We don't have the ability to store them in large quantities. Earl had said dejectedly. That was the truth. Although Danny was happily digging for dragon crystals on Dragonstone Island, dragon crystal ores would only appear near volcanoes. How many volcanoes were there in this world? The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was larger than Earth, but the only places with active volcanoes were Dragonstone Island and Valeglia. Other places had volcanoes. For example, the Children of the Forest's dragon crystal weapons came from beyond the Great Wall. In the East-West trade, Asia's dragon crystals were one of the most important exports. This meant that Asia and beyond the Great Wall once had volcanoes. But after thousands of years, the Earth's core fire dwindled, and the volcanoes were extinguished. Actually, even with the dragon crystal weapons, we can't defend the castle. A few years ago, during the War of the Four Kings, Huthfire's male population was almost depleted. We don't have enough manpower. The captain said bitterly. That was the truth. During the first harvest feast, after Robb led his army to the south, the 2 acting castellans of Huthfire requested Bran Stark. After Robb left, the 8-year-old Bran became the acting Winterfell castellan, to help them harvest their crops and defend against the barbarians from Seal Bay. Because the War of the Four Kings took too long, the Northern Territory's golden wheat was left to rot in the fields. More than 90% of the northern warriors that Robb took with him were farmers. You said before, even if it's a small town outside the walls, there are 15,000 people in Hearthstone. Danny frowned. 1,000 conscripted soldiers and at least 3,000 family members left behind. Sir Cruz's face was so bitter that he could wring out a big bowl of bitter gourd juice. We sent a total of 3,000 soldiers to follow King Robb to battle, but none of them came back. The rest are the old, the weak women and children. Count Ide spoke in a hoarse voice. Your Majesty, you may have misunderstood. It's not that there are 15,000 citizens around Huthfire. Instead, all the commoners in House Amber's territory have moved to Fireplace for the winter. There are only 15,000 of us. How big was the territory of the Onwolf family? At least, it is bigger than South Korea. With such a large area, there were only 15,000 people left. P.S. You have to leave. Danny's tone became more determined after understanding the situation in Hearthstone. As you said, there are 40,000 ghouls attacking Hearthstone, but that's only a small portion of the total number of ghouls. Perhaps it's only 1%. If you don't leave sooner or later, you'll be wiped out by the zombies that make a comeback. 1%. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they cried out in surprise. That can't be right. If 40,000 ghouls is only 1%, then the total number is no more than 4 million? 4 million, dear gods! Eyed Ombu's young face that was still covered in fine hair instantly turned as white as snow. Perhaps it was only 1 million at first, but Danny looked around. You're all used to burials, right? Even the corpses in the graves, they won't let them go? Do they still have any humanity left? Captain Cruz's expression was grim. Why do you think they have humanity? Danny asked curiously. Why would the gods allow such monsters to appear? Sir Cruz muttered. Now that they have appeared, we can only accept the reality and study their habits and weaknesses. The living dead that are resurrected from the dead are ghouls, and ghouls are resurrected from other ghosts and are also controlled by them. Killing a different ghost, all the ghouls under its control will die and become rotten corpses again. Ah, I understand now. Ide Onbua suddenly understood. His Majesty must have killed a different ghost, and then all the ghouls under its control in Fireplace Castle died. I was wondering, there were hundreds of ghouls on the second floor, and half of them died after the explosion. Danny nodded and smiled. Something like that. At that time, there was a different ghost standing on the platform in front of the castle, looking proud, as if savoring the fruits of victory. But it stood there alone, and it stood out so much that I couldn't help but throw a dragon flame fireball at it. But it was only one of the different ghosts that attacked Fireplace Castle, and there was another one outside the castle. Seeing that the situation was not good, it immediately disbanded the ghouls and hid in the snow forest. I was worried about falling into an ambush, so I only cleared the remaining ghouls in the castle and did not chase after it. You can imagine when I leave with just the other ghosts that escaped, it will be difficult for you all to survive. Ide Onbua expressed his gratitude to the Dragon Queen helplessly, and then agreed to leave his hometown according to her arrangements. Since they had decided to leave, the people of Fireplace Castle began to prepare their luggage. Food and valuables were sealed in the deepest part of the basement, and the pterosaurs could only carry a limited amount of weight, so they could not bring anything other than warm clothes. Ide Onbua and the guard captain were busy in the basement, while Danny climbed up the tower to face the cold wind and closed her eyes to cultivate. With the little golden dragon spirit, her consciousness returned to the strange space inside the Great Wall, and the laws of the world were open to her. Just like the holy spirits at the beginning of the world, she could directly listen to the Song of Laws. Before this, she had the 3 megalosaurus breathe fire along the wall, melting the snow that was more than 10 meters thick into water, which flowed into the river. This way, even if the other ghosts returned, the wall would be able to hold them off for a while. Just like that, half a day passed, and Danny, who was cultivating in silence, was awakened by the creaking of the gate. Looking down, she saw a group of more than 100 people, holding spears and carrying bows. They seemed to be preparing to leave the city for battle. What are you all doing? Danny looked down at the crowd and asked loudly, Ah, it's the Dragon Queen. There was a commotion in the crowd. It seemed that they had wanted to avoid her to do something bad, but now that they were caught red-handed, they were panicking. Danny's eyes narrowed. There were men and women in those people, but all of them had white hair. There was not a single adult, nor was there a single child. She was getting more and more curious. She leaped down and landed from the 18-meter-high wall like a piece of cotton, causing another round of exclamations from the crowd below. Where are you all going? Danny's gaze was stern as she scanned the old men in tattered fur coats. They lowered their heads, embarrassed. Finally, a lame old man with green eyes stepped forward and bowed to the Dragon Queen, saying, Your Majesty, we are going out to hunt. Perhaps you will be able to eat fresh, roasted venison tonight. Nonsense. Where would there be deer in this kind of weather? Also, there are other ghosts hiding in the forest. Are you all going to die? Danny said calmly. Other ghosts. Someone shouted in a low voice as if awakened. There are other ghosts outside the city. We can't become the living dead. Sai, what should we do? An old warrior stomped his spear and sighed. Your Majesty, I am Tookazamber, Big John's uncle. Can I have a word with you? The lame old man approached Danny and whispered. There was a faint pleading in his voice. Danny felt it and could not bear to reject him. Then they went around a pile of black snow that had been burnt by the ghoul fire, avoiding the eyes and ears of the crowd. Sigh, to be honest, we are really going out to hunt. But the people of the northern region hunt in winter for a different reason, the old lame man said bitterly. Danny suddenly remembered what Deshiong had said. The old men of the northern region would pick up their bows and arrows and tell the young people that they were going out to hunt when winter came. But they never came back after they went out. They were not going out to hunt at all. They left the village because there was not enough food at home to survive the winter. They had to leave the food for the young people. You only have so few people. Isn't the food enough? Danny frowned. The old lame man's eyes lit up and he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this mysterious and powerful dragon queen also knew about the glorious tradition of the people of the northern region. If Fireplace Castle can be defended, we can hold on for a few more years. But you said before that the pterosaur can't carry so many people at once. Besides, if we go to Winterfell or other places, there won't be enough food to eat. I've lived long enough and know better than anyone that during the rebellion of the Four Kings, the northern region didn't have any food reserves. Even if there were no other ghosts, more than 3 years of winter would starve the northern region to death. Now the long night is here. We have lived long enough. Let's leave more chances for survival to the young people. The old lame man sighed. Listening to a story and experiencing it firsthand was different. When she heard Deshiong's story, Danny didn't feel anything. Now, an old man was standing in front of her and saying the most desperate words with the most honest attitude. She was deeply shocked and even more agitated. Ridiculous, too ridiculous. I won't allow such a thing to happen in front of me. Go back and take them all back with you. I'll stay at Fireplace Castle for a few more days. The pterosaur will transport all of you to the south in batches. Her face was red as she pointed at the castle gate and shouted. Dragon Queen's voice was too loud and agitated. The group of old men at the castle gate crept over and tiptoed to watch. The old lame man glared at his old companions who were peeping. Then he turned to Dragon Queen and looked into her determined purple eyes. He said, with a wry smile, "Such things happen in the northern region every winter. You can stop it this time, but can you change everything in the past? Can you stop everything in the future? I reckon that the old men in the other castles have started to take action. You can't change all of this. The past can't be changed. The future is uncertain. Perhaps the northern region will get rid of this bad habit in the future, but I'm only concerned about the present. As long as I can change the tragedy that's happening in front of me, that's enough," Danny said seriously. Tragedy? It was you who stopped me that led to this tragedy. Thousands of years of history have proven this point. Either one lives or the whole family dies. This isn't a bad habit. We northern region people have been able to reproduce for tens of thousands of years because of the old men's fearlessness in sacrifice. The old lame man's tone was full of pride, as if he was about to carry out a holy and glorious mission. Danny waved her hand and said firmly, "Come with me to Crabclaw Peninsula and Dragonstone Island. I'll take care of you. I've been helping the refugees in the Three River Basin and saved thousands of people. I don't need you old men." Chapter 768. To be honest, after hearing the Dragon Queen's words, Old Cripple was very touched. The legends were true. Every time a Targaryen was born, the gods would flip a coin to decide if he was great or mad. Old Cripple had experienced the era of the Mad King and knew how mad he was. Now that he saw the Mad King's daughter being so saintly, he was filled with emotions. "Your Majesty, I am very touched by your actions, but I do not agree." Old Cripple decided to let the Dragon Queen understand that being too saintly would only lead to an even more disadvantageous situation. "You must understand that the total amount of food is fixed. If I eat one more piece of bread, the children will have one less piece of bread in the future. Perhaps you have enough food now to feed all of us. But 3 years later, 5 years later, in the War of the Four Kings, it is not only the north that will be crippled. Hejian, the west, the royal territory, the stormlands, and the riverbend will not have any harvest. Last time, the long night lasted for a generation. This time it will only last for 5 years. In the foreseeable future, the 7 kingdoms will experience a large-scale food shortage. Today, saving us useless old fogies who can't even lift a sword is just an illusory mercy. Before the long night ends, we will all starve to death. In the future, let the entire human race live on and survive the long night. That is the true mercy. Old Cripple was so sincere that he was almost touching himself. To think that I have such resolve. As expected, I should emulate those who are worthy. I did not have such noble thoughts before because I have not seen the great and benevolent king. Now I have. Go back, go back. I have a way to solve the food shortage. Don't worry too much. Even an old dog can guard the door at night. You are not that old. There will be a suitable job for you. Who knows, you might even see the next summer. The Dragon Queen did not appreciate his kindness, nor did she understand his great resolve. She only waved her hand impatiently and chased him back to the city. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Your Majesty, don't shout. Don't call the children. That will not be a good sight. Old Cripple kept shouting. That night, the stable in the northwest corner of Huthfire was suddenly set ablaze. The fire started very suddenly and spread very quickly. Danny arranged the 3 dragons to take turns to hover above the castle, in case King Igwe led his army to kill her. Therefore, when the fire broke out, Danny was the first to receive the news. However, when she arrived, she only saw that the stables were packed full of elderly people. There were men and women, more than 100 of them, and they were all elderly. In the afternoon, they were forcefully chased away by the Dragon Queen. But at night, they gathered together, splashed oil all over their bodies, and set themselves on fire. Don't save me, I can't save him either. Danny's face was livid. When she entered the burning stable and waved away the raging flames, the old cripple's eyes were about to melt, but he still sensed her arrival. Let us die with dignity. How shameful it is for an old man to eat bread made from the last of his children's wheat. If he died, at least he could make one last contribution to the children who were still alive. Alas, I was once young. For the past few decades, I would see old people going out to hunt every winter. There's not enough food. Someone has to starve to death. If someone has to die, let us old people die. He was in a daze and spoke incoherently, but what he said was the same. Don't worry about us. This is the best place for us to go. Danny stood in the middle of the half-burnt corpses. The flames raged, but they could not get close to her. However, the smell of burnt meat and the painful moans before death made her feel tormented. After a while, she closed her eyes and activated Requiem. All the old people who were crying in pain fainted. Then the fire, like a flood breaking through a dam, filled the entire shed in an instant. The next morning, Big Bear brought 40 pterosaurs and landed in the last fireplace castle. Big Bear, Garth, and Quillo rode the pterosaurs with her to the Great Wall. But when she repaired the wall, the 3 of them pockmarked Face Richard and 7 other pterosaur knights left. Dark Castle could not afford the daily food of 10 pterosaurs. After all, pterosaurs were legendary creatures. Even ravens could survive in the northern snow, so there was no reason for them to freeze to death. However, there was a prerequisite. They had to be provided with a lot of fresh meat. When they were full, they would not be cold. However, the colder it was, the faster they would get hungry. Barristan was transporting the Unsullied and volunteers to Dragonstone Island. The 30 pterosaurs were the transport planes. Danny came to Fireplace Castle. After deciding to save people, she sent a message to Dragonstone Island and asked the pterosaur army to come and rescue this group of people first. Speaking of which, Barristan's volunteers were almost finished. The pterosaur army's task was not heavy. "Your Majesty, this is the tradition of the people of the North. Since the fire in the stable last night, Dragon Queen did not return to Fireplace Castle. She only sat cross-legged on the city gate tower in a daze." After Big Bear and the others heard the reason, they were worried that the Queen would be affected. Under the lead of Eyed Amber, they came to the city gate tower. After seeing the Dragon Queen, they were a little surprised. The tower had no walls. Other than the circular dome, there were holes in all four sides. The wind and snow poured in directly and covered the ground with snow. However, the Dragon Queen was clean. The area around her was also clean and dry. It was as if the wind and snow had a life of its own and deliberately avoided her. "Your Majesty," Big Bear called out carefully, "a tradition that deserves to be eaten by the other ghosts." Danny ended her cultivation state and opened her eyes. She turned to look at the few people who came over. The North needs to implement the most comprehensive reform. The current productivity and production methods are too primitive. It's almost no different from when our ancestors crossed the narrow sea to the west 10,000 years ago. Change it to a rural commune at Slave Bay. Big Bear nodded thoughtfully. "After the long night ends, we can arrange for the nobles of the North to study at Slave Bay for a few years. I'm afraid that after the long night ends, there won't be many nobles left in the North." Garth Hyder's expression was serious. "Fireplace Castle is not an exception. I suspect that Keho City, Deepwood Castle, and other castles near the north have all been attacked by the other ghosts. Do you want to go to Keho City to take a look?" "It's just next door at Seal Bay," Eyed Amber said worriedly. "Let's leave here first. I'll go take a look." Danny stood up. Keho City in the House of Stark was only 500 to 600 kilometers away from Fireplace Castle. It would take the Megalosaurus about 3 to 4 hours to fly there and back. She did not go there herself. She only let Whitey take a detour in the southeast direction. Actually, Keho City could no longer be called Keho City in the House of Stark. The current owner of Keho City was the Thurn family. When she watched the TV series Game of Power, Danny only felt that the male lead was a little know-nothing and a little silly. She did not think that he had any great political skills. She was wrong. In other words, the TV series Game of Power had played the role of an idiot. The real Awkward was not only sensitive to politics, but was also naturally proficient in political tactics. For example, he killed Slint in Dark Castle, Chapter 431, to avenge his father. For example, he cleaned up Rob's mess and completely solved the hidden danger of Starkcard. Ricard Starkcard, who was beheaded by Rob, had 3 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Harrion, was captured by Lannister. The second son, Ide, and the third son, Torin, died in battle for Robb. Only the daughter, Yali, was left at home. Ricard also had an uncle called Elf. Elf had 2 sons and 3 grandchildren. Elf secretly sided with Bolton, but purposely brought his second son and 3 grandchildren to R'hllor as spies. Elf's eldest son, Cregan, planned to forcefully marry his niece, Yali, in order to become the Count of Keho City. Yali was unwilling, so she fled to the Great Wall to find Jon. Cregan thought that this was Starkcard's family matter. He chased her all the way to the Great Wall and asked for her release. Elf arrested her and locked her in an ice cellar under the Great Wall, where she froze to death. From Yali, Jon also found out that Elf was a spy. He then informed R'hllor. With R'hllor's personality, how could he tolerate betrayal? The 5 Starkcards received their lunchboxes together. Thus, the Stark House of Stark had no male heirs, and Yali was the only direct descendant left. After that, Elf did something that angered all the Northerners. He married Yali to Magna of Thane. The Thane people were the only tribe among the barbarians who knew how to smelt bronze, establish law, and the concept of a lord. Because of this, the Thane people were the strongest force among the barbarians. They had thousands of tribal soldiers. However, This force was not owned by Dragon Queen. On the contrary, the new leader of the Thane people was very hostile to her because she killed the lord of the Thane people, Sidi. When Dany went to the Great Wall for the first time, she happened to see Dark Castle being besieged by the barbarians who had climbed over the Great Wall. Magna of Thane, Sidi, was the leader of the barbarians. Sidi raised his axe and rushed towards the Dragon Queen, but was slashed in half by Whitey's tail. After that, Sidi's brother, Snow, was killed by Erlu. Sidi's son, Saigon, became the new lord of the Thane people. After all, Sidi had killed his father. No matter how strong or merciful the Dragon Queen was, Saigon would definitely hold a grudge against her. Thus, he and the Thane people did not go to the Queen's corner to be Dragon Queen's barbarians. Jon and Erlu both took a fancy to the Thane people's strength. Jon married Yali Ka Stark to Saigon, and Erlu accepted Saigon's allegiance as the king. Thus, Saigon officially established the Thane family. Its emblem was a white sun surrounded by crimson flames. The Stark house of Stark's emblem was a white sun. Except for the color, the two were almost identical. The meaning was very clear. Let Thane take Stark. With the help of Saigon's thousands of Thane warriors, Yali easily took back Karhold City. Nominally, Yali ruled Karhold City as the successor of her captured brother, Harion. In fact, her husband, Saigon, had become the true lord of Karhold City. Jon, the king of the north, and Erlu, the king of the Seven Kingdoms, recognized him. At this point, the blood feud between Stark and Stark had completely disappeared. In the War of Conquerors, Theon Bara, Aegon's illegitimate brother, married the daughter of the last Storm King, Lord of Storm's End Castle, Theon Bara. The Lord of Storm's End Castle was changed from Bara to Theon Bara. The Stark family was replaced by the Thane family almost yesterday. The House of Stark was no more. No matter how great the feud was, it was resolved. Also, because the Lord of Karhold City was replaced by the former barbarian, Saigon Thane, its ending was different from Hearth. The only thing that could stop them was the Great Wall. Now that it has fallen, the North is finished. Tens of thousands of ghouls are outside Karhold City. Duke Stark and King Stannis can't save us. They can't even save themselves. Saigon lamented. Saigon was a short, thin man. He wasn't handsome, and his hairline had receded prematurely. He looked a little old, but he had always been gentle to his wife. Yali hugged the baby in her arms and cried, "But he's my child!" "He's my son too, but we have no choice. The soldiers don't even have many dragon crystal weapons. In 2 hours, there will be no survivors left in Karhold City. No matter what, this poor child won't survive. If we hand him over, we can still protect thousands of our subjects." Saigon closed his eyes in pain. "Are you sure the dead will leave?" Yali loosened her arms. "I'm sure. It's no secret beyond the Great Wall." Saigon took the baby from his wife and choked out. Yali grabbed the baby and struggled. "Can't a commoner's child?" "It wants our child now. Our child has a noble bloodline. Woo-woo." Yali covered her face with her hands. "Why is this happening? Why?" Then, through Whitey's vision, Dany saw a peaceful Karhold City with smoke rising from its chimneys. The biggest enemy of the anti-Japanese United Front wasn't the Japanese soldiers, but the option of surrendering. Now, before the anti-Ghost United Front was fully established, the biggest enemy had appeared. Chapter 769. When Dany arrived, she discovered that Winterfell had become a huge construction site. Half a kilometer away from the city walls, the snow on the ground had been removed, revealing black soil that hadn't seen the light of day for many years. Tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the castle and dug a 4-meter wide and 3-meter deep moat on the black soil below the city walls. However, the moat didn't divert water from the White Blade River. Outside Winterfell, there was a market called Winterfell Town. The houses in the market had been dismantled. Wooden walls, wooden furniture, wooden roofs, and all flammable items were moved to the newly dug moat. The moat would be a river of fire that would block the ghouls. SSSSGA. Ah, Megalosaurus, Megalosaurus. Dragon Queen is here. Wah! 3 Megalosaurus. They're huge. Long live Megalosaurus. Long live Dragon Queen. With Dragon Queen's help, we'll be able to defend Winterfell. Dany rode on her dragon and circled the Winterfell construction site at a low altitude, causing unimaginable wild cheers. Though she hadn't been to Winterfell before, many of the Winterfell residents had come from the Great Wall and the Wolfswood. They had seen Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus before, but they weren't so excited then. Well, they were excited to see Megalosaurus for the first time, but their excitement was purely due to curiosity and not anticipation for Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus. SSCA, when a small team of silver-armored, unsullied, trotted out of the main castle and formed a semicircle in the courtyard. Dany let Big Black land. When Dragon Queen's winged dragon knights came from Dragonstone Island, they brought along a 40-member team of tile steel knights. They weren't here to protect Winterfell. Their main purpose was to protect Dragon Queen in Winterfell. In Winterfell, Dany had to have guards who were absolutely loyal to her. It wasn't just Winterfell. In the future, she would bring a team of bodyguards with her whenever she went to any of the feudal vassals of the 7 kingdoms. Jon led Mandalay, Mormont, Savon, Glover, and the other nobles of the northern region out of the main castle and into the courtyard to welcome the Dragon Queen. After exchanging greetings, they entered the main castle where the fireplace was burning. Dragon Queen and Jon sat side by side. However, the Dragon Queen sat in the middle, while the king of the northern region sat to her left. Below him were dozens of northern region nobles. Apart from the Grand Dukes, even the knights and knights had come. You've decided? Defend Winterfell. Dany frowned. The northern region is our home. It's my duty to protect my home. Wu said in a deep voice. Defend the northern territory, even if we have to die 1,000 times. That's right. We're from the north. Are we going to run away without even fighting a single battle? He didn't say that Winterfell was his home. He was supposed to defend Winterfell, but he said that he would defend the northern territory with his life. The northerners below were so excited that they began to howl. Did you know that the last fireplace castle has fallen? Dany asked. So fast? We just received a request for help from Fireplace Castle, Wu exclaimed. Dany sighed. Actually, it fell yesterday. Less than half an hour after the messenger crows left, the Enbois family castle was breached. The entire castle, including the town outside, had more than 15,000 people. Within an hour, only 50 guards and 400 old, weak women and children were left. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air, and the face behind the furry beard instantly turned as white as snow. The excited northern region nobles in the hall seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. They stopped shouting and looked at each other in shock. The Enbois family was exterminated? Jon's voice was as light as a feather. Grand Jon wasn't here. He was one of the commanders of the Southern Expedition. A few months ago, he led 2,000 Northern Region cavalrymen to the valley with Erlu. If they hadn't met me, unfortunately, I couldn't save everyone. Dany's expression was solemn. Sigh, Fireplace fell too quickly. It's already a blessing from the gods that you were able to save the survivors. Jon didn't understand the regret in Dany's words. After a while, he said solemnly, Your Majesty, I hope you can provide us with a batch of dragon crystal weapons. You're quick to understand that Fireplace's rapid fall was largely due to the weapons. Dany gave Wu an odd look. After being the king of the northern region for half a year, he had gradually gained the calm temperament of a ruler. Do you know how many ghouls attacked Fireplace? How many deviants were there? About 2 deviants led 40,000 ghouls. The watchmen of the Eastern Sea saw hundreds of deviants that day. Think about it, how many ghouls were there? There were more than 1 million ghouls. An army of millions? Lord Eel's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh gods, how is this possible? How can this be? How can we defeat them? That's not right. Are there more than 1 million people outside the Great Wall and in the northern region?" The nobles of the northern region were shocked and doubtful. John said in a low voice, "It shouldn't be less than 1 million. Deviants not only resurrect humans who have just died, but also the corpses of beasts and corpses in tombs. But don't be afraid, as long as we have suitable weapons. The ghouls are easier to deal with than the farmers. At least the farmers have sickles and hoes, or at least a wooden club. But 99% of the ghouls are empty-handed and don't have any armor. The dead that crawl out of the tombs don't even have nails or teeth. If an armored knight stands there and lets them attack, it'll—" At this point, he laughed awkwardly. "Maybe they'll all pounce on us and crush or suffocate us. Ha ha ha." A knight patted his heirloom armor and laughed heartily. The atmosphere in the hall was much more relaxed. "How many soldiers do we have in Winterfell?" Danny asked. "After receiving news of the Great Wall's collapse, I immediately sent an order to the nobles of the northern region to assemble. Soldiers have been arriving in the past few days. Currently, there are about 13,000 of them. In a week's time, there will be close to 20,000, probably less than a week." Danny sighed and agreed to help with the dragon crystal weapons. The Dragon Queen's army stationed at Dragonstone Island was immediately equipped with dragon crystal weapons. They even had backup weapons. Hence, the weapons they had in reserve could be given away. Anyway, she didn't lack money. If she didn't exchange the dragon crystal weapons for money, she could only give them away. At the very least, the Dragon Queen was a genuine deviant ghost. Giving him the weapons would be a good use. "I hope you can kill 20,000 ghouls. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss." "What do you mean?" Count Phelant asked curiously. The Dragon Queen looked at him calmly. "If we can't defend Winterfell, all of you will join the deviant ghost army." "I won't." The short, bearded Count's face reddened. "Even if I die, I won't surrender to those monsters." "Then you'll die in a very special way." Danny's mouth twitched. "When we die, we'll become ghouls and be controlled by deviant ghosts. We'll become a part of their army," John said solemnly. "Ah, so that's how it works. Won't the ghouls increase in number the more we kill?" "If we kill enough, we should be able to recoup our losses," Shebear Olison muttered. John turned to Danny and asked worriedly, "Can you transport 20,000 dragon crystal weapons in a short time?" "Yes." Danny nodded. "You were once the commander of the Night Watch. Have you forgotten the specifications of the weapons on Dragonstone Island?" "I almost forgot. We can first transport a batch of dragon teeth to make spears. At the very least, each person will have 1 spear. After that, we can use the extra teeth to make dragon-tooth daggers." Dragon-tooth daggers were obsidian serrated swords called marcavet. Sharp dragon crystal teeth were inserted on both sides of the wood pulp, making them look like saws. The dragon teeth inserted into the wood pulp could also be used to make spear tips or daggers. Currently, Dragonstone Island only made sharp dragon teeth. The Night Watch of the Great Wall cut wood to forge the wood pulp and spear shafts inlaid with dragon teeth. In this way, the cost of forging dragon crystal weapons on Dragonstone Island was reduced several times, but the efficiency was increased by dozens of times. A blacksmith apprentice who had just learned how to forge could forge hundreds of dragon teeth in a day. A dragon tooth weighed about 100 grams and weighed about 50 grams. 10,000 dragon teeth were only half a ton. A pterosaur could transport 30,000 to 40,000 dragon teeth. Of course, dragon teeth were consumables similar to bullets. Dragon crystals were hard and brittle. They could be easily broken by hacking or stabbing. For example, if the spear was careless and used too much force, it would accidentally stab the spine of a ghoul. The ghoul would certainly die, but the dragon tooth spear would also be broken. At that time, the spear would have to be replaced. When the battle was over, he would replace the broken spearhead with a new one. Compared to the spear, the dragon-tooth dagger was more powerful and durable. After all, there are at least 20 dragon teeth inserted into it. Although the dragon-tooth dagger was powerful, it had high requirements for the user. The user had to be a strong man. The dragon-tooth dagger was big and heavy. It weighed at least 5 kilograms. How many times could a normal person wield it? Only young knights who trained regularly and had strong physiques were the best candidates to wield the dragon-tooth dagger. Others might as well use the dragon-tooth spear. After receiving the Dragon Queen's promise, the king of the northern region immediately ordered the construction of the moat to be stopped. All soldiers were to forge spear shafts and oars. John had seen too many dragon-tooth daggers, spears, and daggers at the Great Wall. He had also instructed the night watch to forge hundreds of thousands of spears and tens of thousands of oars. He was very familiar with this task. In just one afternoon, Winterfell had an additional 100,000 spears and 5,000 oars. Though they were crudely made, the quality of the wood was very good. They were definitely durable. That night, before attending the banquet, Dany went to the warehouse to see the spears and oars. She pondered for a while and said, "These aren't enough. I only have 20,000 soldiers." Roland frowned. In a real battle, you'll realize how quickly weapons are depleted. A soldier will be equipped with at least 20 spears and 3 dragon-tooth daggers. If you're a knight, you'll need 3 times more. Isn't that too exaggerated? Ghouls aren't humans. They don't feel fatigue and can attack continuously. It's not impossible for them to last for 10 days and 10 nights. Even 20 spears might not be enough. We have to work in 3 shifts and take turns to fight, Dany said with a serious expression. Are there so many dragon crystals on Dragonstone Island? I'll recruit a group of blacksmiths and miners to work overtime to ensure that we can mine at least 2 tons of dragon crystals a day. 2 tons, that's 40,000 dragon teeth. John said sincerely with a grateful expression. Thank you, Your Majesty Daenerys. Don't thank me. The more dragon crystal weapons you provide, the longer you can resist and the more ghouls you can kill. To be honest, I can't wait to continue transporting weapons for Winterfell. It's best if you can last for a week, a month. If you can last for a year, it'll be a blessing from the gods. Dany's expression and tone were very sincere. Looking at the sincere Dragon Queen, Roland's face contorted. Chapter 770. He was embarrassed and kept silent for a while before asking, "Do you think Winterfell will be lost?" "What do you think?" Dany threw the question back at him. "If the soldiers risk their lives, if you and your megalosaurus, if they were more unsullied in tile armor, if Dany raised her hand to interrupt him and sneered, "You should say if Winterfell's walls were as tall as the Great Wall." Daydreaming, Embarrassed frowned. He realized that Dragon Queen was willing to support Winterfell, but she was unwilling to invest too much power in it. Yes, she was unwilling to risk her life for the center of the world, Winterfell. If we can kill the strange Ghost King at Winterfell, won't the long night end? He tried to persuade her. That's a good idea, Stannis, and I also plan to do so. Ordinary strange ghosts are enough to attack a castle like Hearthstone. But Winterfell, Dany's eyes flashed. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the true face of the strange Ghost King. I hope to meet him at Winterfell and fight him. Fight him? You want to challenge the strange Ghost King? Jon was overjoyed. If we kill the strange Ghost King, even if the other strange ghosts don't die, they will flee back to the Great Wall. The crisis in the north will be resolved and the long night will end. Not me. I'm only supporting the savior. Dragon Queen's lips curled into a mocking smile. After all, the Asha prophecy stipulated 6,000 years ago that the strange Ghost King can only be defeated by the child of the prophecy. I'm not the child of the prophecy. Me. I can't. Embarrassed's expression changed as he waved his hand. You're dreaming. Even your weapon. Danny looked down at John's waist. She was about to say that he didn't even have a weapon to deal with the strange ghosts when she was surprised to see a familiar lady's sword hanging by his waist. Well, when John was a night watcher, Elder Shion gave him his family's iron sword, which was also known as Long Claw. But after betraying the oath of the night watchers, John was too embarrassed to continue holding onto the Long Claw. Before leaving the Great Wall, he gave the sword to the 999th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, Elisa Thorne. Danny had seen John use a long claw in Dark Castle, so she thought that he only had a blank weapon, but she didn't expect. Danny pointed at the thin sword embedded with a blood-red gem and asked, "Where did you find this sword?" That sword wasn't thin either. Compared to Danny's slightly slender fingers, it was about 2 fingers wide. However, compared to Dragon Queen's 4 fingers wide, or even the size of her palm, it seemed very slender. "What's wrong?" John's gaze was evasive, but he still pulled out his sword. Clang! Under the illumination of the torches on the wall of the armory, the smoky black blade reflected a thin layer of light red cold light. The suspicion in Danny's eyes turned into certainty. "It really is this. Dark Sisters who gave it to you." "Dark Sisters?" John's hairy face revealed a surprised and doubtful expression. "Are you saying that this is the Targaryen sword used by Queen Visenya? Why is it with me?" The corners of Danny's mouth twitched a few times. She stared at John in front of her. Seeing that there was no trace of falsehood on his face, she also became suspicious. "The sword is hanging on your waist, and you're asking me where it came from? No, you misunderstood. This sword is—" John was conflicted for a while before he said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I won't hide it from you. My younger brother Bran has become this generation's three-eyed crow. You know about the three-eyed crow, right? He sent an eagle to deliver the sword." When he mentioned that Bran was the three-eyed crow, there was a hint of pride on John's face. It was like a child's grandmother telling the neighbors, "My Dazhuang got into Tsinghua University." "Why did Bran give you the Dark Sisters?" the Dragon Queen asked, even though she already knew the answer. Her face was filled with confusion and just the right amount of indignation. "I don't know. He only said that I needed it. Perhaps Bran wanted me to use it to deal with the deviant ghosts." John hesitated for a moment, but still unbuckled the sword belt. He reluctantly handed the sword to Danny. "I didn't know that it was the Targaryen sword. I'll return it to you now." Danny looked at the Dark Sisters in disdain. She did not take it. She shook her head and said, "It's too thin, too short, and too light. I'm not used to it. You can continue to use it. Return it to me when the long night is over." "Thank you. I really do need a tile steel sword." A relaxed smile appeared on John's face. Then he said with a doubtful expression, "The savior you speak of is Stannis? If it was you, I think that Asha's prophecy might have some hope of coming true. But can he do it? He has the light emissary. Even if he has the red sword that killed the deviant Ghost King, he still has to have the chance to slash the neck of the current deviant Ghost King. I saw your battle under the Great Wall that day. The deviant ghost's speed and strength surpass mortals. I'm afraid, no matter what, Stannis is the #1 war god of the 7 kingdoms. He has been fighting for decades. His martial arts should not be a problem. #1, war god of the 7 kingdoms. John's face looked like he was constipated. From the beginning of the War of the Usurpers, to King Balan's rebellion, to the War of the 5 Kings, and finally to the War of the 3 Kings. Only one king managed to persevere from the beginning to the end. Not only is he alive and well now, he seems to have a chance of turning the tables. He might even become the savior of the world. Seeing John's disapproving face, she continued, "Think about your Stark. Your grandfather, father, brother, and brother-in-law have all fallen. What right do you have to look down on Stannis?" John was speechless. Danny held her head high. She was as serious and solemn as when she announced Brittany as the Roseless Iron Guard. I am willing to call him the #1 war god of the 7 kingdoms. If you like, do as you wish, John said. After a pause, he said worriedly, What if the war god can't defeat the deviant ghost king? What should we do? Don't worry. The war god still has a mage god by his side. Danny was still calm. Mage god. What's that? John's face started to twist again. The god of magic, or mage god for short. Back then, on a certain website, the position of mage god was very popular on the Fantasy Channel. You mean Melisandre? As the #1 sorcerer in the world, doesn't she deserve the title of mage god? Danny asked. John nodded reluctantly and asked, Is she willing? Asha's prophecy was preached by her, and the child of prophecy was also chosen by her. Now that the deviant ghost king is here, it's time for her to fulfill her prophecy. Danny said matter-of-factly, You can't just shoot your mouth off. Whatever you said back then, it's time to fill in the holes now. If Melisandre and Stannis challenge the deviant ghost king together, there might be a 30% chance. John waved his fist, excitement rising in his eyes. 30%? No. Danny shook her head. The Asha's prophecy was preached by the red-robed woman, but she wasn't the one who made the prophecy. Now it's time for the #1 God King to make his appearance. #1 God King. John's face became awkward again. Lalo is the #1 God King? In today's world, which god is more active than Lalo? Which church is bigger than the Red God Temple? The god with the most followers was the great king of light. The night is long and dangerous. Only the Light King can save the world. Anyway, as the Pope of the 7 gods, I'm willing to represent the 7 gods and call Lalo the strongest God King in the universe. Dragon Queen's eyes were clear, and her expression was serious, as if she was announcing an axiom that everyone knew. The #1 war god of the 7 kingdoms, the #1 mage god in the world, and the #1 God King in the universe behind them. This combination is terrifying. Lord Eel held a fat pork trotter, his expression shocked. After leaving the warehouse and returning to the dining hall of the main castle, the nobles had just sat down on both sides of the long wooden table when the King of the North announced the plan for the 3 gods' battle at Winterfell. The war god, mage god, and god king were known as the 3 sun gods. He glanced at the doubtful noble knights and said loudly, Deviant ghosts are not scary. As early as 6,000 years ago, the Light King Lalo left behind the famous Asha prophecy in the far east. The fate of the Deviant Ghost King and the Long Night has already been decided. They will be ended by the reincarnation of Yasuo and Ahai. His Majesty Theon Stannis Bella is the child of the prophecy chosen by the Red God. He has the Red Hero's sword and the support of the world's #1 mage god and the #1 God King. He will definitely end the life of the Deviant Ghost King. Therefore, everyone must be confident in the upcoming battle at Winterfell. With the Dragon Queen dragon crystal weapons, we can deal with the corpses. With the Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus here, the Deviant Ghosts will not be a problem. Then, the Deviant Ghost King will be handed over to His Majesty Stannis. He raised his horn cup and shouted, Long live the war god! Victory is in sight! Victory, victory! The Dragon Queen also raised her wine cup and shouted in agreement, Long live the God King! Long live the Mage God! Long live the War God! The 3 sun gods will definitely defeat the Deviant Ghost King. Seeing that the Dragon Queen also praised the prophecy savior, the position of the 3 sun gods suddenly became real and noble in everyone's hearts. Long live the God King! Long live the Mage God! Long live the War God of the 7 kingdoms! The nobles saw the hope of victory and were in high spirits. They raised their wine cups and shouted excitedly. After shouting for a while, the others were dizzy and fell into an inexplicable fanaticism. Only Madame Ballet, who had a widow's knot behind her head, had a clear look in her eyes and a thoughtful expression. After everyone had calmed down, she looked at the Dragon Queen and said, "Is Stannis willing? I heard that he has obtained an unlimited loan from the Iron Treasury and dozens of pterosaurs. He even took down the Blood Gate. Soon, the entire valley will be under his control. Is there a need for him to come to Winterfell and fight the deviant Ghost King?" As soon as she said this, the excited nobles woke up and looked at the Dragon Queen. Dany said, "Seriously, I met Stannis at the Great Wall. He was the one who brought up the request to fight the deviant Ghost King. He needed the Megalosaurus to support him and create a chance for him to fight the deviant Ghost King alone." I agreed. We even discussed that as long as we found the main force of the deviant ghosts, we would immediately start the battle to prevent the Seven Kingdoms from being poisoned by the deviant ghosts. What does that heretic want? Ballet found it hard to understand. It's very simple. He wants to end the long night. But Ballet hesitated for a while and said what was in her heart. "Your Majesty, don't blame me for being straightforward. Stannis has the valley and can sit back and watch. In the end, he is still fighting with you and Lannister for the Iron Throne. Why is he willing to be the first to take the risk? What you said is very strange." Dany's expression became strange. Chapter 771. Ballet was a smart and pragmatic old widow. Well, at least smarter than Catelyn. In her opinion, Stannis was in a good situation now, and the best choice was to guard the Blood Gate, the only land passage into the valley, and subdue the rich and powerful vassals of the valley. Then he could sit on the fishing platform and watch the world change. Even if he considered the big picture and thought that the other ghosts were a threat to all humans, he didn't need to let his competitor, Dragon Queen, watch from the sidelines while he challenged the king of the other ghosts alone. So, Ballet raised her doubts in front of everyone. Why is Stannis willing to be the first to take the risk? That's strange. Dany's expression was strange. Why is it strange? Ballet asked curiously. Actually, Dany could understand Ballet's doubts. Erlu appeared at the Great Wall first, carried the Night Watchers' wildfire bombs along the Great Wall to find the king of the other ghosts, actively tried to end the Long Night and even captured him, and actively sought her help to fight the king of the other ghosts. She was also puzzled by Erlu's behavior at the Great Wall. Like Ballet, Dany felt that Erlu shouldn't be so selfless, based on his desire for the Iron Throne and his actions that crossed the line. As for stealing the kill, taking down the king of the other ghosts first, and fulfilling his promise with the Dragon Queen to end the Long Night as the king. If he really thought that, he was too stupid and reckless. No one had seen the king of the other ghosts before, and no one understood it. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. He had been fighting for a lifetime. How could he not understand? But no matter what Erlu thought, Dany didn't care. As long as he took Aunt May, and preferably the King of Light, to defeat the king of the other ghosts, it would be fine. If he succeeded, she would save some energy and return home. The music would continue, the dance would continue, and the Westeros would be left to him. If he failed, the combination of War God, Mage God, and God King would be able to force the King of Strange Ghosts to reveal some of his trump cards. At the very least, if the Child of Prophecy couldn't complete the prophecy, the King of Light would suffer heavy losses, both in terms of reputation and strength. Therefore, she couldn't let him back out. She had to keep her promise. Well, Erlu was now playing the vanishing game. Dany was a little flustered. She had to encourage him to build momentum and public opinion. Slaver's Bay is thousands of kilometers away from the Westeros. Why didn't I just sit back and enjoy the scenery? Why did I ride my dragon here the moment the Great Wall collapsed? Dragon Queen asked. Bobble was stunned. She was speechless. All right, in her subconscious mind that she didn't even know about, a voice replied, "The Westeros are the center of the world. Even if you became the first empress in the Ursos continent, you still had to rush back to win the support of the people of the Seven Kingdoms." She had this subconscious mind, but her rationality didn't allow her to really think that way. Therefore, she felt a little ashamed. The long night is not the long night of the Northerners, nor is it the long night of the Westeros. The entire world will be plunged into darkness. At such a time, any king who upholds justice and honor should step forward, abandon their previous filth, and unite to fight against the common enemy of mankind, the strange ghosts. Dragon Queen's words were stern and righteous. Everyone was filled with respect for her, because she was the king who upholds justice and honor. Because when she could have just sat back and enjoyed the scenery at Slaver's Bay, the first thing she did was to come to the front lines to fight against the strange ghosts. Ballet felt even more ashamed. I believe that no matter how many mistakes Stannis has made, this time he will keep his promise and bravely take on the responsibility that belongs to him, the child of prophecy. I believe that he will use his actions to prove to me, and to everyone else, that he still has the desire to pursue justice and honor in his heart. At the same time, I ask you to trust him. No, not only you, we want the entire Winterfell, the entire Northern Territory, and the entire Westeros to know of Stannis' great feat. At this point, Dragon Queen raised her right hand. I swear, I will abide by the promise of the one who ends the long night will be the king. As long as Stannis can kill the strange Ghost King, I will immediately withdraw from the Westeros and honor him as the king of the 7 kingdoms. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a holy light shining on Dragon Queen's face. Ballet, who had seen through the world, was also touched. Long live the Queen, long live the War God, long live Queen Dany Rise, long live King Stannis, long live the War God, Archmage, Divine King. Before long, the entire Winterfell garrison knew that the Light King was about to fulfill his prophecy. Stannis, the child of prophecy, would join forces with Melisandre to challenge the strange Ghost King at Winterfell. The War God, Archmage, and Divine King, the combination of the 3 gods, was so powerful that even the Dragon Queen was impressed. They saw the hope of victory, and they shouted loudly. The king of the Northern Territory even called for the scholars in front of all the dukes at the banquet and ordered the spread of messenger crows to let all the castles in the Northern Territory know of the impending, decisive battle at Winterfell. He called on them to support Winterfell, the war god's decisive battle, and this battle that would determine the name of the humans. Your Majesty, why don't you use your name to send a letter to the 7 dukes and King's Landing, calling on them to support Winterfell and help King Stannis complete the most sacred and great battle? Jon was still unsatisfied and turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen. Regardless of the motives of the Dragon Queen and Stannis, the 3 gods' decisive battle at Winterfell was the most beneficial to Stark, Winterfell, and the precarious Northern Territory. The king of the Northern Territory had to do his best to facilitate this Winterfell heroes' assembly. Let's use your name. My name will come second. After all, you are the Lord of Winterfell. I can't steal the limelight, Dany said humbly. When the sumptuous banquet was about to end, Dany suddenly realized something. Sansa was not at the table. In such a banquet to welcome the Queen, not to mention the daughter of the House of Stark, even Snow, would get a seat at the end of the banquet. At the beginning of the plot of Game of Thrones, Robert brought Cersei from King's Landing to Winterfell. The king and queen, Stark and his wife, sat at the head of the table. At the next table sat Robb, Bran, Sansa, Arya, Rickon and Joffrey, Myrcella and Tommen. At the end of the banquet near the entrance, Jon was able to sit at the same table as a singer like Mance Rayder. Well, Mance Rayder had climbed over the wall and disguised himself as a bard to attend the banquet. He even sat at the same table as Jon, but he was too preoccupied with self-pity to notice Jon. For tonight's banquet, the huge Winterfell main hall was filled with tables and chairs, filled with counts, knights, and knights. Even the squires were allowed in. Dany sat in Robert's seat, and Ide sat in his old seat. Even little Rickon sat with the counts. Sansa, however, did not show up for the entire banquet. Where is Sansa? Dany sat next to I'd seat and had a table to herself, so when she spoke in a low voice, the knights below could not hear her. Sansa. I'd paused, then stammered awkwardly, she's not feeling well. Not feeling well. Dany was shocked. Did she abort her nephew's unborn child? Aegon's child is about 5 months old, right? She asked tentatively. I'd's expression changed. He glanced cautiously at the Dragon Queen and asked in a low voice, What do you mean? That's strange. What can I mean? Dany glared at him. Is the child healthy? Your Majesty, that is only a child. I'd put down his horn cup and said in a low voice, I will not allow any harm to come to my sister and nephew. Dany pointed at her own nose. Are you talking about me? Seeing that the Dragon Queen did not look like she was going to eradicate them, I'd heaved a sigh of relief and said cautiously, I thought you wanted to. Don't you hate Aegon and Illyrio? Now, Dany understood what I'd meant. In the end, it was because of a lack of communication. After Aegon's identity was exposed, the Dragon Queen wanted to maintain the dignity of a victim. She acted coldly on Dragonstone Island and did not participate in the subsequent events. This made Erlu, Jon, Sansa, and even Aegon himself think that the Dragon Queen was very angry and even hated him. That was why Sansa did not contact Dragonstone Island after that. That was why Erlu had no qualms about burning Aegon. Only when the heavens descended did he realize that he had made a mistake. That was why, when Dany came to Winterfell, the pregnant Sansa was terrified. She was afraid that the Dragon Queen would want her child to pay for her father's debt and avoided meeting her. That was why, when Dany took the initiative to ask about his niece-in-law, Jon was extremely vigilant, causing the Dragon Queen to think that Sansa was ruthless and had aborted the child. Jon and Sansa misunderstood that the Dragon Queen's love for Aegon had turned into hatred. The Dragon Queen also misunderstood that Sansa had abandoned the fake crown prince because her eldest nephew had been burned to death. I will convene a meeting. In the meeting, Illyrio and Varys will receive a fair and open trial. As for Aegon, Dany sighed, her expression complicated. He is a good child and also an innocent and pitiful person. I was busy with the war in Meereen and didn't expect Stannis to be so ruthless. Sigh. We also didn't expect Stannis to burn him to death. Jon's expression softened as he shook his head with a bitter smile. We didn't give up on Aegon. No matter how his identity changed, one thing would never change. He is Sansa's husband. However, Sansa couldn't accept the change in his identity and flew to Moongate Castle to relax. She also planned to wait for him there. We thought that Stannis would quickly take over Moongate Castle. After that, there was an accident. Sansa and I were injured. We rested for 2 days and then... Injured? Jon looked down and lied. The backlash from a failed magic experiment. Dany glanced at him calmly. Jon smiled with relief. Luckily, Aegon was devoutly serving the 7 gods and was protected by the Holy Mother. He escaped the tragic fate of being sacrificed. Dany smiled meaningfully. Sansa, we thought too much. Dany Rise is indeed a benevolent queen. She will give Illyrio and Varys a fair trial, but declare Aegon innocent. You and the child are safe. She even allowed the child to use the surname Targaryen. After the banquet, he excitedly went to find his sister and told her the great news. Chapter 772. Sansa looked rather pitiful. Her face was pale and her eyes were dim. She had lost a lot of weight, but her stomach was bloated, making her body look even thinner. When Jon came in, she was sitting in front of the window, staring blankly at the brightly lit castle below. It was as if she was chasing after familiar people and things in her memory. After talking excitedly for a while, she didn't react for a moment. She turned around and asked blankly, "What did you say?" Seeing his sister's lifeless eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He squeezed out a soft smile and said softly, "Sansa, at the banquet, Dany Rise asked me about you and the child. She was very concerned and didn't mean any harm as we suspected. Are you sure? Sansa asked doubtfully. Jon nodded and sighed. She's completely different from her father, the Mad King. She's a truly benevolent and magnanimous queen. When I first met her at the Wall, I was worried that she would burn me to death because of the previous generation's blood feud. But she didn't. She's very fair. She believes that the feud between the parents shouldn't affect the younger generation. The guilty will also receive a fair trial. That's why I'm fine. Stannis doesn't need to suffer her revenge for his actions during the War of the Usurpers. After that, the Dragon Queen didn't do anything to you or Rickon. She even allowed Aegon and Stark to marry. Sansa hesitated. But Illyrio clearly used Dany, Rhys, and Viserys as shields to cover for Aegon. Sansa also understood Illyrio's sinister intentions toward the dragon's siblings. It didn't take much intelligence. After Aegon's identity was revealed, everyone understood that Illyrio's ultimate goal was to help his son ascend the Iron Throne. Then his efforts to help Dany, Rhys, and her brother restore their country were too conspicuous. Jon said thoughtfully, Dany, Rhys planned to convene the council a long time ago. She once told me that regarding the feud between Targaryen and Stark, such as our grandfather and uncle being killed by the Mad King, she would give a fair verdict at the council. Even if our father overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, she would restore our grandfather's honor. She could even give a fair verdict for the murder of her father and the destruction of her country. I believe that she would only judge Illyrio personally. After all, Aegon was kept in the dark. Does that mean she forgave Aegon? Sansa's blue eyes glowed. Not only did she forgive me, she also announced that she still recognizes the other branch of Targaryen that Aegon founded, he said with a forced smile. Really? Sansa's eyes twinkled like stars. Jon nodded and said happily, at the Grand Council, Daenerys will also make the final judgment on the Blackfyre Rebellion. She will divide the Targaryens into different branches, just like what Aegon did that day. So, Aegon will still be Aegon Targaryen, a separate branch from Dany, Rhys's Targaryen clan. Your child will still be a Targaryen recognized by the Dragon Queen. You and your child will inherit Aegon's everything. Everything. Sansa's eyes sparkled. Everything. What does it include? Jon was stunned. What does Aegon have left? 2 pterosaurs and the gold and silver he plundered from River Rapture and maybe Heron Castle. No, there's still Storm's End. Sansa gritted her teeth. Stannis lied to all of us. He said he wanted to return to Storm's End. But he attacked and took the valley. Since he took the valley, Storm's End still belongs to Aegon. But Jon hesitated. Stannis only promised to give Heron Castle to your child. What's the point of that promise? Not only did Sansa regain her vitality, she even turned into a lioness. She roared, I fulfilled all my promises, but how did he treat Aegon? His embarrassed dog, but face became embarrassed again. Stannis is at his peak now. I'm afraid you won't be able to take Storm's End, he said softly. Storm's End is in the hands of the Golden Corps. Although they've been crippled, they still have close to 6,000 members. Sansa also lowered her voice. Jon took a deep look at his sister and said in a deep voice, Stannis has a large army of winged dragons. The only reason he hasn't taken down Storm's End is because he hasn't put his attention back on Storm's End yet. Sansa's expression changed, and she fell silent. After a while, she asked sullenly, I heard the whole castle shouting, Long live Stannis, the god of war and 3 gods' army. What's going on? Jon pulled his sister to sit on the couch by the fireplace and told her everything that happened today. Sansa's eyes brightened. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind. I understand. Protecting Winterfell is the most important thing now. She nodded. I'll meet Dany and Rhys tomorrow. I won't mention Storm's End again. Mountain Paradise, Holy Sparrow's floating continent. The situation where there was only one holy church in the vast grassland had changed. Sparrow City was now divided into 3 rings. The holy church was in the center of the inner ring. Around the Holy Church was an exquisite 2-story marble building. It was a villa with a garden at the front and a swimming pool at the back. The second ring was about 5 kilometers away from the Holy Church. There were few buildings and no plans. The third ring was 15 kilometers away from the Holy Church. At the edge, there was a large construction site that could accommodate hundreds of people. Overall, the Holy Church had more than 1,000 people than when Aegon had first entered it, but it still seemed very empty. However, after the Dragon Queen had obtained 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the requirement for believers to ascend to heaven had been lowered from 200 to 100. Recently, there were new believers knocking on the door of Mountain Paradise every few days. King Aegon, who was wearing a neat gray robe and had his hair combed back like the sparrows, once again welcomed a believer's heroic spirit from the foot of the mountain. Looking at the old man who was looking around in panic, Aegon frowned. The last time he ascended to heaven, he was listening to the angelic song. His body was bathed in holy light and his heart was at peace. For some reason, there was no singing or holy light at this moment. Even the gate of Mountain Paradise did not show any sign. The heroic spirit who came here would inevitably be confused. While thinking that, Aegon put on a gentle smile and introduced, "I am a guide from heaven. Fellow disciple, congratulations on being summoned by the Holy Mother to the heaven of the 7 gods." "I'm in heaven?" The tall old man with gray hair was not overjoyed. Instead, he was greatly shocked. Pointing at his nose, he asked, "Are you saying that I'm dead?" Suddenly, Aegon realized why the big sparrow came to him one day and hired him as an unofficial assistant guide after a new heroic spirit was welcomed. Without the miracles of Mountain Paradise in the human world, the work of guide was truly boring and lowly. The 7 gods above, the Holy Mother is merciful. Forgive my disrespect. Hardly had he complained when Aegon recited the 7 Stars Bible and confessed to the Holy Mother devoutly. "What's your last memory?" Aegon's smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. The tall old man thought for a moment and immediately understood. "I died of illness. Before I died, Meribad sat by my bed, held my hand, and said, 'Holy Mother, please forgive my cowardice.' I didn't expect Saint Meribad's words to be so effective. Am I in heaven?" "Meribad? An old acquaintance." Aegon raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the new heroic spirit came from the 3 Rivers Basin. "That's right. You're in heaven. This is Mountain Paradise. I'm a guide. Have you read the 7 Stars Bible? Do you know Mountain Paradise and the heroic spirit guide angel?" The old man nodded and smiled, revealing his missing front teeth. "Yes, I have. Ever since the Holy Mother appeared, I have devoutly read every version of the 7 Stars Bible. I have even recited the new 7 Stars scripture by the Dragon Queen of Slave Bay hundreds of times. Then come with me." Aegon waved his hand, and a white jade staircase shimmering with golden light descended from the sky. The top connected to the unknown world with floating white clouds. The old man asked carefully, "Lord Angel, I heard that when the fake crown Prince Aegon died, Mountain Paradise appeared. There was holy music from heaven and golden light that cleansed the soul. Why did I come here directly? Also, the heavenly guide last time seemed to be the Holy Sparrow. May I ask, who are you? Saint Bailey?" Aegon turned around and looked at him indifferently. "I'm the fake crown prince you spoke of, Aegon." "What?" The old man's body tilted, and he almost fell down the holy staircase. Fortunately, the staircase was wide. The old man staggered and only fell once. "Are you a fake guide? Is this a fake heaven?" He shouted in panic. "Blasphemy!" Aegon flew into a rage. "I should summon the stranger and take you away from heaven." He wasn't trying to scare people. Before the old man could react, Aegon's face turned solemn. He began to recite the incantation for the dead in the book of the stranger quickly. Then a mysterious force descended on the old man and was about to take him away. Yes, this was the backup plan left by the Holy Mother Dani. Any soul that blasphemed the seven gods or doubted the authenticity of heaven would be driven out of heaven due to the decrease in their piety. Then their spiritual essence would be broken down by the spiritual bestowment spell and finally digested and absorbed by Blackie. It was very harsh. Don't, let's talk nicely. The old man's body flickered, and he crawled forward with a terrified expression. He grabbed Aegon's gray robe and shouted, "Your Majesty Aegon, I'm your subject. Please spare me this time." Aegon frowned and stopped. It wasn't because of their former friendship, but because the old man's body flickered, which meant that his piety didn't decrease. His piety didn't decrease, which meant that his previous words weren't blasphemous. This is holy heaven. You can speak freely, but you're not allowed to blaspheme the seven gods. Do you understand? Aegon scolded sternly. I understand. The old man wiped the sweat off his forehead, got up, and said with a bitter smile, I was too open when I saw an acquaintance. Hearing this, Aegon couldn't help but think of himself in the past. Because he had discovered the identity of the Big Sparrow, his tone and attitude had become casual. Thinking of this, his tone became gentler. What's your name? What was your title when you were alive? Why haven't I seen you before? Seeing that Aegon was willing to chat with him, the old man was completely relaxed. I'm from the Cox family in Hudgian, Saltworks town. My name is Quincy. I'm just a knight with a title. Quincy Cox from Saltworks town? Aegon frowned and thought for a while. He finally remembered this person. 7 gods above, why didn't a coward like you go to the 7 levels of hell? He exclaimed. Chapter 773. Quincy Cox was just a productive knight, one of the lowest-ranking nobles. King Aegon shouldn't have known about him. However, Quincy's fief was very special. Saltpan Town was one of the few sea trading towns in Hudgian County. Old Quincy's deeds were also quite famous. He was notorious in Hudgian County. Therefore, he was honored to be remembered by King Aegon. 7 gods above, why didn't you go to the 7 hells? Aegon didn't mince his words and expressed his thoughts completely. I had no choice. Old Quincy understood that Aegon probably knew about his deeds. However, he glanced at Aegon and complained in his heart, I haven't asked you why you didn't go to the 7 hells. Impersonating Lady Jazzy is a much worse crime than me. I'm 65 years old this year. When I was alive, my intelligence had declined and I had no energy. Even walking was difficult. Those bloodsuckers were vicious. What could I do? You don't have a son? Also, where are your castle guards? Aegon asked. Woo! Old Quincy cried when his son was mentioned. I had 2 sons. They were both brave knights. If they were still alive, those bandits wouldn't have been able to do as they pleased. Aegon's heart skipped a beat. He could guess the cause of Quincy's son's death. The War of the 4 Kings. Yes, I received the conscription order from the King of the North. So I arranged for my 2 sons to go to Rapid City in my place. They took 200 guards with them, and then they all died. Their bodies are nowhere to be found. Old Quincy cried. Although Saltpan Town has some assets, I'm just a productive knight. There are only a dozen or so old guards left in the castle. What's the use? My sons are all dead. They only left 2 granddaughters for me. I have to protect them. Everyone blames me for closing the castle gates and refusing to fulfill my duty as a noble to protect the commoners. But I also need protection. I pledged my loyalty to my lord. Why did my lord and king come to protect me? Aegon fell silent. Old Quincy cried for a while and suddenly froze. He asked in confusion, wasn't my intelligence declining? How can my memory be so clear and my speech so flexible? Did you have dementia before? Aegon asked curiously. Old Quincy shook his head. He's not demented. It's just that his brain is slow, like a rusty iron sword. This is heaven. All the illnesses and aging that you experienced in your life will no longer affect you in heaven. Even if you were blind in your previous life, you can recover your health in heaven, Aegon said matter-of-factly. Ah, this is heaven, Quincy said excitedly. Then he asked in confusion, Your Majesty Aegon, please don't be angry if I tell you the truth. You can't be considered a saint, right? How did you become an angel after death? Actually, I'm just a proxy angel. Aegon blushed. Angels can act as a proxy? Quincy's jaw dropped. Oh, the real guide is the Holy Sparrow. Since there was no way to hide it, Aegon explained his identity as a temporary worker. Isn't Big Sparrow being too lazy? I'm a heroic spirit, after all, and we're old friends. Big Sparrow has passed by my territory, and I've saved him countless times. Quincy grumbled. This was the truth. Big Sparrow had always been a barefoot monk in Hudgin County and had been to Saltpan Town many times. Old Quincy was a devout knight of the old school, and he took good care of the night watchers and monks. I'm here to pick you up. What's there to be unhappy about? Aegon glared. When the two of them were still alive, old Quincy was his vassal. A lord picking up a vassal. How could he be worthy of him? Well, Saltpan Town was too close to the valley. Old Quincy couldn't reject King Aegon's summons. If you were the real Lady Jazzy, your identity would be enough. But you're just a fake crown prince, a fake guide. No matter how dissatisfied old Quincy was, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Although the fake crown prince was a fake angel, the guide authority in his hands was real. After that, the two of them walked down the last flight of stairs in silence and came to a vast grassland. As the guide, Aegon had the responsibility of helping the newcomers understand the structure of heaven. This is Holy Sparrow's Paradise Island. Standing at the edge of the island, Aegon pointed at the floating sky island and repeated what Big Sparrow had told him that day. Can I go to other islands? It's best if it's an island from the time of Eris. Maybe I can find some old friends or my son or my parents. Old Quincy asked expectantly. Just like Aegon, he despised Big Sparrow's island for being too quiet. Aegon shook his head and sighed. Only the saints have the right to choose their own island. Then can I go visit my old friends? Old Quincy asked for the next best thing. It's difficult. You should find a piece of land and build your own house first. Then Aegon taught him the technique of using the power of faith to create things. It's amazing. No wonder it's heaven. Old Quincy took a bite of the juicy green apple and was moved to tears. I haven't eaten such a delicious apple in so many years. Aegon was confused. Long night just arrived, right? How come it's been so many years? Old Quincy grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. I didn't have teeth when I was alive. I couldn't chew it. Aegon's mouth twitched. Greetings, Lord Angel. Greetings, Lord Aegon. The two of them chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they came to the labor area at the edge of the Third Ring Road. There were hundreds of men in black sweaters. When they saw Aegon, they stopped what they were doing and bowed to greet him. Night watchers. Old Quincy's pupils contracted, and he was surprised. There are so many night watchers. Is it easier for night watchers to go to heaven? They didn't go to heaven. After they died, they were sent here by the stranger to stay temporarily. Aegon shook his head. Temporarily? Old Quincy was confused. You can temporarily stay in heaven? We sacrificed ourselves to protect the 7 kingdoms. Her Majesty Dany Alice was kind and couldn't bear for us to reincarnate immediately. So she begged the Holy Mother to arrange for us to stay in Mountain Paradise temporarily. When the long night is over and summer comes, the world will be peaceful again. Then we will reincarnate. A skinny young night watcher shook his head and said, As the saying goes, it's better to be a Changsha dog than a man of the night. It's better to be a Changsha dog than a man of the night. Old Quincy thought about it carefully and said, Who said that? It makes sense. Dogs have meat to eat in summer, and knights don't dare to eat bread in winter. The stranger said so. You've seen the stranger? What did he look like? Old Quincy was surprised. He wore a cloak and stood in the shadows. We couldn't see him clearly, the tall young man beside the skinny monkey said. Old Quincy nodded. He looked exactly like the stranger in the Holy Church. Why did so many of you die? He asked again. The skinny monkey looked him up and down and said, You're a noble, right? Why didn't you receive any messenger crows from the Great Wall? Well, Quincy was a bit embarrassed. I'm just a knight. My territory is small, and I have no contact with the Great Wall. What happened to the Great Wall? There were thousands of knights, like Quincy in the Westeros, and the Great Wall didn't even have 1,000 messenger crows. Other than the nobles in the northern region, the Great Wall would only send messages to dukes and some powerful counts. The Great Wall collapsed. The skinny monkey told him what happened that day. The Great Wall collapsed. Millions of ghouls. Old Quincy was stunned. The 7 gods, can the Westeros stop them? With Her Majesty Dany Alice, the long night will definitely be ended. Yes, with the Dragon Queen. She has 5 Megalosaurus. The ghouls are afraid of fire, and the Megalosaurus are their nemesis. The Night Watchers were very confident. Quincy stared at the skinny monkey for a while and asked, You said you became a ghoul when you were alive. How can your soul still go to heaven? The Dragon Queen was merciful and summoned Stranger to bring me here. No. Old Quincy waved his hand. I mean, you became a ghoul. Your soul should have been. Aegon understood his doubts. When a person dies, their soul leaves the body and then the body becomes a ghoul. The soul is not affected, but he's been dead for a few days. Yes, he was in Stranger's country for a few days. What's the problem? Aegon said matter-of-factly. Old Quincy was also enlightened. The whole process was more complicated than they had imagined. The skinny monkey youth was Jaime. He died on the day the Great Wall collapsed. When Dany took care of the Minotaur and helped Blackie obtain Stranger's godhood, 2 days had passed since his death. Dany entered the world of death with Stranger's godhood and only found the remnant souls of a group of Night Watchers. If she had not used the spirit-bestowing spell to repair their souls, Jaime and the others would not have been able to regain their consciousness. After leaving the 3rd ring where the Night Watchers lived and entering the 2nd ring, Quincy frowned and said, There are only 5 holy spirits in heaven, but there are 700 to 800 Night Watchers temporarily living there. Isn't this a bit too much? He realized that other than himself and King Aegon, there were only 3 holy spirits who were qualified to go to heaven in the 2nd ring. As for the central ring, the great cathedral was surrounded by villas, but they were all empty. There was only the Holy Sparrow in such a large area. Even if Her Majesty Dany Liz is a holy disciple, how could she get so many Night Watchers? Old Quincy complained. She's treating heaven as her own home. Hearing the old knight say this about Dany's aunt, Aegon was angry but also embarrassed. Actually, it's all thanks to Dany Liz that I can go to heaven. He told the story of how he got into heaven through the back door with a straight face. This could not be kept a secret, and the Great Sparrow knew. The Great Sparrow was afraid that no one would know, so every holy spirit that came would tell the story of how Aegon got in through the back door. 7 gods above. How can you get into heaven through connections? Old Quincy's faith was about to shatter. Of course, a holy disciple has special privileges. Otherwise, how can I manage such a vast paradise island? Old Quincy looked in the direction of the voice. It was a familiar old man, barefoot and wearing a white robe. He was tall and thin, and his hair was neatly combed back. He stepped on the soft grass and slowly walked over from the great cathedral. It was the Holy Sparrow. Ah, Lord Archbishop, it's really you. Quincy was excited to see an old friend again. The Holy Sparrow smiled and nodded. Sir Quincy, I've said it before. Your devotion to the 7 gods for decades will be rewarded one day. Hearing this, old Quincy tilted his head and looked at King Aegon, who got in through the back door. His expression was a little unnatural. Serving the 7 gods for a lifetime seemed to be more effective than getting in through the back door. Look at this person. Heaven has personally descended to the mortal realm. What an honor! There were so many night watchers who had never been to the great cathedral. They had not even read the 7 Stars Bible. Chapter 774. Old Quincy was still imagining things when the big sparrow said, "Aegon, your application has been approved. You can leave heaven now and return to the human world. But remember, this is the only time and only for one night. Once is enough. Thank you, Archbishop. Mother of Mercy." Aegon was so happy that he jumped 3 feet high. Return to the human world? What do you mean? Old Quincy was confused. Aegon did not answer him, but asked anxiously, "Archbishop, what should I do?" "Go to the foot of Mountain Paradise and open the gate to receive the Holy Spirit. Follow the line of faith of the person you miss and enter her dream. If she rejects you, or subconsciously does not want to see you, you will not be able to enter her dream. You can only appear in front of her in the form of the Holy Spirit. That will be dangerous. The Holy Spirit can be hurt by ordinary people," the big sparrow reminded him seriously. "Got it. Thank you, Archbishop. I'll go now." Aegon bowed and ran to the stairs of Mountain Paradise, excitedly. After Aegon left, old Quincy asked again, "Archbishop, what is His Majesty Aegon going to do?" "In heaven, the earthly identity is no longer meaningful. You are not a knight, and Aegon is not a king. You don't have to call him His Majesty, do you understand?" The big sparrow said with a straight face. "What about you? Should I call you Big Sparrow?" Old Quincy hesitated. "Call me Archbishop," the big sparrow said lightly. Old Quincy opened his mouth and wanted to ask, "Didn't you just say that the earthly identity was no longer meaningful in heaven?" But then he remembered that the overseer of this island was Big Sparrow, and he couldn't bring himself to say anything else. Where did Aegon go? What does it mean to return to the human world? He went back to the original topic. It means what it means. Aegon will come down to the human world as a Holy Spirit today to see his wife. Really? Old Quincy could not believe it. He can leave after going to heaven? Haven't you read the 7 Stars Bible? Big Sparrow asked. Old Quincy was stunned. Thinking back, there was indeed a story in the Bible where the Holy Spirit of heaven descended to the mortal world and taught the descendants who had gone astray to return to the embrace of the great 7 gods. But Aegon went to see his wife for personal reasons, not to promote the teachings of the 7 gods. Old Quincy still found it hard to understand. The legendary descent of the Holy Spirit had only appeared once in the entire 7 Stars Holy Scripture. Originally, it was very impressive, but after Aegon's antics, Aegon's death was very sudden. His heart was filled with obsession. Once he fulfilled his final wish of talking to his wife, he might be able to sublimate his soul. The Holy Mother is merciful and is willing to save every believer. The big sparrow said calmly. Old Quincy's heart stirred, and he said worriedly, "I have my own obsession." Night had fallen, and the Great Wall had collapsed. The small castle in Saltfield Town was no match for the army of deviant ghosts. Can I also go back and ask the steward to bring my 2 granddaughters to the other side of the narrow sea? No, heaven isn't your home. How can you come and go as you please? The big sparrow said sternly. Why can Aegon? Old Quincy asked, unwilling to give up. He's not normal. I know it was the Dragon Queen who helped him to heaven, but I'm a heroic spirit. My authority should be greater than his. No, you're just a level 1 heroic spirit, while Aegon is level 3. A devotee with a piety of 100 to 150 was the minimum requirement to go to heaven. 150 to 200 was the holy disciple. 200 to 250 was the holy son. Old Quincy was barely a devotee and was considered a level 1 Holy Spirit. The new level 1 Holy Spirit widened his eyes. He got in through the back door, and his level is higher than mine. Aegon replaced the holy son Danny Leasy. How can you compare to Danny Leasy? Old Quincy's face contorted. John, I saw Aegon last night. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, and the sky was still dark. Well, it wouldn't be bright today anyway. In any case, he was woken up not long after they finished their exercise. When Sansa rushed in her pajamas and a white lion fur coat, the red-haired Ygritte was still naked in his arms. But Sansa was too excited. She didn't avoid the female savage's exposed body at all. She pounced on the side of the bed and patted her furry chest. She said excitedly, I saw Aegon. John, Aegon came down from heaven to see me last night. It's over. Your sister has gone crazy. The female savage ran her fingers through her messy red hair and said in a frightened voice, Sansa. John woke up from his daze and held his sister's hand worriedly. Can't sleep, or did you have a nightmare? How about I get the scholar to make you a cup of poppy milk? I'm fine, very fine. Being called crazy by the female savage, Stark slowly regained her rationality. She glanced at the skinny, red-haired woman. Ygritte, I have something private to discuss with John. You can stay away for a while. You can stay here, but you must promise not to tell anyone. I'm not a blabbermouth. I did it for too long last night. I don't want to get up. The red-haired woman sprawled out on the duvet. There was a hint of curiosity in her small eyes. John blushed. Sansa, Ygritte knows what's important. What do you want to say? I saw Aegon. Don't worry, I'm not crazy and I'm not dreaming. Okay, I'm dreaming, but my mind is clear. I know that I met Aegon in my dream. Ygritte's eyes lit up. She smiled. Sometimes I know that I'm dreaming. Sansa ignored her and said excitedly to John, You know that Aegon went to heaven, right? He came down from heaven. John was worried about his sister's feelings. He could only go along with her, and asked carefully, What did he say to you? So he could go to heaven because of Dany Rise. She was the one who sensed the fluctuation of Aegon's mark of the paladin and knew that he was in danger. She prayed to the Holy Mother and used her status as the Holy Child in exchange for the Holy Mother to save Aegon from the evil gods. Sansa's eyes were like 2 small suns, reflecting a dazzling vitality. She came alive from the inside out. And then, John did not understand what she meant. This means that Dany Rise has really forgiven Aegon. Sansa's head shook quickly. No, not only has she forgiven him, she has acknowledged his identity as a Targaryen. Last night, I told you, right? She admitted that Aegon is another branch of Targaryen. John frowned. It's not the same. She sacrificed her status as the Holy Child for Aegon. Even an aunt wouldn't do this for her nephew, right? Sansa said excitedly. John hesitated. She didn't tell me about this. Maybe you dream about what you think about in the day. You think I'm dreaming? Sansa looked unhappy. You just said that you know you're dreaming, Ygritte mumbled. Aegon said that the night watchers who died in Eastwatch also went to heaven. Sansa said a lot of names of the night watchers. John, you were the commander-in-chief of the night watchers. You should know that I'm not wrong, right? John's expression was serious. He knew many of the people Sansa mentioned, but she definitely did not know. Could it be that the Holy Spirit had really descended? What did Aegon do? He asked curiously. He apologized to me. The excitement on Sansa's face was all gone. He said that he let me down. He left me with such a mess and a ruined reputation. Her eyes were red as she sobbed. I also apologized to him. I should have gone to see him. I should have saved him from Stannis. I shouldn't have let him leave this world in despair. Sigh, this is fate. John said bitterly. Sansa did not comment and continued. He also asked me to marry someone. He said that he would pray for me in heaven. At this point, Sansa could not hold it in anymore. She covered her face with her hands and wept softly. John patted her back gently and asked softly, What else did he say? It's all about heaven. He said that he's doing well now and told me not to worry. We might meet again in heaven in the future." Yrgrit's eyes lit up. She asked excitedly, "What does heaven look like?" "The old gods don't have a heaven. If the 7 gods' heaven is real, I want to change my faith to the 7 gods." Sansa ignored her. Jon glared at her. After breakfast, Dany finally met her fake niece-in-law in the glass garden behind the main castle. Yes, they had communicated through glass candles before, but it was the first time they met face to face. Her face was white and her eyes were red. Her thick red hair was tied up in a widow's knot. Her thin body and big belly made her look pitiful. Overall, she was much better looking than the tall and strong Sansa in Game of Thrones. "Your Majesty." She bowed weakly to the Dragon Queen. She did not call her Aunt Dany anymore. "Sigh, Winterfell is about to have a decisive battle. You should go and hide." The Dragon Queen's eyes were filled with pity and concern. The rest was solemn. Sansa was shocked. She did not care about acting pitiful anymore. She suddenly looked up and said anxiously, "Can't we defend Winterfell? Don't we have you and Stannis as the 3 gods? No one has seen the King of Strange Ghosts. We don't know what trump cards he has. I don't have the confidence to win against a completely unknown enemy." Dany was finally honest for once. "You are not familiar with him, but Yasuo and Ahai's reincarnation should be familiar with him. Stannis is the legendary child of prophecy. The red-robed woman and the Light King have both acknowledged his identity. Since Yasuo and Ahai were able to defeat the King of Strange Ghosts last time, there is no reason they would not succeed this time." Sansa was panicking. She started to pray that the enemy who killed her husband would become the savior. Although she was not a true Stark, her love for Stark and Winterfell was no less than her brothers and sisters. That makes sense. In terms of familiarity with the King of Strange Ghosts, no one is more familiar than the Red God. Dany nodded and asked, "What do you think about the future?" "I don't know. I don't even know where my child's future lies." Sansa was on the verge of tears and looked pitiful. Dany frowned and looked at her. "In the north, there is the House of Phelant. The main house is the Phelant clan in the mountains. Outside of the main house, there is the Phelant of Stonebreak Mountain, the Phelant of Phelant's Finger, and the Phelant of Widow's Hope. After thousands of years, the 4 Phelant clans no longer have any disputes over inheritance. There is no difference between the main house and the branch house. In fact, as a former branch house, the Phelant of Widow's Hope is far more powerful than the other 3 combined. So, do you understand what I mean?" Sansa could no longer pretend that she did not know the truth. "Will you personally acknowledge our branch of Targaryens?" she asked expectantly.